Section 1 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rhodes. Section 1. Book 1. The Times and Seasons of the Latin Year. The stars that rise and rule and disappear, causes and digests, shall my song declare. Smile on the task, Caesar Germanicae, and steer the timid bark I launched to sea. Scorn not the theme as light or poor of wit. Thy favor will suffice to sanction it. Annals of eld and deeds of high emprise, ennobling days, shalt thou there recognize. Oft will thy father's name and grandsire's be linked with domestic feast. Oft wilt thou see thine own recorded here, and Drusus' name in rubric Fasti of ennobling fame. Others have sung Caesarean campaigns. Sing we Caesarean altars, feasts and fanes. Bow down of brow benign, and impart modest assurance to my beating heart. For while the praise of thine I undertake, success or failure follows in thy wake. The page submitted to thy eye sedate, as to the clarion gods doth crepitate. For we have heard thine eloquence, we know how for thy friends arraigned accents flow. We know how deep the stream, how full withal thy flow of fervent verse poetical. A seer thyself, bend down upon a seer, if that it lawful be a favoring ear, and aid the journey through the happy year. When that Rome's founder times divided, he ordained twice 5 months for 1 year to be. Ah, Romule, thou wouldest more of wars and subjugating neighbors than of stars. Yet Caesar, he by reasons good was moved to that result, though it erroneous proved. Gestation's period, which our females bear, he seems sufficient for a current year. It likewise was the period sacred to a widow's mourning and the pomp of woe. Quirinus Trabea, garbed and making laws for a rude race, thought these sufficient cause. His father Mars he put the first in place, Venus the next as authoress of his race. Seniors and juniors had the third and fourth, the rest in sequent numbers he set forth. But Numa added Janus thereunto, and shades ancestral, making months more too. And now to teach the rites of divers days, each dawning morn hath not like offices. Nefasti those when the 3 words are barred, and fasti those wherein lawsuits be heard. Nor deem that one whole day enjoys one right. Nefastus may be fastus ere the night. When entrails offered have been, all is free. Then may the honored praetor make decree. There is a day whereon the council pens the scepter in the Roman citizens. On the 9th days unbars the marketplace, oft as recurring to the populace. Ausonian calends Juno claims as hers. The Ides are sanctified as Jupiter's. When the best spotless lamb to him is slain, but the nuns own no guardian god or fane. Sequent to these, I read you mark it well. The morrow will be black, and sueth to tell. Events, not omens, have oft proved it so.
Rome on such days has suffered from the foe her worst defeats and fearful loss and woe. These points to festivals are general, therefore I now adduce them once for all. Calends, January, Feast of Janus. First, Father Janus, in my verse appear, and bid Germanicus a happy year. O Father of the year of silent track, sole deity beholding thine own back. O biceps, present with our rulers be, beneath whose rule the fertile earth and sea enjoy prosperity. Quirinus, shew thy face to Roman Senate, Roman populace. Adorn propitians is, with heart and voice, make words and days, and bid us all rejoice. Open thy candid temples, bid to cease the sounds of strife, bid envy hold her peace. Behold how ether glows with sacred fires, where incense and odorons nard aspire. How lament flames all tremulously rolled up to thy dome reflect from burnished gold. Lo, the procession mounts Tarpeia's height, the garb and festival are sacred white. New fasces lead the way in purple dye, new consuls in the chairs of ivory. The unyoked steers from the Felicican plain proffer their necks, consentant to be slain. And Jupiter from heaven gazing round regardeth nothing else but Roman ground. Salve, auspicious morn, for ever I return to Romans an auspicious day. Jane, beformis, what shall I call thee? Greece has no corresponding deity. Propound the cause why of celestials one may see behind his back the deeds that's done, and at the same time view events before. Now, as I pondered this thing o'er and o'er, my tablet in my hand, behold the gloom by sudden brightness banished from my room, and sacred Janus burst upon my sight. Amazed I stood, my hairs erect with fright, and my heart sunk within my breast downright. His right hand grasped the staff, the left the key, as from his foreface thus he answered me: Laborious bard, toiling of times to learn, fear not, but mark my precepts and discern. The old age called me chaos, I belong to earliest time, and thence deduce my song. This lucent air, these fire, water, earth, commingled ere their elemental birth, in one great mass, but when they ordered were, to harmonize each sought its proper sphere. Flame soared on high, air took the middle space, and land and water each assumed its place. Then I, who was a lump of mud, a clod, received these features worthy of a god. Yet still in this reduplicated face I bear a remnant and chaotic trace. But there is yet another cause why I am fashioned thus, to wit, my ministry. Whate'er you see around to me is given to open and to shut, earth, sea, and heaven. The world's committed is to me alone, the right to turn the key is all mine own. And while it pleases me, I liberate sweet peace to ambulate the tranquil state. And did I not turn the firm bolt on war, he would rush forth and set the world ajar. I in the gentle hours preside above, I open, I shut the doors to Jove. Therefore I am called Janus, and my priest doles honey cakes, the liba at my feast, and salted meal calls me Patulcius, and smile not in the same breath Clusius. So did the old age strive by change of names to indicate my functions and their claims. Such are my functions, for my shape, although guessed it thou hast perchance, ere now you know that every door must have a double face. One views the Lares, one of the populace. And as your mortal janitor, who sees from threshold floor exits and entrances, so I the janitor celestial view, Aeon and Hesperian regions too. Hecate, you know, is furnished with fronts the three, and she may watch and ward her triviae. And I have twain that, without movement, I may view alike past and futurity. So far as he spoke, and his benignant eye seemed to invite to further colloquy, I plucked up courage, made acknowledgment, and thus pursued, but with mine eyes down bent. Oh, tell me wherefore is the new year born in frost and cold, when all is chill and lorn? Surely its birthday should in spring have been, when meads are blossoming and woods are green, when the young buds are bursting from the vines, and elms are gorgeous, garmented with vines, when corn blades upward shoot and sweet bird in purest ether caroling is heard, when flocks are wanton and the swallow guest beneath the roof and rafter frames her nest, when sunshine blesses all the steer and share. Should not this be the birthday of the year? So did I ask with fervency, so he responded with contrasting brevity. The winter solstice doth the years divide, Anus and Phoebus both claim Brumaltide. I pondered on and asked why New Year's Day from legal pleas should not exempted be. Then learn, he said, inestimable time must not be lost but seized on at the prime. A bad beginning would usurp the year. Therefore I will that each man in his sphere work ere he play and show his willingness. I asked him next, wherefore when I address my prayers, O Janus, to the gods on high, do I bring wine and frankincense to thee? Because I hold the threshold, keep the door, access to them through me must you implore. Why, Janus, on thy calends do we greet with compliments and wishes those we meet? Then he incumbent on his staff replied, omens are from first indexes supplied. Your timid ears catch the first spoken word, the augur answers from the first seen bird. Then ears of gods are open and their fanes, and then the votary his wish obtains. He paused, my question trod on his reply. Say what the date and dry fig signify, and candid honey in white carthen ware. We offer then all that is sweet and fair, a sign prognostic that the year may run its destined course as blandly as begun. I see the cause of sweets, now tell the cause. For the small coin I shall know thy laws. He laughed and said, O thou of little wit, the habits of all time account for it. Why, e'en when Saturn reigned on earth, e'en then naught sweeter was than money unto men. The passion grew with time, it grew, but now it culminates and can no further grow. Wealth now predominates. Not so of yore, when Rome was little and the Romans poor. Quirinus, Mars begotten, laid his head in a thatched hut beside the river's bed. The reeds amidst the fane of Jupiter, so lowly was sedent, he stooped him there. The bolt in his right hand was potter's clay. Bows strewed not gems the Capitoline way. The senators fed sheep, nor scorned on bed of straw and fragrant hay to couch the head. The consul left the plough for curule cheer, silver to hold was criminal and rare. But when Dame Fortune raised unto the dome of the high heavens above the head of Rome, then grew the lust of lucre, love of gain. The more they had, the more would they obtain. Greed to accumulate and greed to spend, vices on vices gendered without end. Like to the toper in his drunken thirst, water on water drinking till he burst. And now 'tis all in all, it honor buys, and friendships end, poor men lowly lies. And dost thou yet demand what auspices in ancient coin of brass or augury is? We gave brass formerly, we give gold now, and the new omen beats the old, I trow. We who delight in fanes, we gods who praise the old simplicity, admire the blaze of golden temples, suited gods unto. We praise the olden time, we love the new. For both are good, so both be lely and true. He paused, and I, naught seeming to deter, further addressed the Deus Claviger. Much have I learned in sooth, but tell me now, what means upon the coin the galley's prow, and on the obverse a bifrontal face? Ah, time obliterates, or you would trace me in that duplex form, myself it is. And for the galley's prow the cause is this: Saturn came hither in a ship, expelled from seats on high, him Tuscan Tiber held, and after that he had wandered round the world. Well I remember how from heaven was hurled the Deus Falcifer by Jupiter, and his first advent and reception here. The name Saturnia followed his abode, and Latium also from the Latin god, in memory then of their celestial guest. The good inhabitants on brass impressed, the model ship, I upon the left side, resided then of Tiber's placid tide. For where Rome is, was uncut forest then, and oxen grazed these matchless haunts of men. My arx, the hill you call Janiculum, so called for me, and shall be times to come. My reign began in the primeval tide of mundane things, when gods dwelt side by side with men below, or ere Dame Justice fled from earth and crime, last of the gods who sped. When man was swayed by virtue, not by lust, and laws were all superfluous for the just. When peace and doors domestic were my charge, he showed the key, and peace I set at large. He closed his lips, and I reopened mine, my mortal thoughts eliciting divine. Tell me, O Janus, the bifrontal doors and fanes are many, why one only yours? Betwixt two forums where your statue stands, he stroked and smoothed his beard between his hands. Of Titus Tatius the Cabalian told, Tarpeia's falsehood and the torques of gold, how she betrayed unto the Sabine foe the path the sacred citadel unto. For then, as now, there was a sheer descent down to the valley and path ye pent. Betwixt the fora, there the Sabines were. Saturnia had unbarred my barrier with hand insidious, and I, fearing to contend with her, considered what to do. In this my proper matter, fountains are a source of wealth to me peculiar. I opened every fountain source below, I added sulphur to the gelid flow, and to the Sabine foes I barred the gate with boiling waters, and in after date, when quiet was the vale, men understood the waters medicated were and good. Therefore they built this altar and its fane, to burn and sacrifice my cates and grain. I asked again, why do you close the bar? in time of peace and open it in war. For ingress to returning warriors, he answered promptly, I throw open doors wide as I may, and when the combat cease, I turn the key upon my lady Peace, lest she perchance should gad, which will not be. I trow awhile beneath Caesarian sway. He said, regarding his eyes around the placid world, where all was peace profound. Yes, peace, Germanicae, the conquered Rhine, and all her subject tributaries thine. O Janus, grant us peace for evermore, and ministers of peace, which to ensure, preserve its author in our emperor. Temples of Jove and Asclepius dedicated. And further, searching Fasti, do I find, upon this day, 2 deities enshrined by Roman forefathers, the island on dividing Tiber's waters, the great son of Phoebus and the nymph Coronis, there reception found. So also Jupiter. On the same island they, and nothing loth, stand side by side, grandsire and grandson both. End of section 1.
Section 2 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cassandra. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 2. Nones. Cancer sets. Now of the stars, doth aught forbid, I ask, to sing of them as portion of my task? Surely they favoured were, whose mortal eye uprose to scan those mansions upon high. Surely they soared in spirit to the spheres, high over haunts of human crimes and cares. No lust or wine enflamed or dimmed their sight, nor military toil, nor civic right, nor puffed ambition, neither tinselled fame, nor sordid love of wealth arrested them. They subjected the stars to mortal ken, and drew down ether to the haunts of men. So sought they heaven, not Titan-like, on high, mountains on mountains piling to the sky. Do we the like, and meet the plain divine, and unto every day its stars assign? Thus on the third before the Nones, we view the earth besprinkled with celestial dew, and for the crab 8-footed look in vain, who entered has headlong the western main. Nones. Lyra rises. So on the Nones, when sable clouds aspire, with storms attendant on the risen lyre. Jani Agon Alia. Now add 4 days in sequence from the Nones. Janus, the Agonalian light atones. The name perchance hath reference to the priest, who, when succinct for sacrificial feast, with hand and steel upraised to smite the blow, and cause the tepid victim blood to flow, always demands, Agon, shall I do? Nor doth he smite till he be bidden to. But there are others who the word refer to the poor flock, Agantur, driven there. Some to the old Agnalia it retrace, and deem a letter has dropped out of place. Some from the agony the victims feel, on seeing in pure waters the bright steel. Some from agonies, and the Grecians claim its origin and antiquated name. But cheap of old were called Agonia too, and that to my mind is the meaning true. To wit, the patriarch urn the offering is, made by the kex to soothe the deities. Victim 'tis called, when slain by victor's hand, and hostia, when hosts hostile quit the land. The gods of eld accepted man's appeal, with offerings of pure salt and simple meal. Not yet had ships bounded over subject seas, for tears of myrrh wept from the wounded trees. Not yet Euphrates frankincense nor Ind her spice and saffron wafted on the wind. Then native herbs sufficed for holidays, and the bay branches crackled in the blaze. He was deemed rich who in his coronet of rustic blossoms wreathed the violet. No knife in those days was unsheathed to smite the lordly bull in sacrificial rite. Ceres, she was the first to joy in blood of sow for rooting up her cereal food. The bristly swine would plough her crops among, in the sweet springtide when the blade was young, and the sow paid the penalty condign. Even so the goat browsed tendrils of the vine. Unheeded her example, man might say, beholding him, ah, munch and munch away. Goat with corroding tooth, there still will be juice of the grape sufficient unto thee, when at the shrine you bleed in punishment. The words prophetic were of the event, for with his forehead sanctified by wine, Bacchae, is he offered at thy shrine. And thus her guilt was fatal to the sow, his fatal to the goat. But tell me how the ox and the poor sheep paid penalties. The shepherd Aristeus lost his bees. He wept his swarms confounded in one doom, dead offspring and unfinished honeycomb. Him hardly his cerulean mother might console, so weary woeful was his plight. Cease, boy, to weep, she said, to Proteus go, he can repair thy loss, relieve thy woe. Yet will he fool thee, unless thou canst bind his limbs in fetters to coerce his mind. And the youth sought the seer, and sleeping found his haunt within, and hands and arms he bound. And he, the watery sire, essayed in vain his wizard arts, with brow cerulean upraised, he said, now what dost thou require? Redemption for thy swarms is thy desire? Bury in earth the immolated steer, he will resolve the question you ask here. The pastor did so from the putrid frame, fervent with life, swarms by the myriad came. Fate claimed the sheep, she miserably browsed, Verbena sacred and the wrath aroused of rural gods. With instances like these, what victim could escape life penalties? Persia devotes the steed, the brave, the fleet, to Hyperion as an offering meet. The hind had been the substitute and sign for virgin offered at Diana's shrine. Now for herself no substitute she falls. Sapiens upon Trivia's festivals offer dogs' entrails, snowy Haemus on. The ass Priapus too, the tale is one, like to that god himself, a tale of shame. To Grecian festival the votaries came, of Bacchus ivy-crowned triennial. The gods of cold Lycium, one and all, Pan and the satyrs, prone to jollity, and nymphs and naiads full of mirth and glee. Silenus on his ass, now senior, and the young Priapus with his scarring warned, upon the turf in grove and pleasantest. They spread their tables, and they lay at rest. Liber gave wine, each wreathed his coronet, and mingled charily the rivulet of waters with their wine, and naiads there, some locks dishevelled, some with kempt bright hair. One's tunic is upraised, another's falls, shoulders and breasts are bared at intervals, one trails her robe, and limbs the gazers greet. of flashing beauty and unsandaled feet, the youthful satyrs and the jolly Pan, Silenus, nathless old to warm began. Priapus, ruddy guardian and grace of garden ground, is caught by Lotus's face. He gazes, loves, his passion signifies, by nods and becks and lovers' smiles and sighs. Beauty, intuitively proud, disdains the lover's suit, and laughs at lover's pains. And Lotus, by her haughtiness of mien, avouched her scorn with innate pride and spleen. 'Twas night, by wine and revelry oppressed, each sought for silent slumber spots of rest. Lotus beneath a maple wearied slept, the lover slept not, he in silence crept, scarce breathing stealthily into her lair. He gains the secret couch of Naiad fair. Fearful of his own palpitating breath, he draws the veil, the coverlet beneath, which she was slumbering, when lo, the bray of ass Silenus' ode drove sleep away. Slumbers were scattered all by sounds like those. Affrighted and awoke, the nymph arose, and fleeing raised the grove, all laughed to see. The scene absurd and baffled deity, but the ass died for it. From thence began that sacrifice Hellespontiacan, and feathered tribes were spared in days of eld, the guiltless warblers of the wood and weald, that build their nests and hatch their young with notes of dulcet sweetness from their swelling throats. That sweetness saves them not, for augury lies in voice of birds divulging destinies. Truly it may be so, attendant on the gods above, their wills may be foreshown by flight and voice of birds, and therefore 'tis the milk-white dove is burnt in sacrifice, torn from her mate, and so oblivious of the saved capital we yield the goose. His liver upon charges at thy fane, dainty child of Inachus. Again, the crested bird, because he hails the light, by night is sacrificed to goddess night. Dolphin arises. Meantime the dolphin quits his parent main, and soars refulgent in the skies again. Midwinter. The next day marks midwinter, half is done, and there is yet another half to run. End of section 2. Recording by Crossandra.
Section 3 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 3. Festival of Carmentis and Juturna. Tithonus quitted, next Aurora sees the double feast, Arcadian mysteries and goddesses' old rites pontifical. Also the nymph Juturna's festival, sister of Turnus, on the campus, thou art worshipped where the virgin waters flow. From whence shall I each rite and cause derive? Who will direct my sails on as they drive through pathless seas? O thou that hast thy name derived from song, let song prolong thy fame. From mighty Arcas the Arcadian earth derived her name, or ere the moon had birth, Evander thence, of birthright fair and good, was yet ennobled by his mother's blood. His sacred mother, whom the god inspires with verse prophetic and ethereal fires. 'Twas she foretold the troubles of the state Arcadian, in words replete with fate. And so they fled, the mother and the son, from lands Arcadian, home Parhassian. The grieving mother said, "My child, weep not, you must with manly spirit bear your lot. 'Tis fate, 'tis God, it is no fault of thine. We from the town are thrust by wrath divine, and not for crime go we to banishment. 'Tis wrong we suffer, and not punishment. The righteous soul in an undaunted breast, unswayed by hope or fear, does its behest. Nor we the first to suffer fortune's blow. Great men before us oft have suffered so. Cadmus was banished from shores Tyrian, and entered, exiled, realms Aeonian. Such wrong the Pagasean Jason bore, such Tydeus, and a crowd of heroes more. The world to a brave man a kingdom is, as air to birds, as unto fishes seas. Winters have end, and troubles must subside. Believe me, child, time brings a better tide. Evander then, his mother for his guide, inspired Carmentis, entered Tiber's tide, entered Hesperia, cut the Tuscan waves, and where the river fords Tarentum laves. There she looked forth, and sparsely scattered there beheld the shepherds' huts. With streaming hair she stood upon the poop, and laid her hand upon the steersman with inspired command, and stretched her right hand o'er the open scene, and stamped her foot on deck with lofty mien, and would have leapt to shore, but that her son Evander her restrained with grasp upon. "Hail and all hail, ye local gods," she cried. "Hail, land of offspring to be deified. Hail, fountains, floods nymphs of the woods and groves, and choirs of naiads. Let us share your loves, my son and I, and let our feet alight upon thy happy soil with omens bright. Am I deceived? Or are these hills to be enclosed with mighty walls, and earth and sea governed from hence hereafter? Even so, mistress of the whole earth, these hills shall grow. Dardanian ships shall gather on these shores, another promised bride, the cause of wars. Pallas, dear grandson mine, depose those arms. Yet why depose? A glorious death hath charms, and conquered Troy, forth from thine ashes rise. Revenge thyself on hearths of enemies. Consume Neptunian Pergamus, consume, and rise again more glorious from thy doom. Pious Aeneas here shall bear his sire, and gods of Ilion and the Vestal fire receive them, Vesta, here. The time will be a man shall rule the world, thy votary himself a god, and guard thy rights and fane. The house of the Augusti shall maintain the guardianship of Rome. 'Tis heaven's decree that they shall hold the reins of destiny. Though one would it refuse, yet may he not, his son and grandson both, decline his lot. Julia Augusta too enshrined shall be. Here shall she hold a new divinity, worshipped to be for evermore with me. Her prescient words descended to our days, as there they stopped and stayed in prophecies. They stepped from deck to shores of Latin land, exiled, but happy exiles on such strand, and straightway rose their domiciles, and none fairer than theirs, Ausonian hills upon. Thither came Hercules, an orbit vast of earth. The hero Claviger had passed, driving his Erytheian herd. They fed upon the mead untended, whilst his head was pillowed 'neath a Tegean dome. At dawning morn, Tirynthius left that home to find 2 bulls were missing from the herd. No traces of the silent theft appeared. Cacus had dragged them backwards to his den. Cacus the shame of Aventine was then, and terror of its groves, infliction dread of neighbours and of strangers, brutal head inhuman, mighty strength and mighty frame, and Mulciber his sire, dread and shame of the Mount Aventine. His home a lair in the huge cavern's deep recesses, where beasts roamed perplexed. A den with human bones and human skulls, hanging on portal stones, and festering with slaughters was the ground. Tirynthius departing thence, the sound of bullock from the subterranean stall arrested him. A signal of recall, and I accept it. So he said, and found the impious cavern hid in woods around. Now Cacus with a rock had barred his den. 5 team of bulls had insufficient been to drag it thence, but not so Hercules. That back that bore the heavens aloft now is set to dislodge its weight, With crashing blow down it fell, betraying crypts below. And Cacus fought with rocks and stumps of trees, Alcides hand to hand, but failing these Recourse he had to his paternal arts And power demoniac. From his inward parts Vomiting fire, you would have deemed Typhoeus had stirred, and Aetna in eruption seen and heard, The whilst Alcides grappled him, and broke With club Trinodyne, amidst fire and smoke The caitiff's head, who falling spread around His fumes and blood and carcass on the ground. The victor sacrificed, O Jupiter, to thee, one rescued bull, Evander there, and habitants invoking, and he willed That they an altar unto him should build, The Ara Maxima, the place upon Which takes its name from Oxon, the which done Evander's mother spoke. The days, she said, of Hercules on earth Were past and sped, and she herself, Goddess and prophetess, blessed by the gods, The Roman race to bless, this day of month Of Janus doth possess. Ides of Janus. Sacred to Jove the Ides of Janus are. The chaste priest slays thereon to Jupiter, A wether semi-male, for on this day The citizens of Rome resumed the sway Of Roman provinces. Augustus then Received instead that title from her men. Regard the waxen busts in marble halls, And read the titles on their pedestals, None like to his. Albeit the victors there Of Africa, Isauria of Apia, Numidia, Crete, Messana, and the town Numantia of high titles of renown. Germania, death and immortality, Gave to thy Drusus, O Germanici. If Caesar sought from conquests won his fame, The wide world must condense into a name. Some celebrated are from trophies won, Torquatus from the Torque, another one From Corvus aiding him, another Great, albeit that title feeble be to mate His measure of achievement, and how poor Were any name to grace his conqueror. No Roman house had grade cognominal Above the Fabii, titled above all, As Maxima for deeds of merit done. But these be human honours, he has one Augustus, shared by him with Jupiter. The temple fanes that consecrated were By priestly hand, and rites that holy be The patres termed Augusta. Augury derived from thence its word, and whatsoe'er By aid divine on earth or in the sphere Jove blesses and augments. Augment, we pray, our chief with years of blessing and of sway. Long may the oaken chaplet shade his door With auspices to the inheritor, To bear the sceptre which his father bore. Kalends of February. Rites of Porrima and Postverta. When the third Titan riseth past the Ides, Again the goddess prophetess presides Over Parrhasian rites. Of yore the dames Boden Carpenter to Ausonian games, Named from Carmenta as I think, but when That honour was forbidden, hating men, The matrons vowed not to parturiate, And slew their offspring in its embryo state. And though the senators such sin reproved, The hated prohibition was removed. Since when 2 Tegean feasts are held For boys and girls, then are all hides expelled Her holy places, nothing that is dead Pollutes her holy hearths. Then let one read in antique lore, then let him hear the priest Enunciate names unknown upon this feast. Porrima and Postverta, whether they Were sisters, O Maenalian nymph, to thee, Or sharers of thy flight. One sings of all that hath befallen, one what will befall, So we believe in verse prophetical. Kalends of February, Temple of Concord. And the next light beams on the candid shrine And marble steps that scale the height divine Moneta of. Concordia from her place, Replaced by holy hands, surveys the Roman race. For Furius, conqueror of Etruria, Had vowed of old to build her temple there, And built it long ago, of slighted laws, Wars and dissensions civic, the first cause. Patres and plebs at variance, too much wealth Imposthume dread of overweening health. Better the second cause, Germania fair entreating thee, with hands and flowing hair, O venerated chief, whilst thou from thence didst the triumphant spoil to us dispense, and to the goddess, well beloved, this shrine. Thy mother it endowed with hand benign, spouse of the Roman Jove and mother of thy line. Kalends of February, Sol in Aquarius. Next to this festival the rising morn sees Phoebus past the bounds of Capricorn and entering Aquarius. Kalends of February, Lyre sets. 7 Orients bright and Lyra vanishes. Kalends of February, Leo's breast sets. One other night and the bright star that beams on Leo's breast sinks in the western deeps, O nights, to rest. Sementivan, seed-sown feasts. 3 times and 4 times have I searched the whole of Fasti Roman, wading through the roll, but failed to find one Sementivan feast. The conscious muse at hand, my doubt released, reminding me these feasts were movable, proclaimed by public voice, and I was dull. The days uncertain, nor the times of mirth. When seed corn is committed to the earth, when oxen stand begarlanded in stall, when the plough furlowed hangs upon the wall, and the cold ground shrinks from another wound, rest to the land and man that tills the ground. O husbandmen, accord, let villages keep holiday, and let the village seers lustrate their bounds with annual rites and cates. Such annual festival propitiates Ceres and Tellus. Then those powers allow your sacrifice of meal and teeming sow. Ceres and Terra in conjunction reign, one finds the seed and one the fruitful plain. Partners in toil, and man, no longer rude, resigns the acorn gland for better food. O goddess, o'erwhelm the colonists with harvests ripe, so may they own your gifts with gratitude. Give growth unto the blade, forbid the nipping frosts and snows to raid. Grant drought for sowing, after harrowing, rain, and banish birds, foes to the golden grain. Let emmets spare until the harvest's o'er, 'twill well repay them and their garnered store. Be smut and mildews thence, and let the plant be neither sickly nor luxuriant. Away with darnel, baneful to man's sight, and sterile wild oats, but let the earth requite with interest the wheat and barley seed, and pulse, or spelt twice to the fire decreed. These votive wishes do I breathe for ye, O colonists. Reciprocate with me these prayers unto the goddesses. For war too long hath prevailed. In days of yore it native was to man, who loved the steed far better than the steer. The hoe to weed and spade to delve he forged into a sword, and harrow to a helmet for its lord. Thanks to the gods and thy benignant reign, war prostrate lies, bound in an iron chain. Our Ceres, daughter and disciple too of gentle peace, O speed the plough anew. Kalends of February, Castor and Pollux, consecration of fane. The 6th of coming Kalends sacred is to heavenly twins, Ledaean deities, 2 other brothers of their race and line, placed by Juturna's Alban lake their shrine. Kalends of February, altar of peace. Altar of peace, my song alights on thee, but 2 days more this month will cease to be. O with trimmed locks entwined with Actian boughs, be present, gentle peace, the world allows thy presence alway, here and everywhere. When foes are wanting, triumphs disappear, and chiefs by thee are graced and glorified, and martial pomp becomes thy grace and pride, and trumpets sound thy triumph. Present here let the whole world regard with love or fear Rome and her sons Enedian. Ye priests smite, let white victims fall upon these feasts, and feed with frankincense the peaceful fires. Then to the gods above waft our desires, to grant joint rule with peace perennial, to peace achieving house imperial. This month is past, with the first section done, I close the chapter of my task begun. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 4. Janus is ended. The year speeds along a second month, and eke a second song. Now let my lowly elegy take wing, and with a broader pinion soar and sing. Sweet elegy, thee did I first invoke in youth, in love, when first my muse awoke. Now I, the self-same seer, would note with thee the calendar, and things that sacred be. Who would have thought, have dreamed, thou wouldst have been the path for me and these? My way to win with weapons I can wield, is what I must. Others in warlike steed and armour trust, others in helmet and the girded sword. Nor am I of such arms as these, my lord. Still, Caesar, will I militate with breast on thy behalf, and mine own soul's behest thy glory and thy fame. Be present now, reward my services with beaming brow, if, sooth to say, foes leisure thee allow. Februarius. Atoning victims to departed souls were Febra called of old. Time onward rolls since our fathers called them, but we trace the meaning still in word and sign and place. Still at the sacrifice the Pontifex asks wool from hands of Flamen or of Rex, by name of Febra, and so the cakes of pulse and salted meal the lictor takes to houses to be purified. So too the bays cut from the holy trees of holy days to deck the temple roofs. And I have seen on such feasts the Flaminica obtain, demanding Febra, a bough of pine. Our hirsute unshorn ancestors in fine called all and everything that purifies our hearts or homes as Febra. From these the month hath appellation. Luperci with thongs of hide the country purify, and deem it Februar. For then the shade in precincts purified, atonement made, will slumber in the tomb. In olden time 'twas thought such rites removed the curse of crime. In Greece it had its rise. Greece so believed that crimes were purged and criminals relieved. So Peleus purged Arctorides, and he from blood of Phocus also was washed free. Acestus by and waves Aemmonian. Aegeus so, too credulous was fain to aid the Phasian dragon borne through air, and on like quest Alcmaeon made repair to Achelous Acarnanian, and said, "Absolve me, a blood-guilty man." O credulous, too credulous to deem that guilt of blood can purged be by a stream. Now understand that Janus was the first of months, and is, that Februar was erst last of the months, with Terminus to share the sacred rite of the concluding year. Janus is first, and holds the portal gate, the last unto the shades we consecrate. In after times the decemvirs reversed the twain, for some good reason unrehearsed. Caelendus Februarius, temple of Sospita consecrated. First in the month was Sospita endowed with altars new. Conterminous she stood, and adjunct to the Phrygian mother's fanes. Where be they now, the votary complains? They perished long ago. The watchful care of our great chief prevents more ruin there. Our holy fanes suffer no more decays. The gods as well as mortals sound thy praise, O founder and refounder of our shrines. May the just gods reward thee, and confines celestial have and hold thee, many years as thou hast given them in sublunary spheres. Lucaria. Now to the grove asylum all Rome goes, where foreign Tiber denizened down flows. Vesta and Jupiter Tonans. Now to the highest citadel they move, to Numa's fane and Capitoline Jove to slay abident. Oft the south winds blow in drizzling rains, or coating earth with snow. Lyra and Leo set. When Titan next in the Hesperian main undoes of steeds Purpurean the reign, Man marvelling shall ask, where is today the lyre that shone so brightly yesterday? And looking for the lyre shall further lack the lion semi-merged unto his back. Delphin sets. And the next night the dolphin that you saw bedecked with stars, he also will withdraw. He or the index was of secret loves, or else he, Lesbian lyre supporting, roves with its great lord. What sea, what shore that doth not know Arion, who of yore arrested running waters with his strains? Oft times the wolf his appetite restrains and spares the lamb. Oft times the hound and hare couch in the self-same shade, the strain to hear. That strain the lioness and hind allures, and bird of Pallas, taciturn, endures the crow loquacious by her side. The dove sits by the hawk, and Cynthia from above hears, and is spellbound, for she deems that strain to be her brother's. Cities of the main Siculian and Ausonian own and claim the lyric numbers and Arion's fame. 'Twas thence returning with his golden hoard, fruit of his art, Arion went on board. Oh, did he fear the wind or fear the wave? Safely the bark denied, the ocean gave, for when the pirate captain and the crew, with drawn swords in their hands, assaulted you, and you demanded, wherefore do ye stand with the drawn sword and not the helm in hand? And said, unwitting what you said, my fate I do not shun, I do not deprecate, but let me take my lyre once more, I pray, and chant a little while. And laughing, they granted the asked delay. He bound his brows, bright as thine, Phoebus, with the laurel boughs. He donned the pallor bright with Tyrian dye, and with his thumb awoke chords bright and high, like to the swans, what time the feathered shaft through the grey temples pierces to the haft. And so he leapt into the azure wave, and there the dolphin with curved back to save arose and him, unwonted freight, received. 'Tis so recorded and 'tis so believed. Sedent he holds the lyre and calms the sea, and pays, with song and strain, his passage fee. The gods beheld that pious deed, and Jove assigned the dolphin a bright seat above. 9 stars are his, and unto him behove. Augustus Caesar, called Pater Patriae, O for a muse of 1,000 trumpet tongue like thine, Maeonides, like thine that sung the great Achilles. For our sacred nones I celebrate in alternating tones, which culminate in grace, my calendar. But than thy muse the subjects higher are. Today of all in all preeminent, O my poor elegy, 'tis evident that I am crazy to impose on thee so great a theme. Heroics these should be. O Pater Patriae, to thee divine, the Roman plebs and curiae assign that appellation, and we further hail thee eques. But in thy wake we sail and gather up the titles thou dost win. The father of the world thou long hast been. Another title dost thou share with Jove, father of man, as he of gods above. O Romule, concede the palm to him who guards thy walls from scathe and harm, which Remus overleapt. Yes, Romule, Tatius, Caenina, Cures fell to thee, but by this chieftain all the world is won, all that the circling sun doth gaze upon. Small was thine empire, universal his, beneath the ether blue all Roman is. Thou didst raid wives, he bids them virtuous be. Crime thou asylumed, crime ejecteth he. Force thy delight was, Caesar's polity. Thy title, lord, his, princeps, disagree. Remus accuses thee, he pardons foes. Thy father thee, to him his father owes the rank that apotheosis bestows. Aquarius rises. And now doth the Idaean boy appear, effunding waters and the nectar rare. Let him who hateth Boreas now be glad. Zephyrs approach with balmiest breezes clad. Ides, 5 days are past, and Lucifer shall shine forth o'er the ocean with a beam benign. Yet be not tricked, 'tis but the warmth of spring, winter departing upon roomy wing. Ides Februarius. Arctophylax rises. In the third Ides the bear's custodier will rise on both his feet and reappear. Callisto, Hamadryad maid, was one of quivered Dian's choir. With hand upon Diana's bow she vowed, "My witness be, thou sacred bow, of vowed virginity." And Cynthia praised and said, "Keep thou that oath and lead my virgin choir." Her plighted troth she would have kept, had she but only been less beautiful. She had no fear of men, she met no wrong from mortals but from Jove. For Phoebe refuged in an ilex grove hot from the chase. Shelter the ilex gave to a deep fountain with an icy wave. "Maid Tegean, let us bathe," she said. Callisto blushed at the wrong title. Maid. "Nymphs, let us bathe," Diana said again, and every nymph ungarmented full fain. Callisto only tarried, aid they lent unsought, and lo, the cause was evident. To whom the goddess, "Child of Lycaon, hence, that perjured art, behold the evidence, pollute not with your body this chaste wave, and quit the choir that you defiled have." 10 times the moon fulfilled her offices, and she who was a maid a mother is, but injured Juno metamorphosed her. Goddess, take heed, the raid of Jupiter she hated and withstood. Juno her face beholds and says, "Now then with leave embrace your minion, Jupiter." And as a bear she haunts the rugged hills, she whilome dear to Jupiter. 3 lustres then rolled by, the child conceived in guilt, grown up a boy, stands by his mother's lair. Entranced she stood and groaned aloud, groans all the mother could. The boy prepared to pierce her with his spear, but both were snatched to the superior sphere where they both shine. As Arctos bright she beams, Arctophylax her following, as it seems. And still she bears her penalty and pain. The hoary Thetis bars her western main, at Juno's quest to bear Menalian. Ides Februarius, feast of Faunus. The fanes of Faunus blaze forth on the Ides, Agrestan Faunus, where the isle divides the rippling waters. The slaughter of the Fabii. And 'twas on this day 306 warlike Fabii fell on the plain of Veii. They assumed alone to guard the city, and resumed their military calling Fabian. Forth from the camp egressed their bands, each man fitted to lead. By the Carmentan gate to Janus on the right hand proximate. Avoid that gate, I say, 'tis ominous. By it 300 of the Fabian house, so fame avers, went forth. Yet free from blame the gate, despite its omen and bad name. With double step they passed Cumera's flood, swollen with wintry rains. Encamped they stood, then sallied with drawn swords on Tyrrhene foes. So, even so, the Libyan lion throws himself upon the flocks, that frighted flee. So fled the Tyrrhenes, and disgracefully received their wounds behind. The earth was red with Tuscan blood when they the Fabii fled. They, when it proved impossible for them to gain by valour, rushed to a stratagem and lay in wait. A cultivated plain, bounded by hills and forests, sylvan reign of mountain beasts. The Tuscan foemen there left flocks and herds and herdsmen as a snare, whilst they in ambush midst the scrub abide. As swollen mountain torrents roll their tide, as snows rush onwards thawed by Zephyrus, so rushed the warriors of the Fabian house, and scorned and scouted at the feeble foe. O gallant warriors, why do ye so? Beware of wiles, beware of treachery, ye generous souls, fraud conquers bravery. Here, there, and everywhere the foeman shows. The plain itself is cumbered with the foes. What can a few against such thousands do? What rescue from such legions for so few? As the wild boar, in forest Laurentine, Scatters with lightning tusk his foes canine, And dies not unavenged, for though he die, He gives and takes the wound alternately. E'en so the house of Fabius. One day saw it sally forth, and one day fall in war. One scion save. Immortal will decreed, One scion of the Herculean seed. Then to survive, a boy of tender age, Too young for battlefield or war to wage, Was left behind. No doubt, O Maxime, The father of a Fabius to be, By prudence and delay the commonwealth to free. Corvus Crater and Hydra rise. Next in position, constellations 3, Corvus and Crater and the Hydra be. Occult upon the Ides, next night they rise, And why conjoined they are, like 3 allies. Now let me sing, not wearisome the tale. Phoebus to Jove prepared a festival. Away, my bird, quoth he, away and bring Me living water from the fountain spring, That naught delay the rites. And Corvus flies, The golden crater in his claws, and spies A fig tree on the way thick set with fruit. Unripe they proved to be. His lord's pursuit Corvus forgot, 'tis said, and bided there, Heedless of duty till they ripened were. Then clutched a hydra in his sable claws, Returning to his lord. " Behold the cause Of my delay," he said. " This snake kept guard Over the living water, and debarred me In the due fulfilment of my task. And dost thou dare to add a lie, and mask Your fault to me, Phoebus Fatidicus ? Unfaithful servant, I reward thee thus. Never, I say, whilst figs be green on tree, Never be cooling waters drunk by thee." Apollo said, and in memorial, Anguis and Avis, Crater, one and all, Since shine above as signs sidereal. Section 5 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 5. Calendae Martii, Lupercalia. The third Aurora, past the Ides, beholds the naked Luperci. Faunus Bicornis holds his festival. From whence did this begin? Sing, O Pierides, its origin. Pan, god of flocks and herds, Arcadia's boast, Arcadian mountains he affecteth most. Bear witness, Pholoe, witness, O, ye waves of Stymphalis, and Ladon swift that braves the breast of ocean, Pines Nonacrian, Calini high, and snows Parrhasian. Pan is the god of herds, the god of mares and guardian of sheep. The shepherd bears to Pan his offering. Evander brought Sylvestrian deities with him, and sought a rustic site, where now the city stands. So came the god Pelasgian to our lands, so came Pelasgic rites. The ancient priest, Flamen Dialis, tended at the feast. Wherefore they run the course, you ask, and why with bodies naked, garments all laid by? So the god loves to chase, e'en so he wills to hunt the beasts upon the rugged hills. Naked himself, he makes his followers go without impediment, and naked too. It is avouched the men Arcadian were tenants of earth, prior to Jupiter, and prior to the moon, but very rude their mode of life, earth's fruits their only food, and trees their shelter, right uncivilized, all arts and comforts unknown and despised. The waters quaffed from hollow of the hand was nectar to them, neither had they land ploughed by the steer, and neither backed they steed, themselves they bore, nor did they fleeces need, the flock unshorn for them. Beneath the sky naked to wintry winds and rains they lie. Memorial of those days of eld, they hold the custom still, relique of manners old. But wherefore Faunus the velamen flees, you fain would ask? The fabled facts are these. Tirynthius with his wife's companions played, and Faunus from a precipice surveyed the fair procession. Gazing, he inflamed. "Ye mountain nymphs and sylphids," he exclaimed, "away, no more of ye, here is my May." With locks all perfumed which abandoned play o'er shoulders beautiful, Maeonius walked the golden canopy beneath, that bulked meridian rays, held in Herculean hand, conspicuous in her bosom's golden band. But when the dewy Hesperus arose, the grove and cave of Bacchus for repose, mist vineyards Tmolian offered them a home, inlaid with rows of shells its pumice dome, before it babbled a pure rivulet. Here then they tarried, here the feast was set. Viands and wine, that while the Lydian maid, Alcides, in velamen hers arrayed, her dainty tunic of Getulian dye, her zome, his frame gigantic on, they tie, unlaced the tunic to admit his hands, and broken the small armlets and their bands. His feet with tiny buskins she enfolds, herself assumes the lion's hide, and holds the hero's club and quiver full of shafts. Accoutred so, they drained their festive draughts, and so to slumber, when they couched their heads upon contiguous, although separate beds, for purely on the morrow rites divine were due unto the giver of the vine. But now 'twas midnight, and I prithee, what is there love unholy dareth not? Shrouded in midnight darkness, Faunus comes, he finds all sleeping. Hope on hope he sums that as the servants so the masters lie. Rashly he enters, groping cautiously. He touched the lion's hide and started back, like to the wayfarer who in the track sees the coiled snake. But soon he tried again, and touched the soft velamen, and full fain clambered the couch upon. His hopes were high, when the Terinthian hero suddenly him smote with hasty elbow to the ground. Awoke Maeonis at the sudden sound, and called her maidens and for lights. They came divulging all. Loud laughed the Lydian dame, whilst Faunus groaned and grovelled on the floor. Alcides laughed, all with laughter roar, deceived by vestures. Thence the god forbade all garments, and his votaries come unclad. That custom was Pelasgic. Now, O Muse, sing me the Latin custom that we use, and let my courser tread his native plain. To Faunus, horny-hoofed, a she-goat slain. A mighty crowd came to the scanty feast. On willow spits the officiating priest transfixed the sacred entrails, when the sun was midmost in the heavens. Stretched upon the earth was Romulus, his brother there, and shepherd swains all naked in the air. They exercised with caestus, dart, and stone, when from his height they heard the warder's tone. Romule, the robbers are on raid, and filch the herds away by stealth," he said. There was no time to arm. Upon the track naked they rushed, and Remus brought them back. Remus returned, the roasted entrails drew From spits, and said, "These are the victor's due." He ate and ate, the Fabii also ate, and Romulus returned, and coming late Found naught but the picked bones. He smiled, but grieved, that Remus and the Fabii had received the honours lost by his Quinctilii. The fame thereof descended, and 'tis why Since then they run ungarmented, because That famous naked raid successful was. And now, methinks, you ask wherefore we call This day and spot by name of Lupercal. The Vestal Ilia, in her uncle's reign, Bare the celestial seeds of mortal strain. He orders them in Tiber to be drowned. What dost thou do? O tyrant, 'twill be found hereafter. One of these is Romulus, bidding performed by servants lachrymous, who bore the twins to the appointed spot, and Albula, name merged, forgotten not, in Tiber, named from Tiberinus drowned, was swollen by wintry floods. These flora round where men now congregate were flooded wide, so also Circus Maximus, thy pride. Hither they came and could advance no more, when one bespoke the burden that they bore. How very like ye are, how beautiful, how full of life, of infant vigour full, if one may draw conclusions from the face. Some god, be sure, was author of your race. And yet a god, with power and will endued, would bring ye aid in need. Your mother would, and if she might, but she hath need of aid, mother and childless, whom one day hath made. Together now in waves of Tiber lie, brothers, together born, together die. He ceased and took them from his breast. They cried as if they knew their fate. The servants sighed and wept as they abandoned them to fate. The hollow ark sustains the living freight of swollen waters. What a freight was there! How much of destiny that wood doth bear! It floats along, by bank of forest brown. The flood subsides, on mud it settles down beneath a tree, the Ficus Romula, its stump now called the Ficus Rumina. Wondrous to say, a she-wolf that had borne her littered whelps came to the twins that morn. Who would believe that she-wolf harmed them not? Who would believe she nurtured them? And what a kinsman's hand had banned, she came to save, with blandishment and tongue to lick and lave. Plainly they sprung from Mars, no fear deters, they drain her dugs, nourished by milk of hers, and so she names the spot, and so we call from her the Luperci and Lupercal, such payment has she for her milk. But now Arcadius makes her claim, I'll tell thee how. Faunus Lycaeus, fane and altar hath Arcadia in. Bride, patient in the path, what dost thou wait for? 'Tis not herb of power, nor prayer, nor incantation for thy bower that can make thee a mother. The right hands and fecund stripes shall break thy sterile bands. For on that day, when cursed with barrenness, the Sabine matron failed with pledge to bless, and Romulus exclaimed, what profits me to captive Sabine wife to married be, if for my raid successful I reap war? Not to be son-in-law were better far. Beneath the Mount Esquilian is a grove sacred to Juno, sister wife of Jove, sacred from felling axe, and thither came in supplication husband, wedded dame, and bent the knee and prayed. When through the grove these accents ran, accents which souls immove to wonderment. Let he-goat access have unto Italian matrons. Their minds wave, until an augur of Hetrurian land, his name now lost in eld, came exiled and here sacrificed a he-goat. At his behests the matrons bared their shoulders, doffed their vests, submitting them to strokes of thongs of hide. And when the 10th month shone in her full pride, the men were fathers, and brides mothers were. Grace to Lucina. Thence that name you bear, named from the grove, unless, O goddess bright, 'tis that you open infant eyes to light, whiche'er it be, spare, O Lucina, spare our gentle brides, and let them safely bear. Uncertain winds. At dawning morning now distrust the winds, no order rules them, and no reason binds. Inconstant and for 6 days all ajar, the prison gates Aeolian open are. Sol in Piscibus. With urn oblique Aquarius now subsides, and Piscis for ethereal steeds provides. Thou and thy brother fish, for ye be twain, shining conjoined in the celestial rain, sustained 'tis said 2 gods your backs upon. Dione, fleeing Typhon, fearfullest son of terror, what time Jupiter assumed arms in defence of heaven, wearied roamed, bearing the young Cupidon at her breast unto Euphrates. There she sate to rest by waters Palestinian. In reedy bed, willows and poplars shading overhead, she lay concealed. But whilst she couched perdue, the grove resounded, and she pallid grew and deemed it was the enemy. She pressed her son unto her bosom and addressed the nymphs for help. Help, two divinities, aid us, O nymphs, she said, by sacred ties, and leapt into the wave. 2 fishes lent them aid, and for reward are constellations made. Nor do the simple Syrians now dare to eat a fish, but worship them in fear. Calendae Martii, Quirinalia. The next light vacant is, the third is named Quirinus from, the synonym far famed of Romulus. Whether from Sabine spear called Curis anciently, for to the sphere celestial he was raised in virtue of his warrior spear, or whether from the love of a Curetan title to bring nigher the Romans and Curetans. For his sire, Armipotent, when that he saw the walls and subjugated tribes, memorials of wars Romulean, in high conclave said, O Jupiter, lo, Rome hath gathered head and needeth not the presence of my son. Restore him to his sire. The other one unhappily is not, and he must stand for Remus and himself. Now give command, e'en as you promised to install my son in seat cerulean. Now let it be done. Jove bowed assent. The Poles the edict knew, and trembling owned, and Atlas bent anew. There is a spot called the Caprean Mere, dispensing justice, Romulus sate there. When fled the solar orb, when darkness black, thunders and storm and lightning rent the rack. The people fled, whilst the Rex sought the stars borne by paternal steeds. But jealous jars infested minds of men, and they accused the Patries of his murder, self-abused, and very surely they had held it so. But Julius Proculus, who chanced to go by night from Alba Longa, lunar light him guiding without torch, before whose sight clouds thundering on the sinister, with fear that checked his footstep and upraised his hair. The gracious Romulus, huger than mortal men, decorous in his Trabeia, who began. Tell the Quirites I prohibit this. This morning soils my apotheosis. Let them burn incense. Let them now adore their god Quirinus. Let them learn the lore of war and arms mavortial. Then in air he vanished, and his words reported were by Proculus to all, and nations twain accepted the report. They reared the fane, surnamed the hill Quirinal, and each year its Quirinalian feast appointed there. The feast of fools and fornicalia. Today is likewise called Fool's Festival. And wherefore so? A reason trivial, but apt suggested is. In days of old land lacked skilled husbandmen. The brave and bold were all usurped by war. Youth cared to throw the warlike spear more than to speed the plough. Absent the lord, neglected was the field, yet broadcast they sowed spelt and reaped the yield, and offered Ceres for her first fruits, meal. Yet even boors make progress towards their weal. They learned to parch their peas, but doing so they gathered ashes, set their huts alow, and played old bogey. So they deified Dame Fornax, praying Fornax to provide heat moderate to parch. The Curio Maximus appoints the Fornicalia, and thus no stated time or season. They regard with vacant eyes the tablets for each ward, hung in the forum, know not whose is whose or which is which. They all at hazard choose, and then to make all right, repeat today, last in the lists their jolly holiday. Calendae Martii, Feralia. And honour to the tombs, appease the shades parental, youths and maids. Place gifts on the cold pyre, not gifts of price. The Stygian powers are not over nice, nor greedy either. Scatter some small fruit, corn steeped in wine, and salt in grain minute. Place on the tumulus thy coronal, with violets plucked, a jar to hold them all. Left in the footway, not that 'tis forbade gifts of more cost, but that with these the shade is satisfied. Add to them prayers and praise and salutations, whilst the altars blaze. This custom good Aeneas introduced into thy lands Latinus. He was used, the worthy author of such rites, to pay gifts annual to his father's shade today. The pious rite descended unto us. But once it happened in times perilous and overpressed by war, we lapsed a day. Nor did it lapse free from impunity. 'Tis said, from such omission by our sires, Rome scorched beneath her own suburban pyres. I hardly think it was so. But 'tis said in silent night the graves sent forth their dead, that wept and wailed through Rome, that phantom hosts swept through the civic ways and Latin coasts. But when the tombs their honours repossessed, the plague was ceased, and the ghosts went to rest. Pending these obsequies, O maidens fair, choose not a spousal day. Let not the spear divide your maiden tresses, light no pine, nor let your mothers hasten rites divine. Away, O Hymenaeus, fires like these are hostile unto thine. Let the divinities flee hence and hide themselves, close temple gates, and burn no incense, light no altar grates. For silent shades and buried bodies roam, and spirits now the offered meats consume. Count backward now, as many days as feet, in this elegiac verse thy lips repeat. So long, nor longer, the Feralia, which close to day to the tombs sacred are. Feast of Dea Muta. See that old crone, albeit not tacit, she performing rites to Tacita, with digits 3, taking 3 grains of incense, which she hides beneath the threshold where the mouse abides. She sits within a circle of mute girls, and with enchanted threads her spindle whirls, whilst 7 black beans she mumbles in her jaw. Amina's head she roasts, sewn up its maw with brazen needle, and estopped with pitch, and wine, but drop by drop, forsooth that which she libates, not she drinks, and so drinks all. And saying, now all mouths inimical and slanderous tongues are stopped, the drunken crone gets up and goes her way. Now all that's known about this silent goddess you shall know, told unto me by old men long ago. That Jupiter with passion unquelled for the nymph Juturna bore, good sooth he bore, wrong mighty for a godhead. She would hide, now in the hazel copse, anon would glide into her native lake, while mighty Jove plained to the Latin nymphs of stream and grove, and sitting midst their choir in dudgeon cries, this sister nymph of yours, what folly lies in such perversity, still to deny and shun my suit, and chief of gods am I. Look ye to this, for granting my desire she serves herself, takes a position higher. And do ye thus, next time the nymph you see basking on the shore, catch her and hold for me. Jove spoke, assent the Tiberinides, and every Nais diva Ilia sees, encouched with her, save one nymph, Lara named, erst Lala called, a word old Almo framed to indicate her failing, chattering. Often and often would her father fling reproaches at her, daughter, hold thy tongue. She held it not, and be it right or wrong, adding advice to shun the river groves, she told Juturna every word of Jove's. Then on she went to Juno, and told her Juturna had enamoured Jupiter. But Jove was very wroth, decreeing she of speech immodest thenceforth mute should be. And further he charged Mercury to lead her to the realm of Manes, silent dead, to be a nymph infernal. Jove's will was done, a grove received them as they journeyed on. Mercurius fell in love, In vain the maid with speechless look of deprecation prayed. Gravid she grew with twins, the Lares they, guardians of urban home and rural way, beneficent and vigilant alway. Calendae Martiae, Charistia, kith and kin. The next day kinsman kind appropriate to the Charistia. Kinsfolk small and great assemble at this feast. 'Tis sweet to turn from tumuli, from the funereal urn, and bid the living hail. 'Tis sweet to count our relatives and reckon their amount in numbers and degrees. Enter the gates, ye kind and good, avaunt ye reprobates. Unnatural son or brother, cruel dame, envious of old age, covetous to claim the undue heritage. Stepdame cruel to daughter-in-law. Ay, and avaunt ye too Tantalidae, Medius, Enos, all who strive for wealth by methods criminal. But offer to the good gods frankincense. Unto Concordia present to dispense benignant gifts, and send the platter round to the twin Lares, robe Gabinian bound. And night approaching, summoning to rest, pour forth the wine unsparingly, the best, and say, effunding it, well may it be with us and thee, O Caesar Optime, and Pater Patriae with us and thee. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Arnie Horton. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 6. 10. Calends Martius Terminalia. Another night, another honored day, to Terminus we Terminalia pay. God, or of wood or stone, whiche'er you be, marking the bounds, you claim divinity. 2 landlords crown thee, one on either side, 2 chaplets offer, and 2 cakes provide. The altar rises, and the peasant dame brings in a broken sherd the fuel flame. The senior chops the wood and piles it high, and pites the branches on land high and dry. And whilst he blows the bark into a low, a boy stands by with canister to throw fruits of the earth 3 times into the flame. His little daughter meantime doth the same, with honeycomb, others the like with wine, and all things else they have to flame consign. Garmented white, strict silence they maintain, so unto Terminus the lamb is slain. Or sucking pig, for pork he scorneth not. The neighbors there assembled on the spot, chanting the praise of Sanctus Terminus. Cities and nations great and populous, save but for you would litigate and jar. You no ambition have, you steadfast are, and firm in your integrity and hold the ancient limit bounds, unbribed by gold. Had Thyrea been so marked in days of old, by Termini 300 brave and bold had been preserved, nor would Aethrides have built the trophy signed by blood of his. Ah me, what patriot blood unduly spilt! What happened when the Capitol was built? When all the gods, yielding to Jove, withdrew, save Terminus, the ancient Tellus, who now shares that fame with Jove. Therefore its roof is pierced that he may see the stars aloof. Since then, O Termine, thou art not free to chop and change about in levity. Where thou art placed remain, lest so it prove thou givest to man what thou deniest to Jove. If plough or harrow hurtle thee, cry out, this land is mine. Friend, mind what you're about. There is a road on the Laurentian plain that mark the limit of the Dardan reign. The 6th stone from the city marks the way, and there a sheep to Terminus we slay.
All nations have their termini, save Rome. The orbs in urbs Romana and our home. 7. Calends Martius, Regifugium, the flight and abdication of the king, which we commemorate today, I sing. Tarquinius was the last held sovereignty over the Roman realm, a warrior he, as mighty as unjust, cities he won, and held or razed. But Gabii was o'erthrown by villainy. 3 sons he had, the youngest of the 3, plainly the offspring of Superbus he, entered by silent night in Gabii, the guard prepared to smite. Smite, said the boy, please them who me have lacerated thus. Please ye my brothers and Tarquinius. 'Twas moonlight, and they looked and saw in truth the wheels upon the shoulders of the youth. They wept and pitied him, nay, asked that he would sojourn with them and their leader be. He cunning, and they unsuspicious fools. He potent, grown sends one of his base tools unto Tarquinius, bidding him to tell the mode and method Gabians to quell. Tarquinius walked within his garden bound, where flowed the rivulet with pleasant sound. Round beds of lilies with his staff the king smote off the highest heads, so answering the secret mission, when the messenger reported this, I understand, my sire. Sextus replied, and straightway havoc made amongst their best and bravest, and betrayed the naked walls of Gabii. But after this occurred a prodigy. At sacrifice the entrails broiling on the fanes were snatched. Thence by a snake an embassy dispatched consulted Phoebus thereupon, who made response oracular. Whoe'er, he said, should kiss his mother first should victor be. All understood that response literally, and rushed to kiss their mothers. Brutus prone fell to the ground. Brutus assumed the tone of folly to escape the insidious snares of dread regality. He the response hears, and kissed his mother earth, whilst all around thought and believed he stumbled to the ground. And Ardea was besieged e'en then by Rome, with tedium of blockade most wearisome. The foemen would not fight, the soldiery, or waste or spend their moments as they may. The young Tarquinians feasted at his board, his friends and comrades he assumed the word, addressing them, this stubborn Ardea here keeps us from patriot gods and spouses dear. I marvel if our partners pine for us, and watchful wake with love solicitous. All burst in wordy praise, each one avows, with wine to aid the virtue of his spouse. When Collatinus rising cried, away, no faith but in the fact, away I say. Night cometh on, to horse, we'll visit home. They saddle and away, and borne to Rome. They sought the regal roofs, no warder's sound. Then challenged at the gate, within they found the dame, the royal dame, with chaplet wreck fallen from the brow and pendant on the neck. Drunken with wine they hurried from the sight, and sought Lucretia by one dim lamp's light. They found her midst her maids, assorting wool, which lay around her couch in baskets full, and saying softly to them, 'Tis full time that this Lucerna's finished, morning's prime. Must see it posted to my lord, so now tell all you know, and all you hear, I trow. Ye hear far more than I. How goes the war? O Ardea hateful, warriors better far than you can muster you detain from home. I know that very soon your fall will come. I should not fear, I should more patience have, but that my dauntless husband is so brave. Ever where war is densest, tremors run thro' my cold veins when wars I dream upon. And tears stood in her eyelids, dropped the thread From out her hand, and dropped her comely head Upon her bosom. Grief you could not blame, So well her face and feelings it became. Wife, dearest wife, behold me. And she sprung Upon her husband's neck, and there she hung, Its sweetest burden. But the regal youth, Enfraught with envy, all devoid of ruth, Burnt with a lover's fires as he viewed The form dependent on her spouse, endued With blushes red and white, with auburn hairs, Beauty all unadorned, drunk in his ears Her sobs and loving words, and Morio e'er knew With sinking soul how they were leal and true. But now the bird, prenuntiate of day, Proclaims the morning, and away, away They post again to camp. But memory Engages Sextus, he hath fallen the prey To feelings uncontrolled. Her voice and mien Live in his mind, all that he had seen, Her needlework, her hair, her faultless face, As the swollen broken billow leaves its trace Upon the surface of the placid sea, So doth his soul disdain the memory Her beauty and her virtue leave behind. And now he meditates in troubled mind To compass her by wrong. Some god, says he, Some god assists the bold. So Gabii we, won by our daring. He girded sword on side, And mounted horse, Collatia threw wide The brazen portal to the regal sun. As day was closing, dear unwitting one, Hostis non hospes entereth thy house, Kindly received as consanguineous. O erring minds of mortals, gladly she Received and entertained her enemy. 'Twas night and darkness utter, when, sweet bride, He, with drawn sword, thy bridal bed beside, Avouched his name, his royalty and will. Tarquinius, I Lucretia, lo, be still. The sword is bared. She had no power to speak, But silent trembled, powerless and weak. So trembleth the poor lamb when she beholds The raiding wolf beleaguering the folds, Nor can resist, nor flee, upon her breast, Where never hand, save one, before had pressed. His hand coerces, but nor prayers nor threats Avail him aught. Infuriate he gets, And swears to slay her and a slave, and swear Caught in the act adulterous they were. The maiden falls thro' fear of loss of fame. Dost thou rejoice, O victor? Dost thou claim Praises for victory thou hast to night Made forfeit of thy regal sovereign right? And morning dawned, and as the dames appear Who mourn for sons at funerals with hair Dishevelled, so she sate, and summoned from The camp her husband and her sire, who come Straight at her summons, and with wondering eyes Asked why and wherefore she did obsequies. She could not speak, she could not make reply, Only she hid her face and heaved the sigh. Her husband and her father soothed until Themselves they caught infection of the ill. 3 times she strove to speak, 3 times she failed, The 4th time with her eyes down bent prevailed. Disgrace unto Tarquinius we owe. Speak out the wrong I must, and will do so. My deep disgrace. And then the woman spoke All that the woman could, when off she broke. She wept and blushed blood red, but undefiled. The spouse asserts the wife, the sire the child. The pardon you would grant me I deny, She said, and with a dagger ruthlessly Smote her own bosom, all her further care To fall with decency, revile the fair And bleeding breast, and at their feet to die. The father and the husband fall and lie Upon the corpse, oblivious unto shame. But Brutus, present there, belied his name, divulging his true soul, the dripping blade. He drew from forth the breast, and raising made Oath, as he thundered, "By thy blood I swear, Blood chaste and noble, by thy presence fair, Thou shalt from henceforth be my deity, And banished hence the race of kings shall be. Down with Tarquinius and his house, too long Have I dissimulated and borne wrong." She turned her failing eyes, now lustreless, But her concussing locks her joy express. "Heroic matron, borne upon thy bier, Rome shed the silent and indignant tear. Before the wound uncovered, haranguing, Was Brutus to Quirites 'gainst the king. Tarquinius fled, the king's last day was come, And consuls thenceforth chosen were in Rome. The swallow's advent. Look, do I see the swallow? Art thou here, True harbinger of spring? Hast thou no fear Of wintry blasts returning? Yet full oft Thou pinest progny, sweet, for zephyrs soft, Whilst Tereus at thy shivering joys aloft." 3. Calends Martius, Equirian Campus Martius. Of this our second month 2 days remain, Only 2 days, and Mars across the plain Urges his steeds in games Equirian, Graced by his presence since those games began. All hail Gradivus, in good time you come, Your month is now at hand, and feast in Rome. Now we touch port, the current month now flees, And when we rehoist sail 'twill be on other seas. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 7. Book 3. Martius. Now doff thine helmet, O Mars Bellici, loose from that casque those locks, and present be. Now you will ask what fellowship there lies 'Twixt Mars and the sweet Muse. The Muse replies, "This month belongs to you, it bears your name. Minerva warlike is, and yet her fame Extends to science. Then let Pallas be Your great example. Do the like as she, Depose the spear, there else is to be done. Unarmed you were when Vestal priestess won, On her was Rome's progenitor begot. When Ilia, Vestal virgin, wherefore not, I prithee speak of this, when to the spring She came at early dawning morn to bring Waters for sacrifice, descended she Deposed the urn from off her head, and so Reposed, opened her bosom to the breeze, And smoothed her locks disordered, and with spirit soothed Sate on the turf, lulled by the sleepy sound Of willows, birds, and waters babbling round, Till sleep crept stealthily upon her, and On either side languid dropped either hand. Mars sees, beholds, desires, and enjoys. By power divine and stealth he barred a noise. She wakes but heavily, Rome's founder lies In embryo in her womb. She fain to rise Doth marvel at such heaviness, but speaks Her thoughts aloud. Or is it slumber breaks, or have I seen a vision ? Brightest beam, too vivid for a vision or a dream, Prove fortunate and good. I stood before The Ilacan flames, the fillet that I wore, The sacred fillet, fell into the flame, And thence 2 palm trees sprung ; yet not the same, For one was greater than the other, and With mighty branches shadowed sea and land, And reared to stars aloft its new born head. And lo, with axe in hand mine uncle sped To hew them down. I quake remembering. But Lupa then and Picus 'gainst the king Aid martial brought, and so the palm trees both Stood all unscathed and flourished in their growth. She spake the vision as she filled the urn, And with step faltering raised it to return. Meanwhile, as Remus grew, Quirinus grew, brethren celestial, till their period drew. 2 little months remained, or ere the god of light his annual pilgrimage had trod, and Sylvia was a mother. The images of Vesta veiled, 'tis said, their virgin eyes. The flames went out, and fanes rocked to and fro, as Vestal maiden felt maternal throe. Unjust Amulius heard, usurper he, robbed from his brother of the sovereignty. Amulius gave commands to drown them both, but back the river waters fled, as loath him to obey, and cast the boys on shore. Who doth not know our legendary lore? The dugs of Lupa, food by Picus brought. Neither may I pass by in silent thought. Faustulus and Laurentia, humble pair, December claims them unto genii dear. At Laurentalia will I sing their praise, Enshrined amidst our chiefest festal days. But now of sons of Mars, 12 years are past, Beneath the golden locks the beard grows fast, And even then their comrades wonted were To bend and bow to sons of Ilia fair. Oft they returned rejoicing from the raid, And brought exulting back the plunder prayed. But when they learnt their origin, they sighed At village fame. 'Twas then Amulius died, Pierced by the sword of Romulus. 'Twas then that Numitor received his realm again. 'Twas then the walls were built, and in his pride Remus o'erleapt them testily and died. And Rome was built, reared her eternal head. And then her father and her founder said, "Thou arbiter of arms, from whom I spring, Proofs are not wanting, good proof will I bring That it is so. It is to thee we owe The first month of the Roman year. Bestow Thy name upon it henceforth, O my sire." The father ratified the son's desire. Well pleased withal, and very true it was, The ancients worshipped Mars in chief, Because war was their study and their chief delight. Athens rejoices in Minerva's might, Diana's worshipped in Minoan Crete. Hypsipylean soil is Vulcan's seat, Sparta and great Mycenae Juno claim. Mount Maenalus of Faunus bruits the fame, And Latium joys in Mars, the god of war, Our pride and power. Prithee now explore the Fasti of our races peregrine. Each numbers Mars his calendar within. With Albans 'tis the 3rd month, so it runs, With the Aricians and Telegons. The 5th Faliscans and Laurentians hold, The Hernicans the 6th, the Sabines bold, Curati and Peligni hold the 4th. Equicoli the 10th month, and so forth. But Romulus decreed his sire to have Due precedence, therefore the name he gave. Nor had our fathers kalends more than 10 Instead of 12. The victors had not then Adopted science from unwarlike Greece. Science at Rome, not sciences of peace. War and the pilum satisfied their souls. Naught knew they of the spheres of heaven, the poles, The Hyads, Pleiads, and the Arctoid twain, Of Cynosura midst the starry train Marked by Sidonians, nor of Helice, Guides to the mariner, nor other stars that be Steered by Greeks, nor of the annual sun Through the 12 signs, nor of career that's run Monthly by lunar steeds. They knew not these, But yet they knew the stars were deities, Yet marked they not them rise and disappear, But watched their standards with religious fear. Standards of straw, and yet respect they had Equal to that now to our eagles paid. Yes, maniples, suspended on a pole, Surnamed manipulars, the men on roll. Therefore indocile spirits lacking guide Made their quinquennial lustres time and tide 10 months too short. 10 months then made a year, 10 lunar revelations, number dear. But wherefore? For 10 fingers we possess, Or that 10 form our units, each excess Shown by addition, or that such periods date The time our gravid dames parturiate. However, Romulus formed companies 10 of 100 each, 10 equities, 10 of Hastati, of the Princeps 10, 10 of Pilani, so with countrymen. Their tribes divided he by like degrees, 10 tribes of Titians, Ramnes, Luceres, and the like period that our widows bear mourning for husbands, he decreed the year. Now mark these proofs I adduce to show Kalends of March were first and ever so. The Flamen then takes down the laurel boughs, to be replaced with new and annual vows. The tree of Phoebus planted is before the portals of the Rex and Curial door. The old bays fall from altars Iliacan, and vestry adorned is seen, and in her secret crypt new fire with flames that burn with renovated strength, from whence I learn the year commenced from hence. I further find worship divine at this tide first assigned Anna Perenna to. I find we chose our annual magistrates until the close. Perfidious Pinae, of your wars from this count 5, we have the month of Quintilis, heading the numbered months. Pompilius, nursed midst field of olives, led to Rome, was first to understand that 2 months wanting were. Whether instructed by Egeria or by the Samian sage who taught the law of the soul's transmigration, this no more did he discover. Faulty still the year, until the subject prompted Caesar's care, who, like a god himself, and father to a godlike race, bethought it not undue to study heaven, or ere he entered in that promised unknown home, there to begin his course uncomprehended. Therefore paid attention to the solar signs, and made his observations duly. To the year, 305 days, he adds a pair of months of 30 each, and 1/4 more. These fractions formed an unit for the score of a full lustrum, that is, of years 4. Kalends Martialis, Matronalia, and Temple of Juno Lucina. If 'tis allowed to seers, allowed to me to question gods, as 'tis averred to be. Tell me, Gradivus, tell me, god of war, this feast of matrons, why do you endure? So I, and to me, Mars unhelmeted, but in his hand a spear, appeared and said, How now, I god of war am summoned here, questioned of peaceful arts. Not in my sphere? 'Tis well, I am contented, I am glad. Pallas Minerva, do not thou be sad. Now toilsome poet of our Latin tides, hear, mark and learn my precepts for your guides. Rome was an infant, but in infancy of promise large of what she was to be. The walls arose, deemed but too spacious then, too narrow now for multitudes of men. Ask you how Romulus was housed of old? The house Romulean thatched with straw behold. He on a bed of stubble sought repose, yet from that bed he to the stars arose. He without father-in-law, alliance none, made his small Roman realm of great renown. Neighbours, forsooth, despised his penury, nor credit would that I his sire could be. To dwell in huts, midst flock and herd to moil, and lord it o'er uncultivated soil. Fowls of the air and wild beasts have their mates, the serpent with its female propagates. But with a Roman none would wed, and all refused alliance matrimonial. I chafed and told to Romulus my mind. Pray not, beseech not, cast prayer to the wind, and trust in arms. I said, to Consus now prepare the festival and pay the vow. Consus will show you what is to be done the day you chant his sacred odes upon. And now the men of Cures chafed, and all their fellow sufferers at that festival. They came in dread hostility, and saw warfare commence betwixt sons and sires-in-law. The war protracted was for many a year, and matrons won by force then mothers were. They met in Juno's fane. Hersilia spoke, My child-in-law, we bear the victor's yoke in common all, but now the time has come that we cannot be pious and be dumb. The battle joins, and now upon which side the gods to be entreated are, decide. For husbands or for fathers? And shall we elect for widowhood or orphancy? My spirit prompts me now to counsel you. And as she counselled, they resolved to do. With loosened hair in mourning weeds arrayed, They sought the field of battle, where displayed The standards were, and trumpets sounding then. The matrons rushed betwixt the ranks of men, And bore their babes with them. Then down they fell With outstretched arms, their little babes as well Shouting in unison with baby pleas Soon as they saw their grandsires. On their knees The mothers fell, and infants held on high, Prompted and taught what names to shout and cry. The warriors' weapons fell, swords cast aside, Lo, they embrace, husband and father, bride and daughter, headstrong combatants embrace and praise the matrons, praise the infant race. The grandsire takes the grandchild in his shield, And, pleasing burthen, bears him from the field. Ebalian mothers thence have paid to me On my first kalends duteous fealty, Either because they rushed to end that war By love and tears, or because Ilia Became a matron by me, matrons hold My holiday and rites. But Hyam's old, he likewise takes departure, Ice and snow melt in the genial sun, now all things grow, The bud, the leaves, the tender shoot, the blade, From earth where it lay hidden, it hath made A way whereby to raise itself in air. The field is fecund, nature's face is fair, The herd rejoicing, 'tis the time for love, The bird rejoicing, vocal is the grove. There now they build their nests, so Latin dames Hail the prolific season with acclaims, Fresh from their hearts maternal. Furthermore This hill Esquilian, it was here of yore The Roman king kept ward, and here again If I remember rightly was the fane Our matrons raised to Juno on that day. I do not know that I have more to say. My mother Juno loves, as you may see, The married dames, therefore they follow me. Bring blossoms then, entwine the locks with flowers, The goddess joys in blossoms and their bowers, And pray and say, Lucina, mother bright, Lucina, mother, make my travail light. Then let the gravid matron lose her hair, And soothe the goddess with a pious prayer. Feast of Ancilia. Who will declare wherefore the Salii bear The shields of Mars, sacred Ancilia rear, And chant Mamurius? Thou unto Dian, dear, Nymph of her grove and lake, Egeria, Wife unto Numa, 'tis thy festival. Come, nymph Egeria, and responsive tell. The lake Arician precinct is with groves, Her shrine religious sanctity approves. Here latent lies Hippolytus, no steeds bore him unto death, here stray or feed. Here stand the sacred thorns whence threads depend, And tablets that avouch their goddess friend. Here often, in redemption of a vow, With torch in hand and chaplet on her brow, The damsel comes. And here of daring hand And fleetest foot the chieftain of the band Reigns, till another slay him. A small jet of water from the rock, Sweet rivulet, oft have I quaffed it, Glides by murmuring. Goddess, by Muses' love, it is thy spring. Egeria, Numa's wife and counsellor, Here bade Quirites' gods and law adore, Denouncing wars, and therefore law was framed, Nor might gave right, and savage natures tamed. Rites holy were religiously observed. It shamed them then to see how far they swerved From civil law. The soul, once truculent at sight of altars, Ceasing to resent, cast on the shrines The salted meal and wine, And the Omnipotent from heights divine In wrath, it seemed, upon the terrene frame Hurled storm and thunderbolt and fire and flame. Trembled the wrecks, terror possessed the rest, Ignoble souls. The goddess them addressed. " Be not dismayed," she said, " you may annul Thunder and lightning, Jove is placable. Make ye atonement, how this wrath to quell, Picus and Faunus, Roman gods, know well. Not without force, though captives must they be, And manacled, ere they will answer ye." The grove of Aventine is dark and drear. Well would ye wot divinity dwelt there. Green was its grassy glade, the moss was wet With waters of perennial rivulet, And that sequestered haunt from fountain brink Faunus and Picus wanted there to drink. And Numa, nymph instructed, sought that haunt and sacrificed his bident to the fount, and ranged the cups of wine, and with his men laid wait within the cavern. Even then the gods Silvestrian came and did not spare to drink their wine their wearied frames to cheer, and sleep ensued, and Numa rushed with bands forth from the cave and manacled their hands. They woke to struggle with their bonds in vain. "Gods of the groves," said Numa, "don't arraign me of impiety nor purpose blame, but tell me how the lightning's leavened flame may be made harmless." Faunus shook his head, and honours beaming on it as he said, "Thou dost demand too much. It is denied gods to divulge what heaven above doth hide. Our power hath limits, gods Agrestan we, and reign o'er mountains. Jupiter hath sway over his weapons. Go inquire of Jove. Alone thou canst not force him from above, but with our aid thou mayst perchance do so." So Faunus said. Picus assents thereto, and adds, "But free us, and I swear by gloomy Styx, Jove shall himself appear coerced by valid spell. That which they did, coercing heaven, be it for ever hid. Chant we of things permitted to be known, and hide what guiltlessly may not be shown. From heaven on high did they elicit thee, O Jupiter. Therefore posterity called thee Elicius. It is well known the forest peaks of Aventine bent down, and the earth sunk oppressed by Jupiter. With rushing blood and heart's unwonted stir King Numa trembled with his hair on end, Too awestruck to ask or comprehend. When sense returned he said, "O king and sire of heavenly gods, of thee do I enquire how the dread lightnings may averted be. If with pure hands I ever worshipped thee, if now my prayer be just and lawful, tell." Jove nods assent, but speaks in parable, and answers him with words equivocal. "Cut off a head," he said. "We will obey. A keeper of my garden will I slay." "A man's," he added, "forelock of his head." "A soul." "A soul's, so be it," Numa said. He laughed and said, "O man of mighty wit, Not to be circumvented, see to it, Propitiate my Fulmina with these. When Cynthius to-morrow morning sees Risen full orbed and round, I Jupiter the certain pledge of empire will confer." Jove spoke and reascended. Thunder loud Wrapped him from Numa worshipping in cloud. And Numa joyfully departed thence. But the Quirites heard with diffidence the tale he told. "You will believe," he said, "or ere another day be past and sped, When Cynthius soars to-morrow, Jupiter the certain pledge of empire will confer." They doubted still, misliking the delay, And lacking faith in an approaching day. With dawning morn, whilst earth was wet with dew, The people to the regal threshold drew. He comes, and sits on throne of maple wood, And round him stand the silent multitude. And Phoebus rose, whilst hopes and fears absorb Their spirits, as they watch the rising orb. And Numa rose and veiled his head with white, And raised his suppliant hands to heaven's height, And uttered thus, "The time is come, confer The pledge of promised empire, Jupiter." Then in full disk in the ethereal blue The glorious god of day emerged to view. God thundered thrice lightened in the clear calm was the sky. O credit what you hear. The fact is true, I say, though wonderful, For parting in the mist the heavens unroll, And whilst the king and people veiled their eyes, A shield poised lightly, falling from the skies, Lights on the ground, and then the shout arose Of Romans to the skies, and Numa chose An unyoked heifer, sacrificed to be, Or ere he raised the gift, the ancile, He named it so, for angle it had none, But mindful that the empire hung upon This ancile, to guard it was his care, He ordered several others similar To baffle thieves and cheat the outward eye. Mamurius, whether blessed by probity Or artist's skill, completed the hard task. Numa, munificent to him, said, "Ask, and have your price. Fear it not, it shall be paid. My faith is known." Mamurius had made arms for the Salii, and had also framed words to be chanted to their leaping famed. Mamurius answered, "Fame to me belong, and let my name close their appointed song." Therefore the priests call on Mamurius, and the reward for art awarded thus. Now should you wish to marry, should you both impatient be and at delay be wroth, be wise, delay it, it will serve you well. Mars moves to strife, and strife should never dwell with husband and with wife. A happier sign and happier omen spousals shall combine. And let the wife of the Dialis now, girded, but with her locks unbraided, go. End of section 7. Section 8 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 8. Piscis Notius sets. On the third night, when Nox her torches rears, of the twin Pisces, Notius disappears. For two there are, their names are ta'en and known, from the two winds, Auster and Aquilon. Arctophylax sets. On the fifth morning, when in crociate hues the wife Tithonian sheds Memnonian dews. Arctophylax, Bootes, if you please, fleeing from sight, sets in the western seas. Vindemeter rises. And Vindemeter rises. Let my song enshrine this star. The story is not long. On Mount Ismarian, Ampelos unshorn, beloved of Bacchus, from embraces born of Satyr and of Nymph. Bacchus divine had given the boy an elm and married vine. 'Tis called now by his name. From thence he fell, plucking the ruddy grapes, and rose to dwell in stars with him, who loved him here so well. Feast of Vesta. When the sixth Phoebus scales Olympus, and urges winged steeds on high, O ye that stand by hoary Vesta's penetralian pyre, I rede you offer to the Ilian fire incense and wine. Titles unnumbered crowd the name of Caesar, but this day avowed his title highest, best and merited, Pontifex Maximus. His hand is spread o'er the eternal fire, pledges twain of sovereignty assumed. When Troy was ta'en, laden therewith, Aeneas, safe and free, walked through the ashes and the enemy. Sprung from Aeneas, the high priest now claims affinity, O Vesta, with you, and ye flames, flames sacred that he fosters, live for aye, and he our prince coevally, I pray. Templum Vejovis. The nones of March are celebrated for the temple of Vejovis, built of yore in front of the two groves, when Romulus fenced his with stone, and said, Come unto us, ye renegades, how base soe'er ye be, and we will give you sanctuary. Ah me, from what base origin we Romans sprung, not to be vaunted surely, no, nor sung. Now that you stumble not at uncouth name, learn who Vejovis is, and whence it came. 'Tis the young Jupiter. Behold his face, 'tis juvenile, he holds of power no trace, no fulmina. The fulmen first he held when he subdued the Titans. Days of eld he was unarmed, but when Mount Ossa blazed first with new fires, when Pelion higher raised soared upon Ossa, and Olympus pressed to deeper depths of earth, by nymphs caressed. The nymphs of Crete, that she-goat by his side, fed him with milk and nursed his infant pride. Now for the name itself. The country dame Vegrandia calls the blighted crop in blame, and Vesca the poor grain. So vi, to wit, means little, poor, so I imagine it, and for young Jove, Vejovis a term fit. Pegasus rises. When sinks the sun and evening stars succeed, Lo, Pegasus, lo, the Gorgonian steed, Medusa's blood shed on the Libyan plain. From thence he sprung, blood sprinkled on his mane. Above the clouds he traversed realms of light, Wings for his feet, but beneath stars his flight. But curbed and reined, he curb and rein disdained, And smote the Aeonian fount, and heaven regained. On 15 stars, refulgent now he springs, In heaven aloft, which erst he sought on wings. Ariadne's crown rises. And next at closing evening thou shalt see The Gnossian crown. Theseian perjury Made her a goddess, and a better spouse. Bacchus divine redeemed the broken vows. Vows Theseus made for labyrinthine clue. Exulting in her spouse, and triumph too, She cried in glee, " His faithlessness is gain ! Oh what a child was I to weep and plain !" But Liber with well braided locks, meantime Returned from conquered Ind, Aeoan clime, With captive maidens many, one of whom, A royal child, caught Bacchus with her bloom. Then Ariadne to the waves and rocks A second time, with all disordered locks, Uttered her plaints, pacing the desert strands. " Hear me again, ye waves, and drink my tears, ye sands. Forsworn and perjured Theseus, I cried then, Forsworn and perjured Bacchus now, men. Let women henceforth put no faith in man. Why ended not my lot where it began ? Why with changed name is it inflicted twice ? fickle Bacchus, why make me your choice ? I then had died, I then had been at rest, Not roaming lonely here with bleeding breast. Bacche, Bacche, lighter than the bine Of floating leaves, thy chaplet of the vine, And hast thou dared before my very eyes To bring a girl my right to compromise ? Where then is faith fled, where thy plighted troth, Where every promise and impassioned oath ? When thou didst rail on Theseus as forsworn, And dost thou not condemn thyself of scorn ? Ah me, ah me ! Must I weep and plain, And iterate my woes ? No, hide my stain, Let it not uttered be, let no one know To say it is my due. Should Theseus so, He would rejoice to be Consort of Bacchus in beguiling me. Doubtless, but thy paramour is fair As I am swarthy hued. Beauty rare of sable Ind, black seductive charms, Away, away, she doth pollute thine arms. Bacchus, awake, prefer no love to hers, Thy faithful wife's, who thine alone prefers. By horns my mother captivated was, And I by thine, Corniger. Because thy love is laudable, let not love prove Injurious to me. Thou didst entreat my love, confessing it a blessing unto thee. Is it wonderful you kindled flame in me, You, fireborn, and from the flame redeemed By hands parental ? Bacchus, I have dreamed of heaven with thee, Of heaven you promised oft, and lo my lot ! Say, is my lot aloft ?" She plained, and Liber listened to each word. He followed her behind and sorrows heard. He clasped her in his arms and dried her tears With kisses as he said, " Up to the spheres My love, my bride, to dwell for ever there. Another name my name henceforward bear, My Libera, thy crown accompany, Which Vulcan gave to Venus, she to thee." He said, converting the 9 gems to fire, They sought the spheres and as 9 stars aspire. EQUIRIA by the Tiber. When Phoebus riseth the 6th time, again Equiria are performed upon the plain, Bounded by Tiber's waters. Should those meads Be flooded by the river, then succeeds The dusty Coelian course for panting steeds. Section 9 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 9. Feast of Anna Perenna. Anna Perenna's genial feast is due upon the Ides of March, held close unto the banks of Tiber flowing from afar. The commons there assembled scattered are upon the herbage, youths and maidens paired. Some lie beneath the blue, but tents are reared and bowers of boughs, and hut of reeds whereon they spread a toga against wind and sun. And there with wine and sunshine they grow warm and pray for a long life, and hold a charm to be in every cyathus they drink, of 1 year's life. They reckon up and think, they mate old Nestor's or Sibylla's years. They chant what they have heard at theatres and beat time with their hands, then rise and prance with uncouth gestures through the mazy dance, and many a maid with unbound flowing hair. And the dance ended, men and women pair. Returning, they pretend to titubate, and the mob hail and call them fortunate. I saw them once just as their pomp began, each merry soul dragging her merry man. Now for the goddess, prithee who was she? The fables differ, no two tales agree. Dido despondent on the funeral pyre, not stronger than her breast's Aenean fire, consumed, inurned and tumulated. Now the marble and the epitaph avow in her own words, posterity to know. Aeneas gave the injury and brand, but Dido fell, cut off by her own hand. Straightway Numidians Libya overwhelm. The more Iarbas seized the vacant realm. Iarbas sat in Dido's seat and cried, "Behold the Hymeneals she denied, behold Elissa's bridal bed mine own." The Tyrians fled, hither and thither flown, like bees without a king. And 3 years sped, 3 years of yellow harvest, vintage red, when Anna was thrust forth. She weeps and flees, but first performs her sister's obsequies. The ashes drank, the unguents, and her tears, and offering, her dedicated hairs. Thrice she pronounced farewell, and 3 times pressed her sister's ashes to her lips and breast. With ship and with companion took her flight, cast on her sister's walls a loving sight. Passed by Corcyra's barren rock and made the fertile isle, which Libyan waves abrade, of Melite. Thither remembering the ancient faith of Battus its rich king did Anna speed. King Battus listened to her tale of sorrow and Queen Dido's woe, and answering and said, "My island is but small, but as it is, 'tis yours." He meant it all, and would have kept his plighted word, but he dreaded Pygmalion's hot hostility. When Sol his revolutions thrice had made, Pygmalion them assailed, and Battus said, "Peaceful am I, not warlike. Flee from hence, your brother comes, and we without defence." And Anna fled at his command again, to tempt the mercies of the stormy main, less cruel than her brother. O'er the sea, near to the rock Crathis, Camere spreads her small plain. They were some 9 slings cast off from the shore, and striking sail and mast, to take to oars, but as the sails they furled, a blast of wind bore on the prow, and hurled the bark again to sea. The land was lost. Again the little bark was tempest tossed, until the very helmsman in despair forewent the rudder to ask help in prayer. For Nissa's head was buried in her breast, she wrapped her tears from eyesight in her vest. And she called Dido happy, happy all, who on dry land bore death and funeral. The ship was wrecked upon shore Laurentine, and crew and vessel swallowed by the brine. Pious Aeneas had assumed the reign of Latium, and conjoined the races twain, and wedded had Lavinia. Unsandaled there he and Achates walked, drew Anna near, but doubted still that she could Anna be. Wherefore to shores of Latium cometh she? "'Tis Anna," shouts Achates. At the name She raised her head and uttered an acclaim. Her sister's base betrayer her beside. What should she do, where flee, and whither hide? The Cythereian hero held his breath, Tears gushed remembering Elissa's death, As he her thoughts divined. "O Anna dear, this land thou treadest on, By this I swear land that thou wottest of, and know'st that fate commanded me my gods to reinstate in this their home. Oftentimes they chid my tardiness at Carthage, yet I did not dream of death. Past credibility is the rash act by which she ceased to be. Tell not the tale, I know it all. We met on Stygian shores. That bleeding bosom yet, that wounded breast, I never can forget. O Anna, Anna, driven to my reign or by intent, or hand of God, remain. How much I owe the lost Elissa to, I never can forget. Much I owe you. Stay and be dear to me. O Anna, stay. She credits him. There was none other way. Hope e'en had left her. Him she followed home. In Tyrian dye she stood beneath the dome. And then Aeneas, midst deep silence, said, My bride Lavinia, entertain this maid. There is good cause that we should grateful be. For in the hour of need she sheltered me. Daughter of Tyre she is, on Libyan lands Empire she holds. As sisters join your hands. Lavinia promises, but hides a wound beneath her bosom, silent and profound of causeless jealousy. But when she sees gifts of great price succeed to promises, she hates with deadliest hatred, and prepares vengeance extreme. To do and die she dares. It was deep night, and Dido steeped in gore, with squalid locks her sister's bed before, stood and ejaculated, Sister, flee, flee this ill-omened roof, flee instantly. Winds banged the doors. She started from the bed, leapt from the window and to fields she fled. Fear made her fearless. With her robe unbound, she fled as flees the deer before the hound. 'Tis thought Numicius Corniger her gave welcome and refuge in his placid wave. They traced her to his banks, and there they found The conscious river ceasing to resound, The sweet Sidonian. Rising, she said thus, I am a nymph of mild Numicius, And latent dwell in stream perennial. Anna Perenna call me. Romans all rejoiced and straightway improvised a feast, And ate and largely drank till daylight ceased. But there are other ones, believe who will, She is the moon, whose months the annum fill. Some deem her Themis, some the Inachian cow, Some child of Atlas and a nymph, that thou, Anna, didst give to Jove his earliest food. Another tale bears truth's similitude. The commons of old days, ere tribunes were, Fled to Mons Sacer, to its apex bare, Where failed their provender, their cereal bread. One Anna of Bovilla, born and bred That suburb in, industrious and poor, With feeble hands made rustic cakes and bore Them daily in her matutinal round. Her aged locks with a light mitre bound, And fed them with hot cakes and saved them so. Peace made, the commons reared a statue to Perenna, for perennaverant were they. One reason more and I will end this lay. Wherefore do our damsels chant and sing Immodest verses, prompted to such thing? Gravidus went to Anna, when that dame Was made a goddess, burning with love's flame. Co-partner of my month, and deified, My coadjutor likewise be, he cried. Behold me, I Gradivus Armifer, Smitten Minerva by, Armifera. Lend thine aid, kind Anna, dear old dame, And make, like our pursuits, our love the same. She promises that she cannot perform, And then deludes the god of passions warm, Declared the goddess willing was to wed, And the glad god prepared the bridal bed. And Anna veiled, and new trimmed as a bride, Was thither led. First thing Gravidus tried Was her to kiss, and roughly her unveiled. He saw the cheat, and passion then prevailed. The diva Anna chuckled at the joke, And Venus into laughter broke At Mars and at Minerva paramours. Therefore it is unseemly jokes and roars Of ribald wit delight our rustic boors. Parricidium, or murder of Julius Caesar. I was about to pass the parricide of our great prince, who pierced by daggers died, but Vesta from her unpolluted shrine bade me record it. He was priest of mine, that sacrilege was sacrilege to me. I bore him thence, and left a shade to be Pierced by their daggers. They smote Caesar's shade. Midst Atria on high his hall is made, And in the Magnum Forum stands his fane. The parricides who dared the deed profane Against the head pontifical are dead. Bear witness, O Philippi, field bespread With bones unburied bleaching on thy plain. Caesar by love and duty bound, was fain By warfare to avenge his father slain. Scorpio partly sets. Next morning when Aurora sheddeth dew, Shall Scorpio depart in part from view. Liberalia. Third from the Ides to Bacchus is assigned. O Bacchae, to thy steer be good and kind. I sing thy feast. I shall not now refer To Semele and bolts of Jupiter. I shall not now sing of parental thigh In which you were matured, nor more will I Potter of Scythia or Sithonia, Conquests or triumphs, inde thurifer. Be Pentheus too unmentioned, and pass thee Lycurgi, madman, render of thy knee. Of Tyrrhenes turned to dolphins, miracles, 'Tis not my cue to sing. My story tells Why crones preside upon thy festival, And offer cates to Romans, great and small. It is recorded, Ganges and the Ind, Subdued by thee, first were first fruits assigned By thee to Jupiter. Incense and cinnamon thou first didst offer him, And broiled upon his altar entrails of a captive bull. And thence from thee and these deducible, Such offerings were named Libamina and Liber, For on hearths poured forth they were. Cakes, for thou lovest all things sweet that be, And honey, 'twas thine own discovery. Bacchus to sandy Hebrus journeyed with His troop of satyrs, 'tis no foolish myth Or tale irreverent, to Rhodope And to Pangaeum flowery went he, Smiting resounding cymbals, at which din Winged insects then unknown came flocking in. Bees were they, following the cymbals' sound, And wheresoe'er they clashed they gathered round. These Liber captured, and in hollow tree Immured, and thus the honeycomb found he. Satyrs and bold Silenus it approve, And tasted, sought it up and down the grove. The old man heard the buzzing in the tree, And spied the comb, but not a word said he. He rode on jauntily upon his ass, Him guiding towards the elm. He did not pass, But stood up on his back and grasped a bough, Grabbing the secret treasures. Doing so, Thousands of hornets issued forth irate, And stung the senior's bald and naked pate. Headlong he fell, and the ass kicked him, sprawled. The satyrs ran to aid him when he bawled, And laughed to see him halting on one knee, With swollen face and pate. And Bacchus, he laughed heartily, And gave him mud to spread Over the swollen face and smarting head. And Father Liber took the honeycombs, From whence our Liber smeared with honey comes. You ask me now wherefore a dame presides. The Bacchantes follow where the Thyrsus guides. And why an old dame? 'Tis her love of wine. Who better estimates than she the vine? And wherefore wreathed with ivy do you ask? Bacchus affects the ivy, easy task To tell the reason why. The ivy spread By nymphs of Nysa saved his infant head, When stepdame Juno's wrath him compassed. Boys endued with the toga virilis. And now, bright Bacchus, I must learn and tell Why they invest upon thy festival Boys with the toga libera. Or is it that still 'twixt boy and man Thou hoverest in constant youth? Or is it this, that thou art pater styled, And fathers thee unto commit their sons? Or for thou Liber art, and with thy vestis libera They start with liberty of action? Days of yore, when that the rustic senators were poor, The plough was left for fasces consular. Hard hands not scorned at then, From near and far to civic games the population drew. Honour to gods, not feasting, was their cue. The vine's discoverer then stood alone, Nor shared with Ceres holiday his own. And when the Tiro virile toga bore, To-day seemed meet for its investiture. O Father Liber, turn if thou think fit Thy gentle horns, and swell my sails of wit. Argiorum Festum. The march unto the Argi, what they were, and who they were, shall in due time appear. To-day and yesterday we journeyed there. Milvus rises. Milvus arising, sloping Arcton too, Child of Lycaon, comes to night in view. What was it gave this bird a seat in heaven? When Saturn from his seat above was driven By Jupiter, he stirred the Titan crew To war with Jove, and claimed from Fates his due. Born of our mother Terra was a bull And serpent joined, a monster notable. Him the three Fates had got into a fix, With triple walls, inexorable Styx. By their advice in gloomy grove him bound, And the lot ran, whoever should be found Of power to give his entrails to the flame. He should coerce the gods. The monster frame Was cloven by an axe of adamant And hand of Briareus. The birds were sent by Jupiter, To thwart the fate decreed, And snatch from flame the entrails, which good deed The Milvus did, and won his starry meed. Minervae captae festum, quinquatria, tubilustrium martis. One day betwixt and comes the festival Minerva of Quinquatria we call, the 5 days' feast. From blood the first is free, for she was born thereon. The following 3 behold on strewn arena, Arms arrayed, the warlike swords which charm the warlike maid. Now boys and girls up and do homage to The goddess Pallas, who instructs them who Do homage unto her. Girls, comb your wool, And wind it off the distaffs that be full. She will instruct you in the warp and woof, And comb compressing tissues far aloof. Worship her full as all, and ye that dye The absorbing fleeces. Worship ye that vie In forming sandals shapely for the foot. Though Tychius, and though Epeius to boot Should lend their aid, he would a cobbler be. Pallas unaiding, and physicians ye, Who by Phoebean aid arrest disease. Soothe ye the goddess, give your tithe of fees. And ye pedagogues that lose your pay, New pupils shall replace those run away. Moulders, engravers, and enamellers, Of arts the goddess, all your crafts are hers. Goddess of song art thou assuredly. If I am worthy, Pallas favour me. The Coryllian mount down sloping to the plain Presents a terrace walk and little fane, Minerva captors, and it was her own From day of birth, cause of the name unknown. We Capitali term a head of wit, Goddess of wit, she well doth merit it. She from her father's caput also sprung, No throes maternal, with her shield unslung. And when subdued, the old Falisci fell, She became captive, as old records tell. She hath a law too that the thief should die Caught in her bands, decapitation by. Whate'er the cause may be, O Pallas shield, With aegis thine are chieftains in the field. And on the last day of Quinquatria, Lustrate the brazen tubes, resounding far, And sacrifice to Mars, the god of war. Sol in Aries. Now may you say as Sol sinks down in peace, Lo, yesterday he won the Phryxian fleece. The cruel stepdame roasted had the grain, And germination seized had on the plain. The herald from the tripod answer sought, And Delphicus responded, response brought. That Helle and young Phryxus must be slain Was false, corrupt the herald as the grain. Famine, the citizens and stepdame, force The king unwilling to such last resource. Phryxus and Helle, hapless victims stood Enwreathed to suffer for the public good. When Nephele their mother floating by Beheld them even so, she stooped from high, Cloud-born on city of the dragon sprung, And carried off her children them among. And for their flight commanded Ares With fleece of gold to bear them o'er the seas. over the narrow straits by Ares borne. Helle with feeble hand let go the horn, and gave her name unto the Hellespont. Her brother almost perished in his want to help his sister, which he might not do. Sister and partner in his peril too. He wept for her as lost, her deified. Helle, thenceforth Ceryllian Neptune's bride, arrived on shore. Was Ares constellized, the golden fleece the Colchian people prized. Equinox. 3 mornings more of the Aeoan light, divided equally are day and night. Feast of Janus, concord, health and peace. 4 dawning mornings more of frost bedewed, Janus must be adored, Concordia wooed, Salus Romana with, and our Pacis sued. Feast of Luna. And lastly Luna, she with rule benign, ordereth the months, the month of Mars hath fine, and she is worshipped on Mount Aventine. End of section 9. Section 10 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 10. Book 4. O Alma, mother of twin loves, I sighed, assist thy seer. Benignly by my side she smiles and says, what wouldest thou with me? Methought thy fancy soared in empyre. What, doth the old wound still palpitate? Ah, goddess, thou dost know my bosom state, I answering said. Laughed at me, beauty's queen, the winds were whilst the while and heaven serene. Or sane or unsane, never, never I have fled thy standards. Thou hast been to me my glorious theme, as thou my passion art. Blameless in early years I bore my part in dreams of fervent love. But now of song the area opens wide, with steeds more strong. I sing our Roman festivals, as well causes as digests of, as records tell, and stars that set and rise. And, O benign, I am thy seer, and this 4th month is thine, thee do I celebrate. She brushed my brow gently with Cytherean myrtle bough, and said, go on and finish then thy task. Inspired I felt, I had no need to ask what inspiration shows, so catch the gale and bound away my bark with swelling sail. If any month, Caesar Germanice, if any Fasti proper be to thee, 'tis April and her feasts. A glorious line of ancestry and facts have marked them thine. For Romulus adopted it as his, when celebrated he his ancestries. To Mars his fiery father gave first place, and willed unto the authoress of his race this 2nd month. From hence he upwards sought, and from the gods his generations brought. Electra from Atlantis. Well knew he King Dardanus had sprung, he knew that she had couched with Jove, thence Erichthonius, and from him Tros, from him Assaracus, then Capys, then Anchises, unto whom did Venus love enraptured grant her bloom and shared the name of parent, and their son pious Aeneas, he who bore upon his shoulders sire and sacra through the flame, whence we arrived at the bright beaming name Iulus of, through whom the Julian house descends from Teucrians. Then Postumus, who, for that he was born the woods among, the Latins surnamed Silvius, whence sprung Latinus, Alba, Capys, Calpatus, and Tiberinus drowned reported thus in Tuscan flood, though son and grandson he Agrippa lived, and Rimulus to see who fell by thunderbolt. Then Aventinus came, from whom Mount Aventine derives her name. then Procus, and then Numitor the sire of Lausus and of Ilia, Amulius dire, their uncle and his brother, by whose steel was Numitor deposed and Lausus fell. And Ilia, compressed by Mars, brought forth Quirinus thee, and Remus at one birth. Quirinus I asserted that he sprung from Mars and Venus, and that fact his tongue avouched to be, his deeds corroborate. Therefore he also willed to consecrate 2 months unto his parents twain, to be witness and record to posterity. But I opine this month derived its name from ocean foam from whence the goddess came, and Aphrodite, Aphros from, to wit a Grecian root, be not amazed at it. Italian land was Magna Graecia, when Evander with his fleet and countrymen came hither. Also when Alcides came. Greece has to both indisputable claim. The Claviger depastured Aventine, and drank of Albula the herd of kine. Ulysses too, as Laestrygons avouch, as witness too, Circaean shores and couch. And Telegon, their son, who with a band Argolican built Tiber on this land. Halesus also Agamemnon's son took refuge here, and founded hereupon our race Faliscan. Antenor you may add, Troy's peace persuader, and great Diomed, Aenides in the realm Apulian, and after these the great Aeneas, fain with gods and Dardan men to refuge too, and Solymus from Phrygian Ida, who built Sulmo. Cold Sulmo, native land, Germanice, how distant 'tis from Scythia and from me. And therefore, but peace, peace, my plaintive muse, nor with our tears our sacred song abuse. What will not envy think and say? There are, O Venus, who begrudge and would debar your claim unto this month, who say forsooth, aperient is the springtide in her youth. Then frosts depart, and then the earth displays her genial nature in apertae days. The month she made especially her own, though every month is hers, not this alone. She owns the circling year, no deity holds with her equal sway and sovereignty. She rules the heaven and earth, and native sea, and their inhabitants. Was it not she created all the gods? It tedious were to name them now. She furnished earth and air with grass and trees, assuaged our savage life, and joined in bliss connubial man and wife. What else, save gentle love, caused birds to pair, and flocks and herds their pasturage to share? Ram butts at ram, but spares the gentle ewes, and the bull fondles when the heifer lows. With the like love she fills the ocean full, with tribes of teeming fish innumerable. She rescued man from savageness, she taught him decencies of dress, to make his court to maiden in the midnight serenade, and through barred doors to win the frigid maid. To touch her heart she gave him eloquence, and made him plead with passionate pretence. 1,000 arts that dormant were within his breast, to charm the eye and ear, she brings to light to please and win the fair. And doth, I ask, a mortal man deny her right divine? Far, far such madness be from me and mine. It is her right divine spread o'er the world in many a fane and shrine, installs her here in our city Rome. For Troy, O Roman, thine ancestral home, she battled and she bled and groaned with pain. She conquered her celestial sisters twain by judgment of a Trojan. That is what those goddesses offended forgave not. And daughter to Assaracus was she. Doubtless that she in future times should be the Julian ancestress of Caesar's house. Like to herself, her month is beauteous. Lovely is springtide, unto Venus meet. The earth is garmented with blossoms sweet. Corn breaks the clod, the bud bursts on the bough, and Venus beautiful doth follow now Mars her beloved. The gilded vessels sweep on her maternal waters, o'er the deep. They urge their way, and on blue billows leap. Venus with flowers and myrtle celebrated. Rightly, O Latin mother, Latin bride, and ye to whom the fillet is denied and garments sweeping train, O rightly ye adore the goddess. From her neck untie, her marble neck, the jewels and the chain. Lustrate the goddess, and restore again the golden necklace when the neck is dry, with chaplets and fresh rose. And damsels, ask ye why you wear the myrtle coronal in Bath? A cause there is, the satyrs crossed her path, unmannered set, whilst she, fresh from the sea, was drying her wet hair. A myrtle tree with friendly shade hid her from wanton view, which to commemorate is bidden you. Fortuna virilis celebrated, Verticordia. And to Fortuna, named Virilis, why offer ye frankincense, where stagnant lie hot springs of water, where you nude appear with imperfections naked shown and bare? Fortuna, named Virilis, undertakes to hide them from your own and husband's sakes. Offer with incense, poppies, honeycomb. Them Venus ate of when she was led home by her enraptured spouse. Omit not prayers, beauty, fair fame and modesty are hers to grant or to deny. And sooth to say the female fame of Rome was frailty, fallen from days of eld. Therefore the men consulted the Cumaean Sibyl, when she ordered them to build another fane to Venus, who would turn their hearts again. Benign and beautiful, O bend thy face upon our maidens of Aenean race, and stablish them in virtue as in grace. Scorpio sets, and whilst I speaking am, the scorpion wets his dreadful tail in waters green, and sets. Pleiades set. When night has fled and rosy morning breaks, and feathered tribes sing upon dew-dropped brakes, the traveller then extinguishing his torch, and rustic now emerging from his porch, the Pleiades the shoulders broad relieve of Atlas their great sire. We believe them 7 to be, but only 6 now shine. Either that only 6 shed beds divine as Sterope with Mars, Halcyone, Sileno, and, with monarch of the sea, Maia, Electra, and Taygete, with Jove on high, and lastly Merope, married immortal. Thou, O Sisyphe, and she repenting it, now lies concealed hiding her shame, or, as 'tis also held, Electra 'tis, who shaded her own eyes from sight of Troy, where it in ruin lies. Megalesia, or the Great Mother's Feast. Thrice do the spheres revolve in ceaseless round, thrice Titan yoke his coursers, when the sound of Berecynthian flutes and horns arrest the ear, with the Idaean Mother's Feast. The semi-males bethump the hollow drums, and cymbals ring again betwixt their thumbs, and borne through streets on necks effeminate, with noisiest clamour they exululate. The theatre resounds, the play attends. Come, ye Quirites, litigation ends. Come to the spectacle. Ah me, how shall I write? Sounds that terrific be, these noisy tubes and cymbals questioning ban. Send goddess, mother Cybelean, thy learned daughters, the sweet muses here me to instruct. The goddess hears my prayer and sends the sisters. Maids of Helicon, sent by the mother to tend me upon, say why the goddess loves this horrid noise. And Erato replies, Eros alloys her maiden name, so unto her befell the Cytherean month. The oracle to Saturn said, Best of kings, from thy hand thy son will strike the sceptre of command. So Saturn feared his offspring, and entombed them in his bowels, one by one consumed. And Rhea to her husband oft complained, that bearing often, childless she remained. Then Jupiter was born. Now question not the fact I say, but credit it as what Antiquity avouches. Concealing a wrapped stone a napkin in, old Saturn gulped it down. So was the father conquered by the fates. And high and mighty Ida tinitates to drown the infant's cries, which club and helm and hollow shield resound to overwhelm, in Corybantine and Curetan hands. So Saturn was deceived, and yearly bands of votaries do the like, though now they wield the drum and cymbal for the helm and shield, and the pipe plays its ancient Phrygian note. She paused, I questioned on. Say, what denote the lions her attending, savage race bearing the yoke, so strangely out of place? Responded she, she tamed the savage brood, yoked to the car they show their better mood. Now tell me why and wherefore on her head the goddess bears a crown all turreted. Did she enter first a Phrygian town? Aye, nodded Erato. Now hand we down, I said, the cause wherefore they mutilate madly themselves. The cause of this relate. Of Phrygian Attis Erato then told, whose love unsensual won the goddess cold. The turret crowned, him she desired to be priest of her temple. Live in chastity now and forever, boy, he promises. He plights his word and faith, and further says, if Venus overcome me, if I lie, my first sin prove my last. Overcome by the river nymph Sagaritis, in wrath, Cybele vengeance took. Wounded she hath to death the tree fraught with the Naiad's fate, and so she died. Attis thereat irate went mad, believing the roof tree would fall and crush the bridal bed. He fled the hall for peak of Dindymus, with shout and cry, down with the torches, scourges, whips away. Away ye goddesses, Palestinates. With a flint knife himself he mutilates, and fouled his hairs in dust, whilst still his cry, perish the members vile by which I die, blood expiate my sin, I sinful am, perish the guilty members which me damn. And so he raised them off, nor left a sign to tell he was a man. This rage condign became the precedent, her ministers with tossing locks emasculate their freres. So the Aeonian Caemoni spoke the cause of this defect. I silence broke to ask again, guide of my record, tell whence doth the goddess come, or doth she dwell native in Rome? The ready muse replied, the Magna Mater best loved to reside on Dindymus, upon Cybele, or on many-fountained Ida, or the shore of mighty Ilion, until the day Aeneas with the Trojans sailed away, transporting gods to Italy. She then to follow in their wake was very fain, but might not do so. Them she followed had to Latin shores, but that the fates forbade. But when Rome rich and powerful had seen 5 centuries, and stood confessed the queen of the submissive world, her priest descries this verse midst the Cumaean prophesies. The mother is not here, Roman of thee do I require her, let chastity lead her up hither. The fathers were perplexed and pottered over the ambiguous text. Who was the absent mother? Who and where? Paean consulted, answered very clear. The mother of the gods. Go seek her on Mount Ida. The senators are gone to ask of Attalus the Phrygian king, and he refused. Of miracles I sing. Earth murmured and earth shook. The goddess spoke. Thus from her holy crypt the accents broke. I willed it thus to be. Away, away to Rome, for God's fittest locality. He trembled, but replied, depart to Rome, we lose you not, we Phrygians are from whom Romans descend. In Rome thou still art mine. Forthwith from Ida falls the forest pine. The pious Phrygian felled them when he fled. 1,000 hands coerce, the goddess led to the high poop sails in the painted bark. Safely she bounds over the waters dark of her own son, through Helle speeds away, Veritum's headland by Sigeum's bay. by Tenedos, by Etonian Thebes, by Lesbos, by the Satyred Cyclades, by Charistean sands, and o'er the main, now named from Icarus, Icarian, by Crete and waters Pelopaidan, on left and right, Cythera sacred reign of Cytherea, by Trinacrian seas where Brontes, Steropes, Acmonides quench liquid steel in brine, by Afra's main, and to the far left the Sardoan reign, unto Ausonia at Ostia where Tiber debouches double-channelled there to flow in freedom. Eques, senators and commons rush to the Etruscan shores, matrons and brides and daughters, and the choir of virgin maids that tend the sacred fire, and men who at the taut rope tug and strain. For when the vessel entered from the main, in time of drought upon the stranger flood, the bark o'erburthened, settled on the mud. In vain encouraging with voice and hands, they tugged and strained, the pine Idaean stands immovable, like island in the sea. Men saw and shuddered at the prodigy. Now Claudia Quinta of the Clausan race, whom beauty and whom birth combined to grace, she chased withal, albeit slander's tongue and man's credulity had done her wrong. Her dress and plaited locks conduced to it, but more than both, her speech of biting wit, hateful to old men, strong in innocence, laughing to scorn their scandal of offence. Man prone to think that woman is in fault, she, when the troop of matrons made a halt, stepped them before. Pure waters then she took from Tiber's stream, cast up to heaven her look, thrice lustrating, all deemed her mad to be. Before the goddess then she bent the knee, and with fixed gaze and unbound flowing hair, "Mother of gods," said she, "receive my prayer. I am accused, averred unchaste to be. Contented I, if thou condemnest me, to own it and to die. Now do thy part, goddess of chastity, my judge thou art. Absolve me or condemn. At thy command, if innocent, let this obey my hand." She said, and with small hand the rope she drew. I speak of marvels, but of marvels true. Your stage attests it still. The mother moved, her followed, and by following her approved. Midst shouts of joy and gladness, on they go by the left stream, to Tiber's mouths, called so from days of old. Night came, and to an oak they bound the bark, and when the morning broke it they unbound, and burnt their frankincense, and offered there as type of innocence a heifer hostage, unyoked and unwed, which fell before the vessel garlanded. Bright Almo joins the Tiber, and resigns to him his name, and where he Tiber joins they stopped, and in his purple garb the priest in Almo's waters lustrated the guest. Men uttering their alala, and the clang of cymbals, drums, and trumpets rose and rang. Claudia, absolved by voice divine, presides, and walks in front. The goddess mother rides, floundering through roads of roses, on a wain on high enthroned, and drawn by oxen twain. Enters the gate Capena, Scipio there attendant her upon. Yon temple fair is built to her, but its restorator Augustus is, Metellus was of yore. Seized Erato, awaiting question more. "Tell me," I said, "why gather we her store in little stips?" It was the Roman as, given by all, contributed the brass, with which Metellus first restored the shrine. So still we gather stips of smallest coin. "Why do we all give dinners and dine out, and rush to public feasts with rabble rout?" So Berecynthia altered her abode, and still good omens followed as she rode. The Megalesian games, wherefore do they precede all other games in Rome, now say? She mother is of all the gods, and all yield her precedence at each festival. Why Galli call her mutilated band, and Gaul far distant from the Phrygian land? Betwixt Cybele and Leni flows A stream of water, madness which bestows. Gallus by name, who drinks thereof goes mad. To all who would be sane, it is forbad To drink thereof. Avoid it, lass and lad. O Muse, one question more, and I have done. We place a salad of small herbs upon the table of the Domina. Is there some ancient cause for that ? It seemeth queer. There is. The ancients lived in olden time On milk and herbs, when earth was in its prime. Herbs and white cheeses recognized as food Of pristine days. The mother still holds good. Fortuna Publica. When Luna stables next her milk-white steeds, And bright Palanteus to the spheres succeeds, One standing here on the Quirinal hill, And thinking o'er past history, says still, Fortuna Publica, installed to day, For victory vouchsafed us formerly. Juba conquered, Libra sets, reign. 3 mornings more, and there are games. I sate spectator there. A senior prone to prate Sat next to me and said, " To day, Caesar beat Juba, 'twas in Libya. Caesar my leader was, in Caesar's time They made me tribune. I served under him. My military rank gives me this seat. You sit in right of your decemvirate." Here peppered down a storm and stopped his tongue. For Libra in the skies suspended hung. Orion sets. But ere the last day of the games be past, Sword-girt Orion sets in ocean vast. Section 11. Of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translation by John Benson Rose. Section 11. Serial Games. When Eos next o'er Roma victrix soars, the circus will be thronged. A crowd adores the god in pomp procession. There the steed vies for the palm, rivalling the winds in speed. The games of Ceres. There is no need to tell Why we rejoice for bounties known so well. Earth's earliest fruits, vouchsafed to mortals rude, Were grass and herbs, the land's spontaneous food. Then acorn glands, the oak supplied the feast, Sumptuous repast and shared by man and beast. Till Ceres first with bounteous goodness sent Than acorn glands a better aliment. She tamed the bull and forced him to the yoke, And in the broken furrow daylight broke. Brass was then used, for the chalybeate store Was hidden then, would now and evermore It hidden were, for Ceres peace approves. Pray, O Coloni, for the peace she loves. For peace and Caesar, all perpetual. Now one and all come to her festival, Bring meal and salt and incense, cast them on Her ancient altars. Have you incense none, Then light the torch of pine, she doth not care. The goddess loves the pure and not the rare. And ye, girt ministers, remove the knife From neck of toiling ox, take not his life. Let the ox plough, go sacrifice the swine. For labour and its fruits are gifts divine. Now time and place demand that I should sing Of the rapt virgin. Haply I may bring Some novel points unto the tale oft told. Trinacria thrusts 3 promontories bold Into the ocean wave, and thence her name, Dear unto Ceres 'tis. There doth she claim Cities and realms. There fertile Henna soars. There frigid Arethusa to her shores Called the celestial matrons to the feast. The goddess mother, golden haired, came pressed, And with her brings her child Proserpina, With naked foot ; with her the maidens are. With virgin choir attendant, did she roam Sicilian meads, with heart unburdensome. There lies a shady vale with waterfall. where flowers abundant are, of colours all diversified, with tints innumerable. "Come, sisters, come, and fill your bosoms full," the raptured girl exclaimed. "Oh, come with me." The simple plunder filled their souls with glee. Unceasingly, unweariedly they toil, and heap the calathum of osier coil. One crams her lap, another loads her vest, kingcups and violets, of scent the best. They pick the poppy and the hyacinth, the thyme, the rosemary and amaranth, the melilote, the white rose and the red, and many a nameless blossom there bespread. She gathers crocus and the lily pale, and wanders deeper, deeper in the vale. And from her young companions far ahead, her uncle spied her unaccompanied, and bore her off in his cerulean car to his own realms. "Yo, carissima! O mother mine, behold me borne away!" Dis cleft the earth and oped a downward way. The maiden shrieked and tore her maiden vest. The steeds down plunged, by light of day distressed. The choir of girls with laden canister cried, "O Persephone, come here, come here!" But none replied, and then the mountain rang to their complaints, and hands and bosoms clang, and Ceres hears the plaint, and now she stands upon Mount Henna, now she clasps her hands and rushing on, distracted by her woe. "My daughter, O my daughter, where art thou?" So rush, they say, Thracian Maenads, with her hair unbound and frantic. So one sees the heifer for her lost calf stray and low. So Ceres seeks her child, so, even so. She follows and she plains. From Henna's height her search began. The maiden's footsteps light she sees and knows the tracks, and might have found the maiden by that clue, but that the ground had trodden been by swine. With wanderings vast, Leontinon, Amenana she passed, and verdant Achis, and dark Cyane, and gentle Aurapus, and Gela, thee, fearful with whirlpools. Then Ortygia, and Pantagias passed, and Megara, Symaethus, and, on ocean slumbering, and caves Cyclopean, where the anvils ring, black with fume and fire, and Zancles bar, so called from the curved folk, and Hymera, and Didymus, and Aquagenta, and Tauromanus, and Mela, pleasant land, feeding the sacred oxen, by Camarina's bay, by Thapsus' isle, and Tempe, through which stray waves of Helorus, and Eryx to the blast of Zephyrus exposed. Explored she last the promontories three, Peloron and the Lilybaean and Pacinon strand. Still as she goes she weeps, like to the strains of Philomel for Itys lost she plains, still calls, "Persephone," and "Daughter mine," and then, "My daughter dear, my Proserpine," but neither heard the other. Ceres plained, so did Persephone, but naught attained to either ear. Yet if the mother met a boor or shepherd swain, one question set she had for all, "Say, has a girl passed by?" And night came on in darkest panoply, the very watchdogs slept. Mount Aetna lies upon Typhoeus, when he strives to rise he breatheth flame forth from the ardent ground. There did she light her torches, pines she found and lighted them, which we commemorate with blazing pine torch when we celebrate her festival. There is a cavern lone, dreaded by man and beast, of pumice stone. Thither she came and stood, and joined the snakes unto the car, and then her journey takes across the seas, and never wets a wheel. The Syrtes over, o'er Charybdis fell, o'er the Nisaean dogs, the seaman's dread, the Adriatic o'er, to Corinth head of the Gulfs twain, and to the ports that are the pride and boast of stony Attica. And here she rested sitting on a stone by name of Trist, since to the Cecropians known. And there, 'neath storm and sun and lunar ray, all motionless she sat for many a day. Chance giveth fate unto localities, where Ceres sat, and where Eleusis is, the homestead of old Celeus was, and farm. Acorns and arbute berries, and the holm in faggots for the fire, home he bore. his little daughter drove 2 goats, no more, home from the crag. His little son in bed was lying sick. "Mother," the damsel said. The goddess started at the word and tone. "What dost thou here on the mountain lone, sitting upon cold rock?" The senior stayed his step, though laden heavily, and prayed her to take refuge. "Come unto my cot, though poor it be." But she assented not, but sate and with a mitre bound her hair, like an old dame. Again he spoke her fair, and she replied, "Oh, mayst thou happy be, and father of a daughter, unlike me. My child is lost, for daughter lost I pine. Thy lot is happy, happier far than mine." And then she dropped what seemed a mortal tear. Immortals weep not, 'twas of crystal clear that warmed upon her breast. The mortals wept, the old man and the girl, their tears down leapt. As he replied, "I hope that thou mayst find thy daughter lost. Arise and be resigned, come to my cottage now." And Ceres said, "Lead on, I follow, thou hast conquered," and rose and left the stone. And as they went, unto his woes the senior gave vent, and told of his sick son, his weary plight, unslumbering the livelong day and night. Or saluting the Penates poor, she gathered poppies growing by the door. 'Tis added that, in mood oblivious, she tasted then the juice somniferous, incautiously, and broke her lengthened fast. Since when it happens, when the day is past and stars appear, her Mystae do the same, and break their fast at night. The goddess dame then crossed the threshold, and within the door sorrow and woe and the child given o'er. The mother mistress, Metanira styled, she first salutes, then deigned to kiss the child, and from her kiss celestial strength he drew, and pallor fled, and vigour sprung anew. And all the house rejoiced, that is to say, the parents and the girl, no more were they. Then came their supper, homely as their home, of curds and whey, and fruits and honeycomb. But Alma Ceres fasted. Poppy heads somniferous into warm milk she sheds, and gives the boy to drink. At midnight deep she took Triptolemus, midst placid sleep, into her bosom. 3 times did she sign with her hand, and chanted verses 3, verses it were unholy to repeat. Then with the ashes glowing with red heat she covered him, that fire might purge away his common burden of mortality. The mother woke, pious but inscient too, and madly cried, "What is that you do?" and snatched him from the ashes. Ceres said, "Though kindly meant, unkindly hast thou sped. Maternal hands have counteracted mine, and mortal fears annulled my love divine. Mortal must he remain, yet shall he be the first to plough and sow and bear away the harvest of the lands of husbandry." She said, and in a cloud she disappeared. The dragon car on dragon wings upreared, borne through the air aloft, past Sunium's steep, past the Piraean port, Aegean deep, beholding all the scattered Cyclades, past the Ionian and Icarian seas. The Hellespont she passed, towns Asian, she passed Arabia's incense-burning plain, India and Libya and Meroe, and land of drought unto the western sea Hesperian, where rush into the main Rhenus and Rhodanus and Padus, reign of Father Tiber, future sovereign. Where am I? Where? In fine, there was no spot of earth inhabited that she searched not. Then soared to heaven above, to stars that roll exempt immersion from, in northern pole. Parrhasian constellations, ye that know all things that be, that never sink below the ocean wave, tell unto wretched me, where is my child, my lost Persephone? And Helice replied, blame not the night, the deed was done beneath the solar light. Demand of Sol, day's monarch overhead. away she visits Sol, who answering said, "O labour not in vain. The bride she is, queen of tripartite empire and of Dis, brother to Jupiter." Again she stands before the thunderer's throne with clasped hands, woe stamped upon her brow. To him she said, "If thou rememberest our bridal bed and child Persephone, then wilt thou share my misery and my maternal care. I sought and I have found the ravisher, I know the robber who possesses her. Say, is a base marauder bridegroom meet for my Persephone? Is such a feat becoming us or her, such deed of scorn? What more, I ask, what more could I have borne, had Gyges been victorious, captive I, and you who hold the sceptre here on high, and see her borne away complacently? Let Pluto make amends to you and me, let him restore her, let him make amends." But Jove excuses Pluto, and defends on plea of love. "Now in good faith," quoth he, "Dis is no son-in-law to flout. In three the world divided was, he hath his reign Chaotic, as I here sit sovereign, and as our other brother rules the sea. But if you are resolved immutably, I say if you immutably resolve These bonds to break, this marriage to dissolve, It may be done. It may be done if she Have never broken fast below, then he Must her resign. If broken, she is bound." Caducifer dispatched the truth to sound, Stooped unto Tartarus, as quick as thought Thither he went, and thence the answer brought. The bride had broken fast. Persephone of Punic apple grains had eaten 3, and broken fast. Again disconsolate, as when she lost her first, the mother sate and cowered in grief, nor did forgetfulness or passing time assuage her deep distress. "Then I renounce the skies," she said, "command the jaws Taenarian to receive me." And she would have quitted heaven, had not Jove made compact that her child 6 months above should annually pass days. Then, comforted, Ceres replaced wheat garlands on her head. Then yellow harvests reassumed the plain, and garnered hoards burst with the golden grain. Ceres affects the white garments don upon her feasts, dyed garments will she none. Temples of Jupiter Victor and Liberty. Jupiter Victor claims these April Ides, his dedicated temple here abides, and on this day did Liberty, most dear To Latin men, fix constant atria here. Caesar Victor at Mutina. On the next morning seamen quit the wave For haven safe, west wind and hail will rave. It may or may not be it as may, Caesar amidst such storm of hail to day Won Mutina and beat Mark Antony. Forticidia. Third of these Ides of Venus with the morn, Pontifices, a gravid cow adorned For sacrifice. Forda, ferendo, from we name The gravid kine, and in the womb The embryo fetus too derives that name. Cattle are pregnant now, and earth the same. To pregnant earth is pregnant victim meet. Part falls in arks of Jove. Twice 10 of neat fall in the curiae. Gore flows in a wave. But when the ministry attendant have The embryo disembowelled, and the flame Hath burnt the crackling entrails, then the dame, The oldest vestal maid, shall burn the beast, The embryo calf, to ashes, for the feast Of Pales, wherewithal to purify The populace. For in the days gone by, in Numa's reign, Man's labour was in vain, no yellow harvest waved Upon the plain. Earth grieved, and cheated too the husbandman. Sometimes the drought, and sometimes rain, Would ban his rising crops. Sometimes the tender blade Was blasted in the bud, or wild oat's shade, And cattle cast their young, or else the lamb Cost life to the parturiating dam. Herds and flocks failed. Behold, an ancient wood Inviolate by steel had ever stood, For sacred 'twas unto Maenalian Pan. Here in the depth of night did slumbering man Seek and receive responses. Numa brought His victims there ; he too its response sought. Thither in sacrifice he brought 2 sheep, For Faunus one, and one for gentle sleep. He spread the fleeces on the earth, his head unshorn, With living wave he lustrated twice at the spring, And twice with chestnut boughs wreathed in a coronet He bound his brows. Now at such tide the votary must be free From joys of love, and meats that carnal be, And rings of gold. Rude garments he must don, And cloak them with the fleeces him upon, Or in form prescribed he breathe his prayer. Night with his crown of poppies then came there, With escort of dark dreams, and Faunus pressed His hoof upon the fleeces, and addressed Numa from the right hand. Thou must, King, propitiate Tellus with an offering. 2 oxen must thou slay, but 2 in one. Starting awake with fright, the vision done, He questioned the dark saying, what it meant. Egeria, his beloved, assistance lent. A gravid cow they ask, and embryo. They sacrificed a gravid cow, and lo ! The year was fruitful, earth her fruits supplied, And flocks and herds increased and multiplied. Augustus Caesar called Imperator. This is the day that Sol's ethereal steeds Precipitate to rest. 'Tis Cytherea speeds Them on their way, for with the coming light Was young Augustus Imperator hight, For conquests won, aye battling for the right. Hyades set. And from the Ides of April 4 dawns are, Slumber the Hyades with Dorida. Circensian games and foxes burnt. 3rd from the setting of the Hyades for the Circenses. Now the Circus is reopened unto steeds. Now let me say why foxes tied to firebrands Today are loosed into the fields. Carseolis is cold of soil and unadapted is to olive trees, but famous for its grain. I journeyed through it to my native plain, Pelignan, small and pastoral, but fed By streams perennial at their fountain head. I entered in the house of an old friend, Phoebus had couched, who oft would condescend To aid this work with facts and ancient lore. " 'Twas on the plain," he said, " in days of yore, A frugal peasant dame and hardy spouse Tilled their small field in sweat of his own brows. He ploughed and reaped and stored. She swept the cot all tumble down and propped. Eggs she had got she set beneath the hen, Or gathered fair mallows and mushrooms, and The eve to cheer lighted a blazing fire. Lastly span, ever anon Clothes for her own good man and her young son, A sort of pickle lad, 12 years of age. Now the boy captured had a she fox in their willows. Many a hen had travelled from their hen house to her den. But the boy captured her. He bound her tight In wisp of straw and set the straw alight. And so he let her go. She went her ways Through standing corn and set it in a blaze. 'Twas yellow harvest time, and breezes bland Aided the flames to devastate the land. 'Tis long ago, but unforgotten still. It lives in memory and ever will. Therefore it is the Carseolan law Condemns a captured fox to fire and straw. Amidst the cereal games a she fox dies, And as she burnt the corn crops, perishes. Sol in Taurus. When Memnon's mother saffron robed shall rise, And urge her roseate steeds through open skies, Sol quitteth Aries ; Helle that betrayed, A major victim in his path displayed. Heifer or bull is not exactly known, 4 quarters only of the beast are shown. Hind quarters hidden are, whiche'er it be, Or cow or bull, despite the enmity Of Juno, loves of Jupiter we see. End of Section 11. Section 12 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 12. Palilia. Night flies, aurora dawns. Early am I summoned unto Palilia. I reply promptly, and not in vain, if Pales deign favour the pastoral poetic strain. O Alma Pales, let me be thy seer, I sing thy rites and festival. Appear! With hands all pure, I often on this morn Have Februa, burnt calf, and bean ashes borne. Oft have I leapt your flames in triple rows, And sprinkled me with dripping laurel boughs. Lo, she is moved, the goddess answers me. Away, away, and launch my bark to sea, Bulge with the favouring breezes, full my sail. Up, up, ye people all, and inhale Fumes from the Vestal shrines that purify. Vesta will grant them, she is ever nigh. Let horse's blood and the calf's ashes be Ingredients 2, beanstalk ingredient 3. Now shepherds up and purify your sheep, With water and with laurel besom sweep Sheepfolds and stalls, at twilight decorate With leaves and branches arching o'er the gate. Burn living sulphur, rub it burning blue Upon the bleating sheep. The flame renew With vervain, pine, and savin. Now then turn The laurel branch in flame, and let it burn. Bring millet in a pannier, and in cates. Pales that rustic food participates. Add butter, cheese, the products of the pail, And new milk warm, and with such offerings hail Pales Silvicola, and say, O keep the stable stall, the shepherd and the sheep. Keep them from harm, or whether they have fed On holy ground, or whether I have led Them unto sacred tree or tumuli, Where bones are buried, or if haply I Have led my ewes to grove inhabited, Or with incautious eyes the nymphs afraid, Or semi-caper Pan, or if my knife Cutting of simples to preserve the life Of a sick ewe despoiled a holy grove, O pardon me. Or if when from above descended prone Thy rattling hail and rain, If I have sheltered in thy rustic fane, Or if my flock have drank from sacred mere, Offending nymphs and soiling waters clear, Do thou for me, O goddess kind, appease Offended nymphs, offended deities. Far, far it be from me to gaze upon The Dryad maids or Faunus, or to run 'Gainst fountain baths of Dian, very far, And chase diseases all that fatal are To man and flocks, and guard the faithful race, And vigilant of dogs, when we retrace At eve our homeward steps, lest heavy moan Be made on lessoned flock, the fleece alone Saved from the wolf. Let famine absent be, But grass on earth and verdure upon tree Abundantly, and let me waters have Whereof to drink, and wherewithal to lave. Let dugs be full, let liquid serum pass Through osier frame, let cheeses bring me brass, And let my ram be lusty, fruitful ewes And plentiful my lambs. Let damsels choose my wool as best and softest, Even such as hurts them not, and pleasant is to touch. Oh, make these blessings mine, so when we make Our feast at Brumaltide, the largest cake Shall be for Pales at the shepherd's wake. Be this repeated thrice, and face the east, And wash your hands soon as the prayer is ceased. With this she's satisfied. Now may you drink from crater and from bowl Filled to the brink of milk and wine. Now may you leap the flame with active foot, Strong arm, and sturdy frame. Through crackling bays again, and yet again. Such is the custom. Now doth it pertain To me to tell its origin. It is, to say the least, merged in perplexities. Doubts check my song. The causes many are, or fire purges all things, in a bar Of massy steel, and therefore rams and ewes. Or that of seeds discordant that transfuse our mortal frames, two principles and powers, fire and water they, our ancestors conjoined and used as elements, whereby through touch and contact us to purify. Or that these elements to life allied, ta'en from the exile, given to the bride, are principles by which we live or die, whilst others, antiquarian, not I, refer it to the myth of Phaeton, and deluge waters of Deucalion. Others, that shepherds rubbing stone on stone, raised sparks by friction, the which falling down ignited straw, and thence Palilian fire. I advocate another cause and higher, Aeneas from, the man of piety, who through the flames of burning Troy walked free. Another yet, our Lares changed their home when Rome was built, and migrating to Rome burnt their old habitations, and that through the conflagration men and cattle too leapt as they leap now on Rome's natal day. Rome founded. Awake my muse and strike a bolder lay, the origin of Rome. Now present be, O great Quirine, 'tis thy history, Amulius slain and Numitor restored, the shepherds rallied under each twin lord and vote to build a city. And then came questions as to the founder and the name. Quoth Romulus, dispute it not by words, submit it to the augury of birds. Great is the augury of birds. In fine, agreed, one sought the rocks of Palatine, and one Mount Aventine. Thence Remus o'er 6 vultures in succession passed before. But Romulus saw 12, the compact held For Romulus the city walls to build. And next they chose a day to mark the wall And plough the city bounds. The festival of Pales was at hand. That day they chose. The fosse was dug, therein did they depose Seed corn and sods of earth. The sods were ta'en from neighbouring lands, and the fosse filled again. Thereon they built the shrine of turf, and drew down to ignite the altar fires new. Then Romulus put hand unto the plough, drawn by a milk-white bull and milk-white cow, and marked the walls. Then did he say, as king, O Jupiter, our actions ordering, and Mavor's father, mother Vesta, and ye deities benignant to this land, be present now. Beneath your auspices, O let this work, founded by me, arise. Let it endure, and let it stretch its sway from rising unto setting of the day. So Romulus, and Jove upon the left, with pealing thunders and with lightnings cleft the spheres above, and shepherds one and all rushed to the task and laboured at the wall. Celer urged on the work, whom Romulus commissioned had in words he uttered thus. Celer, be this thy task, let no one dare to pass the fosse or furrow of the share, whoe'er attempts it, slay. But ignorant of this command was Remus, who would taunt and scorn the humble walls. In sooth, said he, safe, very safe the citizens will be. And straightway overleapt it. Celer smote him with his pike, and Remus in the moat dropped bleeding. The king they advertise of this mischance, and swallowed down his sighs, and hid his tears of anguish of his breast. He would not weep, nor would unman the rest, but turned it to an omen. So may all fall who as enemies would pass this wall. But when he did the obsequies, his soul burst forth dissimulation and control. Prostrate he fell and kissed him on the bier, and spoke, Farewell, farewell my brother dear, slain by no will of mine. Anointing him, for burning then, old Faustulus, eyes dim, and Acca, hair dishevelled, led him aid. The youth, not then Quirites, honour paid. The pyre lit, and lamentations made. So was the city founded, so it rose. Who thought it then to triumph over foes, and place a conquering footstep on the world? Oh, may that banner ever be unfurled under the rule of Caesar, May that name never decline through ages all the same, and may she stand above the world sublime o'er every country and o'er every clime. Vinalia of Venus and Jove. Pales is sung, Vinalia I sing. One day has intervened on silent wing. Now ye prophesy, public girls, address the goddess Venus, your sole patroness. Offer your frankincense to her and pray for blandishments, such blandishments as may win public favour, beauty, mirth, and wit. Wreathe for your patroness the coronet, the myrtle wreath which grateful is to her, with roses, rushes, and Sicimbria. Now it behoves to seek the Colline gate, and fain Venus there approximate, named from the Siculian hill. When Claudius had won the Arethusian Syracuse and taken Eryx, Venus left that fane, as was foretold in aged Sibyl's strain, and sought at Rome her children own again. And now you ask me how the Queen of Love shares the Vinalia with Olympic Jove. By war, stern arbiter, waged to decide the question of the son-in-law and bride of Latian Amata. Thus it was. Young Turnus would ally unto his cause Hetruscans, and Mezentius, he whom fame emblazoned with a warrior's dread name, unequalled in the lists on horse or foot. When such alliance Turnus 'gan to moot, the Tuscan chief replied, "These scars record that martial worth is not its own reward. So doth this armour, often red with blood. My arm is strong, your vintages are good. Divide with me your vintage, pay in wine. No mighty payment, and your war is mine. Do as you like, it is for you to choose. Aeneas will be glad if you refuse." But they assented, and he armed to aid. Aeneas armed him also, whilst he prayed to Jupiter. "The vintage of my foe is granted to Mezentius. Unto you we dedicate our Latin vintage." Thus the better vow prevailed. Mezentius, the huge Mezentius fell, and earth oppressed beneath his scornful and indignant breast. Autumnus came sordid with fruit of vine. They bore to Jupiter his mead of wine. The day thence called Vinalia, and Jove shares the Vinalia with the Queen of Love. Mid-spring, Aries sets, Canis rises. When April hath but 6 days more to run, the second half of springtide has begun. Then Aries of Helle disappears. Rain gathers, Sirius rises in the spheres. Rubigalia. Returning from Nomentum unto Rome, midway I marked a white procession come. The Flamen led the pomp which journeyed to the sacred grove of ancient Rubigo, with entrails of a dog and of a sheep to burn as offerings. To the burning heap I followed in the wake to see the rite. Thy Flamen then, clad in his garb of white, uttered this prayer, Quirine. Rubigo spare cereal crops, let the light stamen grow wavering upon the plain, then let them stand nourished by rains and dews upon the land, till they be ripe for reaping. Thine evil eye, as colonists well know, falls fatally on crops that thou hast marked out for thine own. Not so injurious to the seed corn sown are frosts and wind and rain, as Titan's rays falling upon dank stems. Thy wrath arrays itself, dread goddess, then. Restrain thine hand from standing corn and cultivated land. Enough that you possess the power to harm. Spare then the crops, and stretch thy heavy arm on iron spears and swords. Corrode them all, we want them not the placid world to maul. But mattocks, harrows, and the crooked plough, our rustic implements and wealth, allow furbished to shine. But let the soldier's brand rust in the sheath, repugnant to command, and spare our corn crops. Neither come thou near our homesteads when we pay our vows with prayer. He prayed and held a napkin of coarse twine, censer of frankincense and bowl of wine. The wine and incense burnt upon the fane he cast the entrails of the bedant slain, together with the offering obscene of a dog's entrails, of a dog unclean. Then I demanded of the Flamen why He offered such base victim. In reply he said, "Then understand, a dog there is Icarian, Mera, and Erigenes, and when his star appeareth upon high, the corn burns up and the baked earth is dry. Unto that dog, a dog we cast in flame, his name and not his nature bears the blame." Floralia. Tithonia thrice must leave the sponsal bed, And o'er the boundless world rays 3 times shed. And Flora cometh, goddess of our bowers, Enwreathed with chaplets of 1,000 flowers. And the stage opens with buffoonery. A greater theme upon my hands have I, Until the Kalends pass we Flora by. Feast of Vesta, Phoebus, and Augustus. 'Tis Vesta's day. To-day was she enshrined On kindred threshold of her kith and kind. The senators decreed it. Phoebus shares with her the day and shrine, And Vesta spares a third part to Augustus and his heirs. Laurel of Palatine eternal be, And oak thy fellow sentinel, for 3. 3 gods inhabit here eternally. End of section 12.
Section 13 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 13. Book 5. Maius. The month of Maius. Why is it called so? You ask, and I confess I do not know. Like to the traveller who stands in doubt, which is the track of many round about, so do I stand perplexed. The causes are so many that I wish they fewer were. Aid me, ye goddesses, who dwell beside sweet Aganippe and the gushing tide of Hippocrene and Medusaean steed. They on the mooted point are not agreed. They silent stand till Polyhymnia breaks the silence deep. All listen as she speaks. 'Twas after chaos when tricorporate earth received its second elemental birth, and the fair universe took aspects new. Earth gravitated down, and with it drew the waters down. But gravitation none affected lunar steeds, or stars, or sun. Earth had her laws, and their own laws the spheres. They clashed not, equal, separate honours theirs. Often a minor god, Saturni, sate upon the throne of thy supernal state, and often would a stranger god divide Oceanus and Tethys, his bright bride, till honour and fair reverence came late, and ordered each to seats legitimate. From them sprung majesty, their daughter she, who sprang at once to full-grown puberty. Amidst the gods Olympic she sat down, conspicuous in gold and purple gown. Attendant on her modesty and awe, she upon powers divine imposed her law, which was assumed by them, and deference for place and rank established was from thence. And so it lasted till Saturnus fell, as fated 'twas from heaven's citadel. Then Terra bare her brood, the giant race, who tried to storm Jove's realm and native place. 1,000 hands had they, and serpent thighs, and Terra them conjured to scale the skies, and to depose the gods. They mountains hailed, to mountain tops, and Jupiter assailed. But Jupiter from heaven fulminates, and cast upon them those huge mountain weights, burying in ruin. Now in the seat above sits Majesty beside the throne of Jove, defended by his bolts, whilst Jupiter finds his defence and firmest friend in her, and mighty sceptre easy to his hand. She came to earth, she came to Roman land, and Romulus and Numa worshipped her, and others followed, late or earlier. Fathers and mothers she invests with awe, and youth and maidens bend them to her law. she graces fasces and the curule chair, and shares the triumph of the victor's car. So Polyhymnia spoke. Of song and lyre the learned muses, Clio and Thalia, agreed with her, and then Urania broke the silence deep. All listened as she spoke. In the good times of old the hoary hair and wrinkles of old age respected were. Then youth bore arms and armour, forth they trod in the defence of gods with Mars their god. The seniors then, unfitted wars to wage, assembled to debate in council sage. The curiae then demanded men mature, and patres synonym with senator. The seniors made the laws, and age was named at which such honour might be held and claimed. Age walked escorted then by youth, who vied to honour it by walking by his side. In presence of old age youth curbed his tongue, and suffered reprimand for speaking wrong. And Romulus this noting called the old patres, selected for hearts leal and bold, and yielded to them civic government. In my belief, it is from that event that Maius from Maiores was surnamed. The sequent month by juniors is claimed, and adds its sanction that the thought is true. Of Numitor it is recorded too, that he petitioned Romulus to pay respect to seniors, whence this month of May. Urania ceased, and Calliope rose, first of the maiden choir. From her brows her locks neglected ivy wound she threw, and thus commenced. When that the world was new, Oceanus preferred to bridal bed Tethys Titanida, whose arms are spread encircling earth with waters. Pleione was born unto them, chosen bride to be to heaven-bearing Atlas. Sprung from them the Pleiades, and Maia, the gem of that sweet sisterhood, by Jove was won, by Jove embraced. She bare to him a son on cypress-clad Cyllene, him who bears on winged feet Jove's mandates through the spheres. Him the Arcadians worship, habitants of mighty Menelaus and Ladon's banks, and elder than the moon. Evander bore from thence his gods unto the Latin shore, and exile with them, and where Roma stands the mistress of the world, were pasture lands of wretched flocks and scattered cottages. The prescient mother, gazing upon these, proclaimed a halt. Behold the spot, she said, predestined unto empire, and obeyed her the Nonacrian hero, questioning not. He dwelt a foreigner on foreign spot, and taught the rites of Faunus the bicorned, and him with winged Teleria adorned. To semi-caper Faunus, Luperci, cinctured and armed with hides to purify the crowds collected in the public ways, and Mercury, in his fair mother's praise, gave to the month her name. Inventor he of the curved lyre, patron of Navre, inventor of the 7 chords to please the sisterhood, the 7 Pleiades. She ended, and she most applauded was. What can I do? Each lovely sister has homage from me. Whatever me befall, Pierian sisters, I believe you all. Calendas of May, Capella rises. Begin my strain with Jove. Behold the star, Capella rises, nurse of Jupiter. O Lenian Capella, sign of rain, thy milk upraise thee to the starry train. Denies Amalthea in the woods of Cretan Ida her own solitudes hid Jupiter, a goat most beautiful, mother of twins, with strutting udders full, such as the nurse of Jupiter should have, with horns recurved aerial she gave milk to the god. But hurtling 'gainst an oak, one comely horn in the mid-part she broke, and Amalthea picked it up, and wound that horn with flowers and wreaths of leaves around, and filled with fruit to feed the infant Jove, who, when he held supreme the throne above, raised nurse and horn to heaven, where she appears, under her name, in the celestial spheres. Altar of guardian Lares erected. Calends of May are dedicated to the guardian Lares. Altars we renew unto their statues small, as vowed of eld by Curius. They were not as now beheld, cankered by time and old age. Prestus is their true cognomen. They guard properties, committed to their charge. Unslumbering guard our houses and our walls with watch and ward, and sound alarm with aid. There used to be a dog carved at their feet, cut out of the same stone, and watching with alarm. You ask the reason why? Alike their daily task, alike their duty, guardians of the home, and faithful to the master. When they roam, they love the crossways, both the dog and lar. Both scare the thief, both very watchful are, through day and night. And that is all I know, touching these statues of twin gods that bow, beneath the weight of years, 1,000 stand, with the presiding genius of the land, in Roman streets. And so we worship three now, which twin Penates used to be. Rites of Bona Dea. Now whither am I born, to antedate the month of August, to anticipate the strain to Diva Bona to be sung? A native crag, conspicuous among the rocks, and called the Rock, stands on the hill, whereon stood Remus, frustrated in will, when the 12 birds Palatinate conferred empire on Romulus. That spot preferred was by the senators whereon to plan her temple, who abhors the gaze of men. She, of the ancient Claudian race and line, whose virgin body shunned aught masculine, founded that fane, which Livia restored, following therein the footsteps of her lord. The 6th day to the nones of May, Argestes blows. When Hyperion's roseate child next day with matutinal steeds drive stars away, Argestes cold will wave the fields of corn, and waft the white sails from Calabria borne. Hyades rise. And when the doubtful crepuscule is gone, the Hyades appear, all glittering on the head of Taurus, 7 glittering stars, from rain, so called by Grecian mariners. Some think that they nursed Bacchus, others sing from Tethys and Oceanus they spring, that Aethra, child of old Oceanus, bare Hyas for fair form conspicuous, him and the nymphs, but Hyas was first born, ere Atlas bore the spheres in nature's morn. Before his beard was seen, he snared the deer, and found benignant quarry in the hare. But in his manhood boars became his prey, and hirsute Linus, he dared one day to snatch her cubs through darkness of her den, but fell blood-stained to the brute Libyan. Aethra and Atlas wept, his sisters wailed for Hyas lost. Their piety availed to raise them to the spheres, where now they flame in their own right, and bear their brother's name. End of section 13. Section 14 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 14. Floralia. Mother of flowers, Flora, present be raised a chant midst jocund games to thee. Begun in April, unto May deferred, for both are thine, the jocund song is heard. Upon the confines of both months we stand, embellished with the bounties of thy hand. The circus closes, and the theatre rings with applauses, as the victors bear off palms awarded. I resume my song. Who art thou, Flora? Oft times we're wrong with judgments fallible, therefore impart the truth thyself, and tell me who thou art. The goddess answers me, and perfume flows around with fragrance of the vernal rose. Chloris I was, and Flora am, the same, thus Rome corrupted has my Grecian name. Chloris, a nymph of plains delectable, abode of blessed men, of virtue full. Of beauty mine, it is not mine to tell. The god, my spouse, my lover, proves it well. 'Twas springtide, and I roamed. Me Zephyrus chased and made captive, like the boisterous Boreas his brother. He forsooth must win a wife by violence. And Athens in he found his precedent. He bore me off, but made me full amendment for the scoff by wedding me, and happy is the life that I have lived of Zephyrus the wife. Spring sempiternal mine, the beautiful revolving year of buds and blossoms full, and earth with beauties ever unconcealed. My dwelling is a garden in the weald, nursed by the breezes and by fountains fed. And Zephyrus my lord on it hath shed stores of the fairest and most fragrant flowers. He calls me goddess of the floral bowers, and bids me be their queen. Oft times I try to count their tints and hues. Infinity still baffles me, for they are infinite. And when Sol rising chases dews of night, and every blossom opens to his ray, the hours following, in robes painted, they replenish rosier trays with gifts of mine. And following them, the Graces intertwine with wreaths terrestrial their celestial hair. I cast o'er all the earth my blossoms rare, earth who was only clad in green before. I tinged the Therapnean plant with gore, I signed upon its leaf the written plaint. Narcissus too, boy with the bosom faint, who grieved he was himself, did I create. Crocus and Attis also, and thy fate, Adonis, son of Cinyras, became endowed with beauty and with deathless fame. Mars also, if you know it not, my prayer is fervent, Jupiter may know it ne'er. Mars too did I create, when Juno plained that Jove, her form and spousal rights disdained, gave birth unto Minerva motherless. She sought Oceanus, but weariness o'ertook her at my door. Saturnia dear, ejaculated I, what brings you here? She told me where she journeyed, and the cause. With words of sympathy I filled a pause, when she exclaimed, comfort I can have none. If Jupiter can bear a child alone, why may not I? If he the power possess of male and female both, I not the less possess the power, and happy shall I be, intact to live from male embraces free. Search will I cease and Tartarus profound, until the true medicaments be found. And speaking thus, observing a deep trace of thought and observation on my face, she added, nymph, you look as if you knew something about it. 3 times did I rue the wish I had to tell her. Thrice I strove silence to keep. I feared the wrath of Jove. Speak if you can, said Juno, and I swear by the Styx river ne'er will I declare who my informant was. And then she swore by Styx she would not, and the swearing o'er, Olenian plains, I said, possess the flower, but now one sole root blossoms in my bower. When he who gave it said, make trial now, touch with a branch of it yon sterile cow, I touched, and she conceived, and from its spray I plucked the blossom with my thumb straightway, and touched the goddess, and she, touched, conceived. Her the Propontis over Thrace received, where she gave birth to Mars, and mindful he that his existence was so due to me, said, enter thou my town Romulian, and there abide. But do not think my reign is only over chaplets, wreaths, and bowers. I hold my place among the rustic powers. If the corn blossom well, then rich will be the threshing floor. If vines and olive tree, then wine and oil. So likewise trees of fruit, if blossoms fall, useless the stalwart root. So beans and pulse and foreign lentils sow on banks of Nilus, and the wine we stow in roomy caves ferments and flowers with scum, and honey too. Bees at my bidding come to violets and cytisus and thyme. I also foster youth. In manhood's prime the soul luxuriates, the body grows. I stood in marvel hearing her disclose her empire thus. Now what you wish to know, ask it. You have my leave, and I will show. The games, O goddess, whence their origin? I asked, and she replied, I must begin with olden time, ere luxury had grown to what it is, with objects then unknown. The holder of broad lands was Locuplus, he had Pecunia, who had Pecudus. Then men grew covetous, and coveted. To common lands the private flocks were led. There was no legal let or penalty. The common lands were under no one's eye, and he was only thought a simpleton who left the common for fields all his own. The aediles long were spiritless to aid, but when the two publicii were made, the people's aediles they imposed a fine, and trespassers paid penalties condign. Praised were the aediles for that act and deed. Part of the fines were unto me decreed, and games therewith appointed held to be, in memory of the aediles' victory. And with the other part they cut the incline down from the rugged cliff of Aventine, and surnamed it Publician. Then, I said, are the games annual? She shook her head, but added thus, we covet honour too, for altars and for festivals they're due. Gods jealous and ambitious are. Of time doth mortal man remission get from crime by sacrifice, and oftentimes a beast offered in sacrifice hath him released. For I have seen Jove's arm, upraised to throw, sink at the scent of frankincense below. When we are slighted, our wrath has no bound, but falls relentlessly on all around. Witness Thestiades, by distant fire burnt unto death. The cause, do you inquire? Because Diana's altar lacked its flame. Witness Tantalides, the cause the same. Diana stayed his sails. A virgin though, she retributed slight on friend and foe. Witness Hippolytus, Dione's slight, compassed his death by his own steeds of fright. 'Twere long and very tedious to recall all who have failed, enumerate them all. The Roman patres once neglected me, and I exacted their full penalty. I wrought by my own hand to my own hurt. Through sorrow I grew sullen and inert. I guarded not the fields, I valued not the fruitful orchard or the garden plot. Faded the lilies, violets fell dead, and the Punician crocus bent its head. Oft Zephyrus would utter, why do you destroy your dowry? Dowry mine, 'twas true, I cared not for it then. The olive trees were nipped in blossom by the northern breeze, cornfields in blossom by the hail laid low. The vine unblossomed, I let Auster blow, and nipped them in the buds, then stripped the vine with thundering rain. It was no deed of mine, I am not cruel in my wrath, but took no care with fostering love to overlook the evil, or repel or check the blight. The Senate met, and vowed, if all went right, and if the coming year should blossom well, to me, for an annual festival, and I assented. In the consulate of Linus and Posthumius I first sate, and saw the consul Linus celebrate. I had upon my lips to ask her why her games licentious were with revelry, but it recurred to me that on austere license she loved, and such rites suited were. With chaplets crowned, with roses scattered o'er the festive board, behold a reveller, inebriated, leaping, with his hair bound with festive wreath of philyra, reckless beneath the influence of wine. Inebriate, the lover at the shrine of a disdainful beauty pours his song, perfumed and garlanded amidst the throng. No brow is thoughtful, and no water flows in wine of reveller who dons the rose. No, Achaloe, roses and thy wave have no affinity, no friendship have. Bacchus loves blossoms, Bacchus placed the crown on Ariadne's head, and Flora, known as dearly loving scenes of merry wit, disdains with buskined goddesses to sit. Still must I ask, why, wherefore is allowed, frequenting these, the meretricious crowd? Oh, for she is soft-hearted, unsevere, and loves to see the quires plebeian there. She loves that jocund youth should use its bloom, nor tarry till the roses lose perfume, and to contemn the thorn in autumn's gloom. At Ceres' feast, I said, we garb in white, and many-coloured robes at yours are dight. Is it because the fields are white with grain, and flowers their varied tints and hues retain? She bowed assentant, and the blossoms fell forth from her locks, as roses cast pell-mell on festal tables. One question sole remained. The lighted torches, why are they retained part of the rites? She answered, purple flowers are lights pertaining to my floral bowers. Or 'tis because the flower and flame are bright, and both attract and fascinate the sight. Or 'tis because they suit nocturnal glee, and my delights. Methinks these facts agree. One question more, if you will suffer it, I said, and she responded, I permit. The hare and roe we chase, instead of the dread Libyan lioness, to honour thee. Woods are not my domain. My gardens lay safe from the raidings of such beasts of prey. She said, and melted into air. The room avouched the goddess in retained perfume. Oh, that the song of Naso flourish may to endless age! Goddess, diffuse, I pray, thy gifts upon my breast, and song alway. The 5th before the nones of May, Centaurus rises. The 4th night o'er the calends, Chiron speeds his rising star, his frame a ruddy steed's, and semivers. Pelian Haemonian with southern side clad with woods of pine, and northern side with oak. Philerides there made abode, the cavern which was his, home of the just old man, existing still. He taught that hand its lyric strain and skill, in future times fated to overcome great Hector. There had Alcides come, his labours nearly ended, all save Troy, reserved for the young hero to destroy. And there Malpelion on Aeacides stood with the son of Jove, great Hercules. The Philerian hero greeting gave, asked for the cause that brought him to his cave, and Hercules responded, Chiron eyed with admiration club and lion's hide, and vow them weapons worthy of the men of them. Achilles too began to run his fingers through the shaggy mane. Then to inspect the shafts was Chiron fain, and handling them he let an arrow fall on his left foot, those shafts envenomed all with blood echidnan. Chiron groaning drew the weapon forth, and groaned Alcides too, and groaned the boy Aemonian, who brought the Pegasian herbs, and straightway brought to medicine the wound. The virus ate, potent and prevalent, insatiate, and seized on bones and body, and the blood Lernaean mingled with the centaur's flood, with leisure none for aid. Achilles wept, as though he wept for Peleus. Chiron reaped fruits of his labours magisterial, in his dear pupil's art medicinal, who kissed him and besought him to live on. O father mine, he said, leave not thy son. But the 9th day drew on, when to the skies Chiron most just with 14 stars should rise. The 3rd day before the nones of May, Lyra rises. Full fain the lyre would him accompany, but not yet is its path celestial free. On the 3rd sequent night 'twill opened be. The day before the nones of May, Scorpio sets in part. And half the Scorpion sets ere dawning day of nones approaching, half hath passed away. The 7th before the Ides of May, Lemuria. And 3 times more beams Hesperus the bright, and 3 times more Sol chases stars of night, and rites nocturnal, sacred rites of old, Lemuria to the silent shades we hold. For when the year was shorter, of months 10, nor Janus chief, nor pious Febra then, upon ancestral tombs these rites were wrought, relations to the dust departed brought gifts due to it, and the month Maius, named from the Maiores, the Lemuria claimed. When midnight reigns o'er silence and o'er sleep, and dogs and birds are still, he who would keep the ancient rituals and fears the gods rises, and treads unsandaled o'er the sods, but with his thumb and fingers making sounds, lest he should meet the spirit on its rounds at unawares. First in the fountain cleans his impure hands, then scatters he the beans, black and cast backward with averted gaze, and as they fall, I offer these, he says, and with these beans redeem myself and mine. This he repeats with gaze askew times 9, and we believe the shades to follow him, if he unnoticed be, collecting them. Again he washes in the wave, and sounds on Thomisian brass, and from its bounds invites the shade to come. And 9 times done, he says again, Rest, rest, beloved one, paternal shade. Then doth he look behind, all correspondent to the rites defined. But whence these rites? Whence they deduce and are, I do not know. Some god must that declare. Son of the Pleiad, bearer of the wand that opens unto thee the Stygian strand, realm of the Stygian Jove, inform me thou. Caducifer appears. Attend ye now to what the god informed me. Romulus had built to Remus, too impetuous, the tumulus, and Faustulus was there, and Acca also with dishevelled hair, are the last rites, and shed their pious tears on the combusted dust. Oppressed with cares, at the first crepuscule they homeward pressed, and on their pallet bed lay down to rest. The ghost of blood-stained Remus then appeared, and spoke in ghostly accents hardly heard. Behold me, Remus, I, the one half part, the other foster brother of thy heart. See what I am, remember what I was. Had but the fatal birds espoused my cause, I should have been the greatest, but am made by funeral fires a form of emptiest shade. I am what once was Remus. Mars my sire, oh where was he? You say at his desire the wolf, to us exposed, gave nourishment. Why unto us exposed was succour sent, for me to fall to a rash citizen? O savage seller, may you fall by men blood-stained as I. My brother willed it not. He loved me well, he wept my fatal lot. O by the tears and aliment you gave, entreat him for me, let me honour have, a day and feast to soothe me in the grave. They stretched their arms to catch him, but he broke like vapour through their grasp. So they awoke, sleep and the shade departed. Pondering the matter in their hearts, they sought the king, and Romulus assented. And that day he called Remuria, thereupon to pay rites to our ancestry. Time changed the word, for the rough letter R once soft preferred, and called the shades Lemuris. Even so, the sound and sense, as we pronounce it now, the ancients closed the temples on that day, as we on the Feralia, and they say, for marriage it is not, that torches lit for maid or widow ne'er burn bright on it, they early die. A vulgar proverb too declares the wedded maids of May untrue. End of section 14.
Section 15 of The Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 15. Orion sets. 3 days Lemuria lasts, not sequent though, to intervene. The midmost day, if you look forth to see Orion, you will fail. My present theme of song, Orion hail! Attended by Mercurius, Jupiter and Neptune journeyed. 'Twas the placid stir when ploughs are driven homeward, when the ewes give milk unto the lambs, and fall the dews. Old Hyrius, Boeotian, stood before his little homestead at the cottage door. The way is long, he said, and past the day. My humble gate is open, travellers, stay. Also he smiled benignantly and pressed, and the gods turned and tarried there to rest. Veiling divinity, they entered in the smoky cabin, to behold within yesterday's log. the senior on his knees puffing and blowing to excite a blaze, and piling faggot wood. 2 pipkins stood bubbling upon the hearth, with daily food of beans and pot-herbs, and o'er they dine, with shaking hand he filled the cup of wine. The god of ocean drank, and said, "Refill the cup for Jupiter." An awful thrill passed through his veins at name of Jupiter. His soul returned. His only ox stood there which tilled his narrow fields. He smote him down and roasted him, and wine of some renown from smoky cask he draws. To work they go. On linen couch they lie, with sedge below. No lofty couch, and so they sat to sup off crater of red clay and chestnut cup. And Jupiter then said, "Now will we grant whatever you may wish, whatever want." And the old man replied with placid tone, "I had a darling wife, now dead and gone, my first and only love, inurned she is. I swore to her, by ye, O deities. I swore to her never to wed again, and I will keep my oath, and yet I fain would be a father, were it possible." They nodded, and around the hide of bull, I say not what they did, they buried it. 10 months' gestation followed, which complete, a boy was born from earth congested there, and Hyrieus called the boy Uriona, because he was so born. The letter U hath lost its ancient sound. But the child grew immensely. Delia chose him for his height to be her follower and satellite. He boasted there was nothing crossed his path he could not conquer, and the gods were wroth. Earth sent a scorpion, whose assault begins upon the goddess mother of the twins. Orion it withstood. Latona said, "Unto desert let due reward be paid," and so a constellation he was made. Feast of Mars Bisaltor. But wherefore doth Orion take his flight, and wherefore scud the stars in hours of night? And why doth Lucifer so early rise and usher the fair day in roseate skies? Am I deceived, or is it war's alarms? 'Tis no deception, 'tis the sound of arms, 'tis Mars approaching, the Avenger comes, these sounds are his. He leaves celestial domes for the Augustan Forum, and his seat conspicuous there. Truly the god is great, and truly great his fane. Second to none Mars habitates in city of his son. Gigantic trophies of gigantic wars, fit muniments of the avenging Mars, whether Ioan realms of foemen rude, or occidental, be to be subdued. He, the armipotent, regarding round, claims for the gods the summit of the mound, and roofs pyramidal. He then surveys the trophied arms and sculptured effigies upon the portals, where, on either side, the heroes to the Roman name allied. The great Aeneas, with his freight divine borne on his shoulders, heading the long line of ancestors Iulian. The other side, laden with armour in which Acron died, was Romulus, and the illustrious names of heroes of his line. The temple claims Augustus as its founder. Caesar writ beneath the pediment ennobles it. In youth he vowed it, when he first put on avenging arms, so worthily begun, he started in his conquering career. He, with his hands upraised, his army near, and raged in front the bold conspirators, spoke thus: "Now if the god of war, if Mars begot, if Vestal priestess bear, if they be authors of my race, let Mars today be present, and our righteous cause withstood, asserting, steep the steel in wicked blood, and I will found a temple to thy fame, Mars the Avenger. Such shall be thy name, if I return victorious." Victorious he returned, exulting in his victory. Yet did not this cognomen satisfy avenging Mars. Parthians protected by plains, rivers, steeds, and shafts, and overbold by slaughter of the Crassi, Parthians hold the Roman standards. Army and leader lie slaughtered together, and the standard high, and Roman eagles in a hostile hand, Parthia dishonouring Ausonian land. But Caesar reigned. Caesar effaced that stain. The Roman legions hold their own again, their ancient banners. What then availed the might of steed and plain, the arrow's backward flight? The eagles were restored, and Parthian. Now no pledge of conquest or defeat hast thou, with suppliant hand dost thou extend the bow. Therefore the temple and the god is named Bisaltor, twice avenged. Cognomen claimed by right and vow, and games of solemn state Quirites on the circus celebrate, the theatre too small for god of so much weight. Pleiades rise. Behold the Pleiades, in conclave full one night before the Ides, all visible. Summer commences now, spring disappears, so science, good authority, declares. Taurus rises. And prior to the Ides doth Taurus rise, with face begemmed with stars, and rumour flies well known, that he is Jupiter, the maid of Tyre on his back, and the false horns displayed, fear adding grace unto her loveliness. The right the mane, the left hand grasps her dress, bulged by the breeze, and floating on the air her golden locks, so exquisitely fair, the maid Sidonian is borne off by Jove. She draws her maiden foot the wave above, dreading the dashing waves, and Jupiter sinks deeper purposely, to startle her and force her to enclasp him in her arms. But Ida's shore attained, he soothed alarms, deposed his horns and bovine form, and stood revealed, in his full majesty endued. Taurus ascended. But the deity, O maid Sidonian, stayed in clasping thee, and the third part of earth asserts thy name, though others for the Pharia heifer claim this constellation. Io, they say, it is turned to a cow by metamorphosis. Scorpia cast into Tiber. The Vestal Virgin casts in Tiber's tide, from off the bridge of oak, thence down to glide, her wicker forms of men. Be it understood, man credulous, that our forefathers rude did not drown old men, that they did not do such wickedness, the legend is untrue. Old fame avers, Apollo gave command in oracles to the Saturnian land to cast 2 bodies of the natives there in Tuscan waters, to the scythe-bearer. So, till the advent of Terinthius, Leucadia's dire right was held by us. He cast into the waters wisps of straw in form of citizens, fulfilling law, and we from his example do the like. But there be some who think the youth did strike the seniors from the bridge, to rule alone the commonwealth by suffrages their own. Tiber, instruct me. Older art thou than the city on thy banks. None other can know better than thou knowest. As I spoke, Tiber arose. Hoarsely the accents broke from sacred mouth, and head y-crowned with reeds. He said, "This was a wilderness of weeds. No civic wall was here, but herds of kine. Little cared they that my stream was divine, where nations now all honour me and fear. Evander the Arcadian, he came here, and dashed my refluent wave with foreign oars. Alcides also came unto these shores, consorted by a Grecian multitude, and Albula, if memory hold good, was then my name. The hero Palatine received and entertained the youth divine, and Cacus met his punishment. With Erytheian spoils the victor went, but his companions free resolved to stay, Argos abandoned. In these mountains they resolved to live with hope and sacred home. But love of fatherland still tempted some, and dying one his heir beseeches thus, "O let my dust repose by Inachus, cast me on waves of Tiber, cast me in the river Tiber, my free way to win." The thing pleased not the heir, a distant tomb misliked him, and he buried him at home. But made a wicker image, which he cast into the Tiber, over ocean vast, to float to Argos home. So Tiber said, and in his grotto merged his dripping head, the light waves whist the while nor forward sped. Feast of Mercury. Grandson of Atlas, hail, who Maia erst Pleiad on Mount Arcadian bare and nursed to Jupiter. The minister art thou of peace and war to gods, above, below, earthly and heavenly. Thou of the strucken lyre, thou of the winged foot, thou grace and fire of the Palaestra. Eloquence of tongue presides there, under thee. These Ides upon the Senate met, decreeing unto thee a fane and festival, the fane to be facing the circus. There merchants go with frankincense and prayer, to ask that thou shouldst send them profit, and thy fountain by the gate Capennan holds divinity, as those that know aver. Mercator there, with tunic girded round and pure with prayer, draws waters, in an urn too purified, and bears it home, where he scatters wide, with branch of laurel bay, all wares for sale. Lustrates himself and hair, in naught to fail, and in a voice tuned by hypocrisies, a caitiff voice, he proffers prayers like these: "Wash out my perjuries of yesterday, wash out my lies of every former day, Whether I called to witness to my oath the mightiness of Jove, whom I were loath should hear me ever, if wilfully I have cheated a god or goddess, do thou lave me pure again. Let breezes bear all hence. Tomorrow let me chaff without offence. Let not the gods list to the things I say, but grant me lucre, profits good all way. Let me rejoice in gain, and let me cheat my customers to make my gains more sweet. Mercurius smiles on high, his smile divine, at prayers like these, remembering lang syne how he himself once filched Apollo's kine. Soul in Gemini. But tell thou me, more righteous if my prayer, what date doth Sol in Gemini appear? And he responded, the days backward count from the month's end, days equal in amount to toils of Hercules. Tell me, I cried, why were they constellated? He replied with lips of eloquence, Tyndaridee, horseman and pugilist and brothers, they Phoebe and Phoebe's sister rapt away, Leucippus' daughters, who affianced were to Idas and his brother, who prepare with lovers' promptness to redeem the maids, and the like love peremptorily persuades the Balladii to fight and hold their own. They might have sped away, have sped and gone, but that they held it turpid so to flee. The spot was void of trees, an area free, fitted for combat. They encountered there. 'Twas called Aphidna. Ta'en at unaware, the sword of Lynceus transfixed Castor's breast. Pollux avenging rushed, with spear he pressed and bore down Lynceus. Idas rushed to aid. Him Jupiter opposed, but lightnings made him hardly to submit. And Idas slain, despite the bolts of Jove, within his strain still grasped his sword, incumbent on the plain. Now whilst to him the heaven all open was, Pollux impleaded his dead brother's cause. Father, he said, O let divided be the immortality accorded me. I prize the half-gift better than the whole, he said, and so redeemed his brother's soul, sharing his lot with him. The mariners put trust in them, useful to barks their stars. Agonalia. What the Agonia are, repeated now, turn back to Janus, ye who seek to know. Canis sets. On the next night, tale also told by me, we lose the dog of sweet Erigone. Tubulustria. The next day Vulcan's Tubulustria, for pure and sacred too his trumpets are. QRCF. Then comes the spot of 4 initials, read in their order, when the Rex installs comitia. Fas or fugit signifies the sacrifice he flees or sanctifies. Temple to Fortuna Publica, Aquila rises. Fortuna Publica, of potent Rome, I pass not thee by, granted unto whom tomorrow founds the fane. And when the light sinks in the wave of Amphitrite bright, will Aquila, to Jove dear, rise to sight. Bootes sets, Hyades rise. The next aurora hides Bootes wane, the next the Hyades appear again. End of section 15.
Section 16 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose. Section 16. Book 4. Junius. And various causes likewise are assigned for name of Junius. Satisfy your mind, take that which pleases most. That though I sing, 'tis fiction thought by some, discrediting that mortal men confer with deities. Divinity dwells in us, whence it is inspired. We owe the impetus divine, springing from sacred seed. Such lot is mine. Preeminently mine, a seer am I, and all my songs treat of divinity. Therefore I sought the secret silent grove, silent, save that the babbling waters rove. And there I wandered, pondering in my mind, and the true cause of the month's name to find. and there I met with goddesses. Not those who to the shepherd seer at Ascra rose, nor those who many-founted Ida sought, courting Priamides. Except I ought one who was there, whose temple stands above the Capitol, the sister wife of Jove. Yes, she was there. I, trembling with affright, with pallor on my face, the goddess bright spoke reassurance, saying thus: O seer, toilsome compiler of the Roman year, treating of matters high in modest strains, acquired hast the right that appertains to seers who sing our feasts, to hear and see and parley with celestials, and with me. Discard now vulgar errors from your mind. Junius derives from me, to me assigned, to me, the sister and the wife of Jove. Nor do I know which term I most approve, sister or wife. I am the eldest born Saturnus of, in whose primeval morn Rome was alike with me Saturnia hailed, and after heaven Rome o'er the world prevailed. If spousals rank o'er birth, I am the spouse of thundering Jove, and married right allows my fanes on the Tarpeian joined to his. Maia, his mistress, claims her month. Is this a claim invidious to be made by me? Why am I called Regina? Wherefore the chief of the goddesses? Wherefore hold in my right hand the sceptre staff of gold? Can I from lunar month Lucina be, and be denied the month surnamed from me? Or else, good sooth, I may repent the grace done to Electra and the Dardan race for twofold wrongs, abducted Ganymede, and prize denied unto my beauty's meed. I may repent my Carthage I resigned, and arms and chariot that I left behind. I may repent for Sparta, Argus, and my own Mycenae, Samos' ancient land, now subjected to Latium. Furthermore, for my Falisci, worshippers of yore, and good old Tatius, whom I suffered to succumb to Rome. Losses I do not rue. I love the Romans well, and naught more dear than with my brother to be worshipped here. And Mars petitioned me. Let me commend, he said, these walls to thee. Love and befriend thy grandson's city, and reign potent there. Which came to pass. 100 altars are erected unto me. Moreover I claim no trivial honour, this month to my name. Inspect the calendar, and you will find not Rome alone, but neighbouring towns assigned this month to me. Wooded Aricia, Laurentum, and mine own Lanuvia have all their month Junonius. Tiber too, and walls Praeneste's goddess sacred to have their month Junonal, but Romulus did not build them, whilst Rome belongs to us. The goddess ceased. I cast my eyes around, where Hebe stood, weeping in grief profound, consort of Hercules. I would not stay in heavenly mansions, if from thence away my mother bade me go. Counter to her I do not strive. The suit which I prefer, I urge with prayers, she said. I urge my plea, and may my mother, may you favour me. My mother holds the golden Capitol, conjoint with Jupiter, she holds it all. This month was mine, sole honour that I claimed was that the month was after me surnamed. O Roman seer, dost fear to do me right, the wife of Hercules, in Roman sight? The Roman land owes something to my lord. The kine by Cacus captured, he restored, and slew that robber who, in fate condign, stained with his blood the hill of Aventine. It was in after days, when youth from age divided was by Romulus, to wage his battles. Whilst age counselled, he decreed the months to bear a record of his deed. Age as majores, taking Maius, and Juvenes the month of Junius. So Hebe said. Wrathful her mother grew, and ties of kinship had been rent in two. But Concord came, goddess of Caesar's vows, bays Apollonian waving on her brows, enwreathing tresses o'er her aspect grave. She told of Tatius and Quirinus brave, kingdom and subjects, juncti, when the home common to both established was in Rome, and Junius was surnamed their junction from. So the third cause is said. Now, goddesses, I yield the chair, for this a matter is beyond my arbitrating power. With me ye equal are, and ye shall equal be. A judgment levelled Pergamus. More harm can two offended do, than one can charm. Calendae Junius, Feast of Carna. First of these kalends is assigned to thee, Carna, and goddess of the hinge, with key to open what is closed, to close what open be. But whence derived that function is obscure. Time, the obscurer, shall not hide it more. My song shall say, and fame the tale unfold. By Tiber is thy grove, Helernus old, and pontiffs still do sacrifice to thee. A nymph was born unto thee, Grane she was in that old time named. Oft, but in vain, did suitors woo her. Huntress on the plain, with nets and javelin she chased the prey. She bore no quivers, yet did people say she sister was to Phoebus. If she were, Phoebus had not offended been by her. And when the youth would woo her, she would say, this place is light, dwells modesty with day. Lead to the secret grot, I follow thee. He enters credulous the cave, and she stops when amidst the bushes, and there lies, inexplicably hidden from all eyes. And Janus saw and wooed the cruel fair. Grane repeats to him, this open air is all too light and bright, seek we the cave. And then her usual slip to him she gave. Ah, foolish one, Janus beholds behind. Now you are caught, he cannot you so blind. Now you are caught, Janus beholds the spot. The rock, your hiding place, conceals you not. So you became his prize and concubine. Maiden, said happy Janus, love of thine must have its recompense. This hinge shall be the recompense for lost virginity. And then he gave a wand of thorn, 'twas white, to drive from doors all doers of despite, all malice workers. Greedy birds there are, not those of old, that wanted were to tear the meats of Phineus. Yet from there and thence do these derive their being. Heads immense, and glaring eyeballs, vulture beaks and maws, and hoary pinions, cruel taloned claws. They fly by night upon their quest accursed, drag infant boys when negligently nursed forth from their cradles, and pollute their flesh. The milky food within their bowels fresh they suck and gorge, commingled with the blood, and fill their maws distended with such food. Striges they are, Strix is their proper name, from screeching in the silent night it came. Whether they be a race of birds, or made by magic charm, the Marsi, so 'tis said, transforming hags to birds, uncertain is. Procus they seek, entering his chamber seize Procus then 5 days old, their present prey, they seize with greedy maws to bear away. Bellowed the helpless boy, it brought him aid, for, frightened by the cry, the nursing maid runs to her infant, and beholds his cheeks riled with their cruel claws. Now aid she seeks, for the child's colour all had disappeared, like to the leaf autumnal wintry seared. She came to Grani, and she told her tale. Fear not, responded she, all strong and hale shall the boy be. So to the cradle goes, where sat their parents weeping o'er their woes. Weep not, she said, I bring you remedy. And then with arbute branches thrice smote she the lintels of the window and the door. She sprinkled waters on the threshold floor that medicated were, and entrails raw of 2 months' porker for the striges more. She offered as she said, Ye birds of night, spare entrails of boy babes, let these requite for infant child, and for a victim small suffice it that a little victim fall. Here heart for heart, entrails for entrails take, and life for life, these for a better's sake. Then cut she them to atoms and cast out into the air, forbade them round about, and witnessing the rites to use their eyes. The wand of whitethorn and her maiden prize given by Janus placed upon the sill of the small window, where the sun rays trill into the chamber. After that, no more returned the birds of night, and Hugh he bore returned unto the infant as before. Now ask you why upon these kalends we eat beans and bacon? Pristine goddess she loves food of ancient days. She loves to dine on simple meats of old, nor doth she pine for luxuries imported. For in the days of old, fish were not purchased, oysters were not sold, no snipes Ionian then were sought as food, no cranes delighting in Pygmaean blood. The peacock in his gaudy plumage fed unfed upon, nor bird nor beast was bred fattened in coops. It was the fatted sow honoured the festival and paid the vow. The land gave gifts spontaneous, beans and peas, and the sow slain graced our festivities. Who on these kalends beans and bacon eat, need fear no indigestion with their meat. Temple to Juno Moneta. Juno Moneta's temple stands on the peak of the Capitol, there decreed to be, pursuant to the vow Camillus made, the home of Manlius once, where he the raid of Gauls withstood, and where he, victor, drove them back from seat of Capitoline Jove. Ah, then and there he should, in patriot palms, defender of those fanes, have died in arms, nor lived to lose his fame in evil hour of stolid age, desiring regal power. Feast of Mars. And Mars again we invocate today, at the Capenan gate and covered way the temple stands. Temple to Tempestus, and thee, Tempestus too, for fleet preserved at Corsica, ensue. Aquila rises. All this on earth we do, the while above upsoars with crooked beak the bird of Jove. 4. Nones Junius, Hyades arise. And Hyades and taurine horns are born, earth soaked with rain, upon the morrow's morn. Pride Nones Junius. Temple to Bellona. When Phoebus twice more rises o'er the main, and cornfields soaked with dews, Bellona's fane is visited. Built in the Tuscan war, she favours Latium aye. Appius afar with mental vision, for his eyes were blind, refusing peace to Pyrrhus, it designed. A terrace opens to the circus, where a column, small but famous, stands. For there the herald priest with javelin in hand, prenuntiate of warfare, takes his stand. And hurls it thence, whenever Romans fling defiance against commonwealth or king. Temple to Hercules Custos. The circus else is sacred to the sway of Hercules, a gift the prophecy of the Cumaean verse avouched as his. The light before the nones appointed is, and if you ask on whose authority, Scylla provabit, graven is on high. Nones Junius. Temple to Sancus, Phidias, or Father Simo. I searched to learn to whom assigned should be these nones, to Sancus, Phidias, or thee, O Father Simo. Sancus answered me, assign to either of those titles 3, and you assign to me. My names fulfil the will Curetan, and the Sabine will, by temple built on the Quirinal hill. inauspicious days to marry. My daughter, and I utter now my prayer for happiness for her, and many a year of comfort and of life when mine is sped. Anxious, my child, to strew thy bridal bed when thou wast nubile, then I asked what tides propitious were for bridegrooms and for brides. And June was named, when June hath passed the Ides. 'Twas the Flaminica, priestess benign, who said, till Vesta's Iliacan shrine is purged by placid Tiber of its dust, until that come to pass, refrain you must. It is not lawful unto me to pare with steel my nails, or comb with box my hair, shorn though it be, nor consort with my spouse, though priest of Jove, mine by eternal vows, wedded by a perpetual decree, until the Ides be past. Then patient be, and when relighted Vesta's pure flames blaze, let her espouse in those propitious days. Ides June, Arctophylax sets. Third from the nones Phoebe, 'tis said, removes Lycaon from the sphere, and Ursa roves fearless meantime, and I remember too. Games to the river Tiber. The games to yellow Tiber now are due on Campus Martius. 'Tis a holy day for fishermen, their nets now laid away, nor brass hook baited is for finny prey. Ides Junius, temple to Mens. Mens too is deified. Carthage Perfidius, thou wast the cause of the enshrining vow. Thou hadst again rebelled, and panic dread had fallen upon us, when our consul dead, we stood astonished by Mauritian arms, and fear had banished hope. These panic qualms the Senate besought Mens to soothe and sane, and she besought restored our minds again. On the 6th day before the Ides we paid to her the vow then by the Senate made. End of part 16. Section 17 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section 17. Ides Junius, Vestalia. Vesta, appear. O goddess, unto thee we tune the strain, if that it lawful be, if that we may enchant thy holy rite. Immersed in prayer, I marked the blushing light of the celestial goddess, and rebound of roseate reflection on the ground. I saw thee not. Avaunt, audacious song! Thou goddess art invisible, but long hidden in error. Matters long unknown were to my mind intuitively shown. For Rome had kept her feast, Palilia here, some 20 times. So long it was, or ere the guardian of the sacred fire obtained her temple here. It was when Numa reigned, a peaceful and a righteous king, the best the Sabine land e'er gave or e'er possessed. These brazen roofs thatched with straw only were, these walls were but of wattled osier. This little spot that holds her fane and dome was unshorn Numa's great palatial home. The rounded frame is now as then it was, it is unchanged, and with sufficient cause. Vesta and Terra are one and the same, common to both the never smouldering flame, common to both, and so the earth and hearth imply their seat. And as the rounded earth, supported by no prop, hangs in the sphere, a weighty mass in circumambient air, rotundity its strength, no angles break externally, no friction makes it weak. Poised in the centre, neither more nor less doth any point beyond another press. All this to its convexity is due, and so the earth became a nucleus to the universe. So Syracusan art enclosed in air a globe confined, type of the earth and sphere, which equidistant floats twixt pole and pole. Rotundity of this effect, cause sole. Round as the earth, so round is Vesta's fane, and a round dome protects it from the rain. Why has the goddess maiden ministers, do you demand? Such ministry of hers has reasons good. For Ops descended are Juno and Ceres, to Saturn them she bare, and they are married and are mothers both. And Vesta third she bare, but Vesta, loath to wedlock, still rejected marriage bands. What marvel then, she chooses virgin hands to do her rites? Vesta is a living flame, and fire produces not a mortal frame. Therefore by right a virgin, and no seed or principle within her which could breed her virgin train the same. I sometimes deemed she statues had, so I absurdly dreamed, beneath the hollow dome there nothing is, Vesta and flame possess no effigies, nothing but flame which unextinguished lies secret and hid in her peripheries. Earth stands, stando, in her strength stands she, thence derives Vesta. Similar may be the derivation of her Grecian name, but focus and the hearth derive from flame, because it fosters all, and therefore stood within the entrance door, and thence ensued the name of vestibule, and thence we trace our prayer. Thou, Vesta, holding the front place. Guests sat before this hearth, and benches were arranged on which they sat. We thought, too, there the gods sat at our board. That thought is now transferred unto Vacuna, when we go to do her ancient rites. We think that they by hearths vacunal present are alway, and still we hold the custom old and rude, on a clean platter to bear Vesta food, with ass begarlanded with loaves of bread, and festal wreaths around the millstone spread. Only in ovens formerly the boar roasted his peas and beans, as told before. On festival of Fornax, to bake bread they used the hearth and ashes, on tiles spread, they the first bakers. So it came to pass that honoured were the goddess, hearth and ass, that turned the millstone's rough and rugged mass. And must I once again write thy disgrace, thou droll Priapus with the ruddy face? Cybele, turret crowned, proclaimed a feast, and called thereto each deity as guest. The satyrs and the nymphs invited were, Silenus also went unbidden there. It is not lawful for me in this tale the revellings of godheads to unveil. Past was the night in banqueting, the morn beheld them on Mount Ida, most part worn and choosing spots for rest. Some sought the shade, but some, the nymphs and satyrs, danced and played with knitted fingers and with bounding feet. Vesta had chosen out a calm retreat, and pillowed on a tuft the goddess slept. Ruddy Priapus still the revel kept and chased the nymphs. Chasing he chanced to view the sleeping goddess, dubious if he knew she was a goddess or a nymph. Howe'er that be, for nymph or goddess reverence none had he. Silenus there had left the ass beside the verdant pasture of the rippling tide, and the ass brayed, and so the goddess woke. Her maidens sought the spot, and spoilt the joke of him who reigns by the long Hellespont, and thence the men of Lampsacus are wont to sacrifice the ass to him, and we still broil his entrails. But in memory of thee, dear goddess, we Monilia make of loaves of bread, and deck him for thy sake. The sounds of grinding cease, whiles we perform the wake. Altar to Jupiter Pistor. Jupiter Pistor, on the thunderous hill that altar stands, and that name ever will be most renowned, though the memorial's small. The capital, blockaded by the Gaul, suffered dread famine. Jupiter convoked the gods to council, and he Mars invoked to speak. Mars answering said, "Well known it needeth not the voice of plaint or groan, but if I must proclaim the deep disgrace, Rome prostrate lies before an Alpine race. Is this, I ask, her promised sovereignty? Is this her empire o'er the world to be? Crushed had she all the neighbouring tribes around, Etrurian armies all within her bound, And now she is expelled, herself expelled. Why we, the conscript fathers, have beheld Men graced with triumphs, but now seniors, fall In picted vestments and in open hall. Symbols of Ilian Vesta have they sent, Wanting our aid perhaps to banishment. For when they cast their eyes and see the Gaul Invest the Capitol, that home of all The gods of heaven, I say, then what pretence Have we to ask for further frankincense Which offered is in vain ? would that they Had a fair field of action, had fair play, Then if they could not conquer, they could die. Now they are famished, starved, cooped up, and lie Beleaguered by barbarians. So spoke Mars. Him Venus following spoke, denouncing wars. Quirinus her with trabea and staff, And Vesta followed him on Rome's behalf. Then Jupiter responded, "We are all concerned in this. Hereafter conquered Gaul shall suffer pains and penalties. Devise, O Vesta now, how emptied granaries May be reported full. Protect thy seat. Bring out thence all the stores of unground wheat And grind them in the mills. Let all hands knead And all hearths bake again the stores of bread." So Jupiter. Saturnian Vesta bowed To him and to his will. Night cast her shroud O'er toils and battles. Jove descending sought The Capitol and chided, whilst he taught That which he willed. "Arise, and cast from hence The thing that ye most need for your defence. Hurl at the foe the thing that you most want." They woke and asked what matter militant They should resign. It seemed to them was bread. They hurled the cereal gift at Gallic head. Loaves rattled on the helmet and the shield. Hope left the Gaul and he resigned the field. And when repulsed, they placed a candid shrine To Jove the baker, by Jove's fane divine. From Vesta's festival it happened I strayed By the New Street, now to the Forum made, And marked a matron walking with bare feet. Surprised I paused and pondered in the street, Which an old dame remarking bade me sit And hear her palsied tongue account for it. Yes, they be Fora now, once marshes which The river overflowed and filled the ditch. This was the Curtian lake, but now 'tis dry. A lake it was, it now has altars high. Willows and reeds and weeds were here, where we By the Velabra pomp possession see. Wend to the circus, often tipsy boys Fording suburban waters make a noise, Chanting and taunting sailors with words rude. Not then Vertumnus, he who turned the flood, The god of changing shapes, had that name. And here, too, was a sacred grove, the same All reeds and bulrushes. You could not go to it with shoes upon your feet. And though the marsh is drained and banked and is quite dry, Yet still we keep old customs up, that's why We walk barefooted. So said the dear old soul. Farewell, old dame, I said, may thy days roll Happy and peacefully to their last goal. Palladium snatched from the fire. This tale I now must tell I learnt and knew When I was quite a child. 'Tis a tale true and must not be passed by. Ilus Dardanides had built his walls, The Asian realm was his, the Asian wealth. Minerva's statue fell within his walls, On Ilion's citadel. To see it was my cue. The place and fane I saw, indeed their place and fane remain. The Palladium is at Rome. Smintheus consulted was, and from deep gloom Of holy grove the response came, from whom No response false can come. "Retain," he said, "the form ethereal Of the martial maid, to town and realm Wherever she may be, she will transfer All rule and sovereignty." Ilus preserved her, in his citadel He shut her up. The custody next fell Unto Laomedon his heir. She so ordained that it should be. She willed not to remain After her form and face had borne disdain By voice of Paris. It is thought and said Crafty Ulysses, or else Diomed, Or good Aeneas bore her thence away. Whose hand it was we cannot surely say. But Roman is she now, and Vesta holds Her well in ward, assiduous beholds, With eyes all viewing and ne'er slumbering light. And yet the senators were dumb with fright. When Vesta burned, and when her crypt and home Was almost buried by the fallen dome, When fire unholy burnt the sacred fires, Flames pious, flames profane, her ministers, Her virgin ministry, absorbed by fear, Weeping and wailing with disordered hair, Metellus rushed to rescue. " Virgin bands, this will not do," he cried ;" Put forth your hands and save the fated pledge, As it is fit. Your hands and not your prayers must rescue it." Ah me, unhappy do you doubt and fear, For on her knees was every virgin there. With upraised hands and waters pure he ran. " Behold it not, ye holy, I a man Entering your shrines forbidden unto men, And if a crime unpardonable, then on me devolve the penalty. Let Rome be saved and I the victim be." The goddess rescued by her pontifex Approved the deed and overlooked his sex. " Now beneath Caesar ye burn well, O fires ! Now and for ever holy flame aspires On Ilian shrines. Nor now nor evermore Shall priestess foul the fillets that she wore. No more unchastity shall buried be Alive in earth, for buried so was she Who broke her vows. Tellus was heaped on her. One and the same Vesta and Tellus are. Callaici conquered. Cognomen, yet one more did Brutus gain, Callaicus, from victory in Spain. Slaughter of the Crassi. But fate ordains to mingle good and ill, Unmingled happiness denying still. Crassus, amidst Euphrates' channels, lost Himself, his sons, his eagles, and his host. " Parthian, exultest thou ?" the goddess cried ;" Thou shalt restore the standards, and thy pride Suffer rebuke. Vengeance is on our side." Delphin arises. Soon as the ass is freed from festal chain, And the horse mill of Ceres grinds again, The seaman, sitting in the boat, will say, When dewy night hath chased the light of day, The dolphin will arise to point the way. Section 18 of the Fasti. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Fasti by Ovid, translated by John Benson Rose. Section number 18. Now when Tithonus plains for his lost bride, And Lucifer has risen from the tide, Up, bona matres, up, your festival Matralia is to-day. Ye offer all cakes to the Theban goddess. An area famed between the circus and the bridge Was named from a bull's statue there, and on this day The sceptred Servius in state array Ordained a temple to our parent dame Matuta. Now who the goddess is, and whence she came, And why she chases handmaids from her shrine, For chased they are from thence, and why in fine She wants cakes toasted, Bacchus, for you know, With grape and ivy bound about your brow, If that she be of yours, my shallop steer. Jove, too obsequious to your mother's prayer, Sweet Semele consumed, and Ino took Care of thee, child ; all other care forsook Save care for thee. Juno in rage, because she reared A foster child, who rescued was From concubine of Jove, whom she had doomed. And yet she was her sister who consumed. So Athamas was maddened, and he slew His son, the young Learchus. Ritual due you gave to him, and then with floating hair From funeral pyre returning as you were, You snatched young Melicerta from his bed, And burst away unto a rocky head Which separates two seas. one little neck of land washed by 2 waters. There you took your stand, hugging your son in your insanity, and plunged with him from cliff into the sea, from the high cliff. Them Panope received, she and her 100 sisters them relieved, and bore them softly on their watery tide. For not yet was Leucothoi deified, nor was Palaemon fixed on Tiber's flood. There is a grove there, hardly understood whether of Semele or Stimula. The Maenads Ausonian dwelt there, and Ino asked of them, who owned these plains? Arcadians, they replied, Evander reigns. Saturnia heard descending in disguise, she to the Latin Maenads replies, O simpletons, O blockheads, ye are mad, this stranger comes unfriendly and unbad. By fraud she seeks to learn our mysteries, a pledge she has for penalty, him seize. Ere she well had done, the Thyad choir yelled their Ulala, and with streaming hair laid hands on her, and strove to tear away young Melicerta from her arms. And they invoked the gods, albeit ignorant what gods and man to aid a suppliant, a mother in despair. The rocks reply, and Aventine re-echoed to her cry. Aeteus heard, he had just driven thence the kine Iberian. Hating violence, he heard the cry and to the rescue dashed, at whose approach the female crew abashed turned turpidly and fled. And Hercules her recognizing, Aunt of Bacchus, says, what dost thou here? Say, doth the deity that vexes me, does she too harass thee? And she replied, but told but half the tale. The presence of her son caused her to fail. She blushed to make confession before him. Now frenzy had transported her to crime. Fame swift and busy ever now upsoars, and vaunts the name of Ino on these shores. Carmentis welcomed her, and as her guest she broke her fast and sunk to needful rest. The Tegean priestess made her cakes, baked hurriedly upon the hearth. She rates that rustic kindness shown upon that day, amidst her brightest beams of memory. Therefore, Matralia on, we offer cakes. And now, she said, O prophetess, the fates are known to you. Unseal then their decree, and add that boon to hospitality. There was no pause. Straightway the godhead fired the mortal frame, and all her soul inspired. Scarcely the matron might you recognize, so holier, statelier grown to human eyes. Burst into joy, my song, rejoice, she sung. I know, thy toils are ended. Us among here must thou dwell, henceforth for aye to be, goddess marine and benign deity. Thy Melicerta too must be the same, and he and thou receive another name. Thou by the Greeks Leucothoi called, by us Matuta. And in port all naval just shall centre in your son. Palaemon they shall name his goddess, and Portunus we. Arise, assume your duties and your state. They bowed assentant, and it followed straight. Names changed and ended toils and miseries. Now one a god and one a goddess is. And why, you ask, why handmaids hated are? The faithless Athamas, Cadmeida, wrought folly with thy maid. To hurt the queen, she told him that a dusted grain had been served out unto the husbandman for seed. Ino denied the calumny indeed. But what of that, it was received as sooth. That girl's immodesty and want of truth have caused her chase them all with little ruth. Now let not anxious mothers prayers prefer for blessing for their offspring unto her. She was a hapless mother of her own, but useful she was unto her sister's son, to Bacchus was, therefore invoked may be, for brothers or for sisters' progeny. Slaughter of the Rutilii and Didii. It is recorded that she said to thee, Consul Rutilius, hurry not to be slain on my feast day by the Marsian foe. Despite her warning words it followed so. Tolenus rolled his waters gory red with blood of slain, the consul with the dead. And the succeeding year and morning same saw Didius die, doubling the Marsian fame. Temple of Fortune dedicated. On the same morning, on the self-same site, did the same hand of the fane of Fortune pite. But who is this who lies therein perdue beneath the toga? It is Servius. True, 'tis Servius that is certain. Why he lies obscured therein, to my mind doubtful is. She, child celestial, owning love concealed, blushed deeply red to find her love revealed, love for a mortal man. Her spirit yearned with passion for the king, her bosom burned for him, not blind in that. Wonted she was withal to seek him through a casement window small, from whence a royal portal bears the name of Fenestella. But now she blushes shame, and o'er herself and features spreads the veil and toga o'er the king. Another tale, perchance, has more verisimilitude. After the death of Tullius, grief ensued. The commons mourning o'er their peaceful chief, and seeking mitigation for their grief, covered his statue with their togas broad, and hid from sight their lost and murdered lord. Another tale and longer must I sing, yet I will rein my steeds within the ring. Tullia had compassed wedlock, and possessed of the reward of wickedness, addressed her husband thus: "What doth it boot to be steeped in our kindred slaughter, you and me, in blood of sister and of brother slain, if piously contented we remain? My husband and your wife need not have died, if virtuously we stop now, satisfied. Up I present you with a dowry good, my father's head and seat, my father's blood. Now, as thou art a man, put forth thy hand and take that dowry. Seize on the command. Regality is criminal. Now steep thy hand in mine, in blood paternal reap the throne and reign." So did she goad him on till he, a commoner, seized regal throne. The commons thunderstricken rushed to arms, and followed straight blood, slaughter, and alarms. Infirm old age succumbed. Superbus sate, sceptred and throned upon the seat of state. 'Neath the Esquilian, Servius lay slain beneath his palace, bloody on the plain. His daughter in her chariot down that street rode to the roof paternal. At her feet the body lay. The startled charioteer reined up the horses, as he dropped a tear. Haughty and bold, she bade him to go on, nor tempt her wrath by weeping like a loon. "Go on," she said, "drive the wheels over him." The fact is true, they crushed him face and limb. The fact is true, the street is called from it, the Sceleratus, appellation fit. Yet further, Tullia dared to touch the fane, memorial of her father, deed profane. Another marvel followed thereupon. There sat the imaged Tullius on his throne. The statue cast its hand before its eyes, and spoke and said, "Oh, shield me from surprise. Cover my face, and let it not behold my wicked daughter's face." With toga fold they covered up his face as it behoved, which Fortune suffered not to be removed. For thus she spoke forth from her sacred fane: "If e'er the features be unveiled again of Servius Tullius, shame departeth hence. O Roman matrons, on no vain pretence touch ye the toga, but, be it yours to pray, Rome's 7th king may lie concealed alway under the Roman garb." That fane was burned, flames spared that statue. Mulciber returned to save his son, for Tullius was the son of Mulciber. Corniculum when won, the fair Orcrisia there was captive made. In company with Tanaquil she paid the sacred rites. She libated the wine in sacrifice upon the sculptured shrine. Amidst the ash a naked form appeared. The captive maid commanded, it upreared and by it became pregnant. Servius thus was born of seed celestial. Proof to us the Father gave, when in a fiery cone the coruscating flame upsoared upon the head and hair of his acknowledged Son. Temple of Concordia dedicated. And thou, Concordia, Livia enshrined in fane magnificent, thee she assigned unto her spouse adored. Yet be it known, of all that fane the portico alone, of all that house immense, descends to us. The walls of many a city populous circled an area smaller than its wall. 'Tis levelled now, but for no crime at all save luxury. Baneful to common weal, Caesar subverted it with courage leal to public good and to his private cost. So does our censor act. No deed is lost when that the censor practices in sooth the morals he enjoins to Roman youth. Temple to Jupiter Invictus. The next day is a blank, as the Ides rove, the temple blazed to the unconquered Jove. Quinquatria Minora. Quinquatria the lesser is my task. Minerva auburn-haired, thee do I ask to aid me in my duty. Tell me why the strolling player of the pipe flouts by through thoroughfares of Rome, throughout the town, in masks, disguises, and the trailing gown. Tritonia answered me, deposed the spear. Oh, would that I could utter words as clear. In the old age, the player of the flute was much esteemed. His pipe was never mute. It sounded in the temples, at the games. It sounded too amidst funereal flames. Payment made labour sweet, until in brief Times changed, and Grecian customs came to grief. The aedial also limited their men, Attendant on funeral pomps, to 10. Therefore they left the city, and they went Exiled to Tiber. Tiber sometimes lent exiles asylum, and then ceased the sound of music at the scene. The altars round, nor choir nor dirge accompanied the dead. A certain man of Tiber, who had spared a term of slavery there, but who then free, from term of time, of noble soul was he, prepared a feast in rural villa, and invited thereunto the exiled band. 'Twas night, and wine and revelry had pressed hard on the eyes and spirits of each guest, when rushed a man with preconcerted tale, and said, "Away with feast convivial, thy manumitter comes, and is at hand." To cut and run uprose the tuneful band, but could not manage it, strong wine betrays, and tipsiness the staggering foot bewrays. But their host cried, "Depart," and hurled them in a wattled waggon, hoisted thick and thin, and there they lay. Time, wine, and motion wrought, and on they slept, to Tiber as they thought. But on the waggon went to Rome, and passed the hill Esquilian, and at morn stood fast, right in the Forum. Plautius ready there them to befriend, number and calling were, to be enshrouded from the Senate's eyes. Therefore he masked them, put them in disguise of trailing garments and long robes, and made them join the female troop. And so arrayed, unnoticed they returned. This stratagem deceived his colleague persecuting them, and pleased the many. The commons all were pleased. Now on the Ides all order is defeased. In dresses quaint, sanctioned by custom long, they vent their merriment in ancient song. Minerva ceased. Again I dared to say, still must I ask the reason why today is called Quinquatrus. March holds a feast to me, called by that name, she said. Tibicinae are votaries of mine. I was the first to drill the boxen pipe with stops and notes at will. The melody pleased well, but when before the watery mirror, how deformed I wore my puffed out virgin cheeks. No, no, I cried, my tibia, farewell, you touch my pride, and cast it in the flood. a satyr found, And struck with marvel heard the pleasing sound. Though ignorant of stops, he piped away, Whilst now his lips and now his fingers play. The nymphs applauded, so he bragged and played, And challenged Phoebus. Vanquished, Phoebus flayed him bone and limb. Yes, I invented flutes. The science takes its place midst my pursuits. Hyades arise, temple of Vesta purified. On the third dawn Dodonian Thyene bright on the forehead of the bull will be, And Father Tiber, thou dost purge away The dust and ash of Vesta on this day. Zephyrus blows. And if ye trust in winds, O mariners, spread sails, tomorrow Zephyrus bestirs. Orion rises. But when the sire of the bright Heliades Shall plunge his radiant beams in western seas, And with his star serene fulfils his track, The son of Hyreus will show his back. Delphin rises, Volsci and Aequi conquered. On the next night Delphin appears in sight. 'Tis long ago since he beheld the flight Of Volsci and of Aequi on thy meads, Algida terra, and of milk-white seeds, Tubetus Posthumus unto thy car Assigned for triumph in suburban war. Sol in Cancer, temple to Minerva. 12 days remain of June, add 1 day more, Sol quitting Gemini now passes o'er To Cancer, ruddy rayed. Pallas divine This day was worshipped on Mount Aventine. Temple to Somanus. And now, Laomedon, thy daughter bright Rising dispels the damps and dews of night. Somanus, whosoe'er he was, Received his temple here. 'Twas when the Romans grieved By Pyrrhus were, and him supreme believed. Ophiuchus rises. When Galatea shall have welcomed her In waves paternal, when ceased daily stir, Stillness and quiet reign, the youth appears, Smitten by thunderbolt of Jove, who bears The double snakes knotted upon his hand, Phaedra and Theseus. We now understand How lust and how injustice doomed their son. The pious boy exiled was journeying on Unto Trasena, when a blatant bull Rose on the crested wave, uprising full In front of startled steeds. Nor voice nor rein Of their undaunted lord might them restrain. O'er rocks and crags they bolted, till the car Was broken, overturned, and onward far They dragged their lord, enveloped by the reins, Lifeless and crushed. Dian indignant plains. But Coronides said, I can restore the pious boy to life, So grieve no more, the sombre fates must yield Unto my art. From ivory box herbs he selected part, The which the shade of Glaucus had approved The benefit, for Aesculapius roved Searching for simples once, and killed a snake, And saw its fellow herbs remedial take And him resuscitate. He smote the breast thrice, and with words remedial Addressed and raised the head from earth. Dictina hides him in her grove, he in the glen Abides as Virbius by the lake Aricinon. But Clymenus and Clotho plaints began, She for her twisted thread was tied again, And he for scorn done to his nether reign. And Jupiter was wrath, and levelled hath His thunderbolt, for in unsanctioned path The augur wrought with aid unwarranted. But plain not, Phoebus, that thy son is dead. He is a god. Be friends with Jupiter. Be reconciled with him, who dares confer Things upon thee which else forbidden are. Flaminius conquered. I would not, Caesar, though you hurrying were to victory, Bid you the standard rear if auspices forbade. Witness to us have been Flaminius and the banks of Trasimene, How the just gods gave augury by birds. A day of rashness and of lost past words Was the 8th day before the end of June. Syphax and Hasdrubal conquered. But the next morning sings another tune. Then Massinissa conquered Syphax, and Hasdrubal fell by act of his own hand. Feast of 4th Fortuna. Time flits away, years roll on silent wing, the hours unreigned old age and feebleness bring. How quickly cometh 4th Fortuna's feast ! Yet 7 morns and June will be released. Now go, Quirites, go and celebrate The goddess 4's where she doth habitate On Tiber's banks, by bounty of the king. On foot, on board, go hurry scurrying. Nor blush returning home inebriate, barks garlanded to carry you await. And as you float indulge in cups of wine. The commons love her, he who built her shrine Was but of rank plebeian, but he swayed The regal sceptre which all ranks obeyed. And Fors upholds the slave, for Tullius sprung From a bondswoman, ranking them among, And he to Fors Fortuna raised the fane. Orion's zone rises, summer solstice. From her suburban temple one again Returning glorious apostrophizes thus: Orion rising, belt, unseen by us, Today and perhaps tomorrow will appear, Orion afterwards. Who, if he were but sober in his wits, Would also say, the summer solstice doth recur today. Temple to the Lares. With morning dawn rites are to Lares paid, And chaplets offered by hands skilful made. Temple to Jupiter Stator. And Stator hath his dedicated shrine By Romulus, in front of Palatine. Temple to Quirinus. And you, Quirinus, in the Trabea, 3 days before June closes worshipped are. Feast of Hercules and the Muses. And with tomorrow morn July is born. Pierian maidens, let me have no scorn In my last task. Pierian maidens, tell Who placed ye here conjoint with him to dwell Who suffered scathe of Juno. Hercules. So I, and Clio said, memorial 'tis Philippus of the Great and of his child Marcia, the beautiful and the undefiled, With name deduced from Ancus Martius, And piety, her wit and genius, Hereditary loveliness of face, All on a par with birth. Deem it not base To praise her loveliness, we laud the grace Of goddesses celestial. They were allied To house of Caesar, by Philippus' bride. O grace and glory, woman worthiest, Hail and all hail. So Clio her addressed With the assent of all the gifted choir, Alcides nodding with responsive lyre. End of Section 18. End of the Fasti by Ovid. Translated by John Benson Rose.